and we'll commence the meeting. Apologies for absence. Fiona, would you report on any apologies?
I've just double checked with John and that's it, like.
Hold on.
So apologies for absence,
Yep.
and promise from Councillor King.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 2, declarations of interest. Members are reminded that in the terms of the Council's Code of Conduct, it's their responsibility to make decisions about whether to declare an interest in any item on this agenda and whether to take part in any discussion or voting. Completed declarations of interest forms should be forwarded to Democratic Services. Do we have any members who wish to declare an interest? Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. Item 13 on Angus Live, report number 283/21. I have a specific exclusion as council appointed director of Angus Live, but we'll take take part.
Thank you, Councillor Devine, and I'm exactly the same. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost. On item 17, report 287/21, I've obviously had numerous emails and I probably know most of the people on the petition, but I've made no public statement on it, so I'm quite able to take part in the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. I declare an interest in items 17 and 19, Ingalls Court, Edsel. Given that I declared an interest at development standards and have made comment in the press, I have decided not to participate in any voting and leave the meeting. Officers were happy to give guidance and advice, and I thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, the same declaration as yourself and Councillor Devine. Item 13, 283/21, Council appointed director of Angus Alive with a specific dispensation, so I will stay and vote if necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Macmillan Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I'll declare an interest on items 3, 17 and 7. And I will leave the meeting for those items, including the deputation, and I will not comment on it. Over the last number of weeks, and in fact months, I have met with Mr. Guild a number of times to ensure that I fully understood all aspects of the Lochside Leisure Centre issue. Therefore, some people might, wrongly in my view, perceive this as my being too close to Mr. Guild to express an independent view. Therefore, I am declaring an interest and leaving the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Macmillan Douglas. Councillor Brace.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I'd like to declare an interest in items 17 and 19. I've had a lot of correspondence, conversations, and indeed meetings regarding the substance of those agenda items. I will remain in the meeting and I will take part in any voting required.
Thank you, Councillor Brace. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I'd like to declare an interest similarly in items 17, 19 and 20. 17 and 19, yes, I have had copied in primarily on many emails on Ingalls Court, and I have passed comment, but regardless of all of that, I think I can remain in the meeting and vote on these issues. With regard to item 20, CGLMC Limited, I am a council appointed director of CGLMC Limited, have a dispensation and will remain in the meeting and vote if necessary.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. Okay, we'll go on to
Here he is. Agenda number 3, youth, the Lochside Leisure Centre. I had earlier declared an interest, and I still probably have an interest of my constituents, but I will stay in the meeting and take part in discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Item 6, report 276/20 council appointed member of the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership IGB have a specific dispensation, so will stay in and take part and anywhere else it is relevant. Thank you.
Councillor Miles again.
Yes, Provost, I omitted to include item 20 in my declaration as a member of the Carnoustie Golf Links Management Committee, but I've decided in this instance I will not take part and I'll remove myself from the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, just similar to others with regards to agenda item 17 and the Ingalls Court item, I have received correspondence from several people across Angus. However, I will still take part in the meeting and debate and discussion, as I haven't given any opinion or kind of gotten involved in any discussion around that, but have acknowledged their correspondence and noted the content.
Thank you very much, Councillor Speed. There'll be no further declarations of interest. I'll now move on to item 3, deputation request. A deputation request has been received from Mrs. Sarah Turner in relation to item 17. Mrs. Turner would like to express the wishes of Edzell community and the surrounding areas, and explain about the large signatures in the petition. Are we agreed that we allow the deputation for Mrs. Turner, I should sorry say Ms. Turner, to go ahead?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Similarly, there has been a deputation request from Mr. Gus Layton, who is the chairman of the Inverness Community Council, again in relation to item 17. Are we agreed that deputation goes ahead?
Agreed.
Agreed.
There's also been a deputation request, well, 3 deputation requests actually, from Mr. Mark Guild in relation to item 7, 17 and 19. Now, prior to consideration of this deputation request from Mr. Guild, I have to advise you that as the request in relation to item 19 relates to an item of business which officers have recommended to be taken in private, I would therefore ask members to determine whether the public and press should be excluded during the consideration of item 19 and it continued to be held in private. Do you agree that Mr. Guild makes a deputation on 7 and 17, first of all?
Agreed.
Agreed.
And remember what I said there in relation to item 19.
Provost, can I just interject at this point for a moment? Could I suggest that you as Provost, you've mentioned that item 19 would be taken into private. For the public that are listening to this debate today and in council, I think we should explain, first of all, why it's taken into private, because bearing in mind the circumstances around Ingalls Court and the publicity over it all, that may be misconstrued. I think we need to explain why item 19 is on green paper and why it would be taken into private for the public's benefit.
Okay, Councillor Chief, I'm going to let Ms. Buchanan speak on that. Ms. Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. And Thank you for the question, Councillor Cheek. I'm happy to respond in terms of that. So just to explain, that the law allows councils to treat certain information in reports as exempt. When information is agreed as exempt by the members, it means that it's not publicly available and that the information is discussed by elected members in private. The legal position is not altered where someone chooses to place information in the public domain. Exempt information includes, for example, information relating to the terms proposed or to be proposed in the course of negotiations for a contract, and that's known as paragraph 9 of the relevant legislation. And also, as is the case here, information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, and person is defined as including a company, and that's in terms of paragraph 6. There is sound rationale for these various exempt paragraphs. Officers will always recommend that reports containing such information are exempt. This allows a consistent approach and avoids uncertainty. Officers will also endeavour to provide any information on a matter before members which is not exempt to be put in the public domain, as in this case. Ultimately, it's for members to determine whether a report is to be exempt. And you'll see, as I'm saying, that this report has been split so that where we can, we've allowed, in terms of the exempt provisions, information to be in the public domain. And there's part that's exempt, which is permitted in terms of the legal position.
Thank you, Mrs. Buchanan. Councillor Cheek, does that explain your question?
In a long formal fashion, yes. I think it's just important for the public to know there are matters in that green paper that are private and involve limited companies and values. I think that's why it really needs to be kept private.
Okay, well, to get back to determining Mr. Gill's deputation, items 7 and item 17. Do you agree that they should go ahead?
Agree.
Okay. Right, let's deal with the first deputation then, and that is from Ms. Turner.
Sorry, for this, just so just clear.
We're just trying to get Ms. Turner in on.
Just so we're clear for the purposes of this meeting, the
You're mute, Fiona.
through loudspeakers. Are you hearing me okay, Councillor Devine? Yes. So as item 19 has been determined to be taken in private, it would not be competent to consider the deputation for 19. So for Mr. Gill, it's just the deputation for item 7 and 17. It's been agreed.
Agreed. Which we've agreed.
Yes.
Thank you for clarification, Fiona. Have we managed to get Ms. Hunter yet? Sorry, Ms. Turner.
Provost, I have messaged Turner and I've asked her to join the meeting.
Yes, I'm here now.
There now. Okay. There now.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we've got you. Thank you very much. You have 10 minutes to speak
Yes.
start now, and then at the end of the 10 minutes, you may well be asked questions by members of the council on your deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm happy with Mrs. incidentally. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today. I know you have a busy afternoon. Yes, so my name is Sarah Turner, and a bit of background information. I've been a nurse in the NHS for over 30 years, working quite a lot with the elderly. I'm the daily coordinator for ECT, which is the Edzell Community Health Transport, which provides transport for the elderly for any hospital appointment, opticians, dentists, x-rays, etc. And I'm a trustee of the cottage, which is a community centre for the elderly in Edzell. And up until the COVID situation, we were providing a weekly meal for the elderly and other facilities. So I have quite a lot of contact with the elderly, particularly locally. So today, I probably won't be 10 minutes, but I don't really want to talk about policies, politics, finance, or carbon emissions. I don't have a huge amount of knowledge about that, but I just want to talk about the human cost of what happens if Ingalls Court doesn't reopen. As you will know, but I'm going to repeat it really, Ingalls Court offered safety, security, and prevented loneliness, which is accepted nowadays as something that really does lead to an early grave. Residents there had their own front door, they had independence, privacy, but company too, if they felt like it. In the good old days, there was a living warden who offered a huge amount of practical help and reassurance to residents and their relatives. There were lunch clubs, Scrabble clubs, exercise classes, visits from the local school, entertainment, church services, and other things. It was a very happy place to live, and there was a waiting list. I'd like to think that you have all visited Ingalls Court. You will have seen a purpose-built building in a quiet part of Edzell, a garden, a convenient parking, 24 flats, a communal lounge, communal kitchen, and guest accommodation if relatives wanted to visit. It's a few minutes walk to the Edzell facilities, the post office, the pharmacy, the health centre, and restaurants slash cafes. Perfect, and particularly perfect if you're elderly. In the last 10 years, again, I know that you'll know this, over £600,000 has been spent on Ingalls Court. New kitchens, new bathrooms, a lift system put in, a very expensive lift system. And at the same time, over a time, the warden service was reduced from full-time to no time. So the place completely changed. Residents started to move out. Sadly, one gentleman cried in front of me at the cottage and said he had spent many happy years at Ingalls Court, but he now felt unsafe there. It wasn't the same place at all, and he would have to move out. People moving out, Angus Council seem to equate this to, well, nobody seems to want to live there anymore, and closed Ingalls Court, as I know you'll know. So it's now been closed for over 2 years. There's no rent been coming in, the heating's on. If you go in the evening, there's lots of lights on, a complete and utter, surely, waste of money. Aberdeenshire over the border has a completely different attitude. They do like sheltered housing, and most of them are run by housing associations. Fettercairn, which is just up the road, has a day warden, so that is somebody there from 9 till 5 every day, 7 days a week. They just have 2 vacancies. It's very popular and it runs really well. And the warden tells me that the 2 vacancies are possibly due to the COVID situation. So Aberdeenshire has a completely different attitude to care of the elderly. Now, Angus Council quotes, people want to have care in their own home. That's what people want, elderly people. But those of you that have experience of this, you'll know that the reality is you perhaps get 2 visits a day, maybe 10 minutes, if you're lucky. What on earth happens to you for the rest of the 24 hours? I think the loneliness for a lot of people is terrible. I gathered many of the nearly 800 signatures through Edzell and the surrounding area, the petition, which you are, of course, aware of. Everyone without fail was very keen to sign the petition, and virtually everybody expressed their anger, their frustration and their sadness. And virtually everyone expressed their extreme anger towards Angus Council. That's really all I have to say. It's very frustrating.
Thank you very much, Ms. Turner. Do we have some questions from the members of the council? Councillor Miles?
Yes, Mrs. Turner. I, like you, remember Ingalls Court very well in its heyday, and how popular it was, and what a good service it provided for the community. So I would fully support you in what happened in the past. But since the reduction in warden hours, there's been a reduction in people applying there. Have you, when you were going around getting signature petition, did you get any indication of how many people would apply there? Because the problem the council has is they've had very few applications to go into Ingalls Court. But well, there are positive indications that people would go in. I mean, I know a lot of the signatories are maybe less than retirement age, but how many would actually go in? Because it would be difficult to keep a facility open if there's only a handful or less going to take it up.
Yes, I can't truthfully answer that. I can't say there were lines of people saying, oh, if it opened up, I'd go and live there. That's just not how it happened, really. But the thing is that people don't particularly want to live there, I think, unless there is a warden service, because it just is a completely different place. The warden, and I do appreciate financially, there are not many places now that can provide a live-in warden, and most places have a sort of 9 to 5 warden service, and the rest of the time, you either have an alarm system around your neck or on your wrist if you need help sort of nighttime, and that seems to work well. So that is really what people need and want. Otherwise, it isn't really, well, it's not sheltered housing, it's just housing for the elderly. And there needs, I think, to be something between people living at home and going into full-time care, which, a lot of people don't want. And Ingalls Court provided that beautifully. A lot of people were able to live out the rest of their lives there so happily, just with that little bit of support and help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost. Mrs. Turner, thanks very much for your eloquent introduction to this. I think there's a core part of the focus for here is the part you brought up about Ingalls Court being at capacity when there was a full-time warden on site. And if I heard you correctly, you said that there was a waiting list at one time as well, yes, for Ingalls Court.
There was. Yes.
So can you tell me, from your knowledge, and I know you have a large knowledge and experience in the health service, that when there was a partial removal of the warden at Ingalls Court, did numbers remain at that point, and what drove numbers to decrease? Was it the removal of a warden, and thus, as you say, the removal of people's feeling of safety? Was that the key element?
I just want to point out, I have in front of me actually details about the meeting today, and there's something there that doesn't quite add up unless I'm reading it wrong. There's a little chart and it talks terminations and lets. It's 3.6, and it says from 2013 to 2018 numbers fell considerably. And if you just actually look at the little chart, 2013 and 14 says number of lets, number void, 1, and then 2014 to 2015 number void 0. And then after that, yes, I agree, numbers do drop, but that was 2015, 2016, and that's when there was very little warden service there. It also meant as well that residents going in, because they had no supervision, perhaps there was somebody with dementia, and it all got a little bit uncomfortable. I'm only saying this from talking to previous occupants there. So perhaps somebody would go around knocking on the doors, they were confused and so on. And because there was no warden service there, there was nobody, to perhaps see to this, for want of a better expression.
So is it, can I just, so I interrupt you there, but can I say, just to follow up on that, that it's inaccurate for Angus Council to say there was no demand for Ingalls Court at all. It's the fact that it was less demand because there was no warden facility there.
Yes, that definitely equates. And having spoken to people that are still living in Edsall, this is exactly what they're saying. The whole atmosphere completely changed, and it just felt like, a one-bedroom flat with nobody to look after you, really, or to keep an eye on you, or to look after other people.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. That's very.
I think that must be obvious, surely, to if you imagine yourself living there, it must be quite obvious that that's what happened.
Yeah, it should be. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Chief. Thank you, Ms Turner. Self-directed support sort of played a lot hand in that. However, next question, Councillor Muir.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Mrs Turner, for your presentation. You said about how self-directed support came in, the warden service went. Would you not agree that if you've got, say, 10 people who are using their self-directed support to pay for the warden and 12 or 14 who aren't, it is very difficult to what are the word I'm looking for, to justify a warden's service? I know I've got a sheltered accommodation less than 2 miles from me. The warden went there. Again, it was self-directed support where they could spend elsewhere, so we didn't have the funding for the warden. Would you not agree that that is a fair summation?
Well, as I said at the beginning, you know, I don't say that, you know, I know a huge amount about the finances and so on. You know, it's all hugely complicated. I like to look at it in a very simple way, and I'm trying to look at it from just the human side and what people need and want. I understand talking to other people, it isn't that simple. But as I say, I won't profess to know all about finances, etc., etc. But I just know that when there was a proper warden service there, people were very happy, and that, you know, Ingalls Court was full and well looked after. So I don't really want to go into the finances and so on, because, you know, I'm not an expert.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Turner. Councillor Salmon.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Can I just thank Mrs Turner as well for her presentation? It was really, I wanted an officer actually to pick up on one of the points that Mrs Turner raised about the Aberdeenshire and about them having a slightly different policy. From us, could I maybe ask one of our housing team to give a bit of background about maybe the difference, or what the future thoughts, if they know what Aberdeenshire are intending to do with sheltered housing?
Thank you very much. Mr Morrow, would you be able to help in that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, I think, although if I'm speaking about Aberdeenshire Council, obviously, it's really just my understanding of what their position is. I wouldn't be able to comment in detail on their demand figures and so on. But from the discussions we've had recently with Aberdeenshire, they do have, being a council in terms of social housing stock, around about twice the size or so of Angus. They have a similar amount of sheltered and retirement housing, so around about twice the number. And as Ms Turner says, there's also a provision from RSLs, that's registered social landlords. So there is a fair amount of provision, and some of which is in Fettercairn, as Mrs Turner says. What they've told us is that they, like we did some years ago, they are currently about to start on a review of their provision of both sheltered and retirement housing, because similar to the pattern of demand that we've seen in Angus and that is happening elsewhere in Scotland, there is a reduced demand for sheltered and retirement housing. So their review is likely to obviously identify where there might be either falling of demand or where there is sustained demand, and that will no doubt determine the results of their review and what conclusions they draw. What they've told us about Fettercairn is that there is a sheltered housing site there that is lacking in demand. In fact, they've asked us if we have any people on our waiting list that we'd be able to direct towards that sheltered housing. So from what they've told us, there are similar problems experienced in the county, albeit patchy. I think their review is focused again on some of the rural areas, because obviously the demand tends to be at a lower level than it is in the urban areas. But in terms of any more detail than that, probably I wouldn't be able to comment without getting a formal comment from Aberdeenshire themselves.
Can I just come in again quickly? I did actually speak to the warden about 3 weeks ago at Fettercairn, and she said that there were 2 vacancies, and that she thought had been due to the COVID situation and the effect that it had. And she also pointed out that Fettercairn has none of the facilities that perhaps Edzell has. You know, there's no pharmacy, there's no health centre, there is a little shop there and a coffee place, but not much more. She indicated that actually, you know, it worked really well and was as popular as ever. So it's slightly different story there, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much, both Mr. Morrow and again Mr. Turner. Councillor Speed.
Yep, thank you, Provost. Thank you, Mrs. Turner, for your deputation. I greatly appreciate the work that you've done, the engagement that you've had with the residents of Edzell and the surrounding area, so thank you. I would just like a point of clarity from yourself, Provost, with regards to how self-directed support has impacted on or the decision making surrounding Ingalls Court and indeed the sheltered housing complexes and warden service across Angus. It would be helpful if you could clarify the point you made around self-directed support.
Well, Councillor Speed, I think Councillor Moore said the same thing that came in, that there was lots of people, you know, they chose to spend the money in their own way and they maybe couldn't afford the wardens, and that's where the wardens move. But maybe someone, Mr. Morrow, or someone from Atman could maybe give you a more detailed answer.
Could I perhaps get someone from Health and Social Care or Social Work Department, perhaps Catherine Lindsay, that can explain that a little bit more, please?
Catherine, would you be able to enlighten Councillor Speed?
Good afternoon, Colin. I'm not in a position to give a comment about that particular aspect in relation to the Edzell situation, because I've not been briefed by operational colleagues on the history and the context of that. In kind of broad general terms, self-directed support and the introduction of that model of service delivery certainly would afford individuals more of an opportunity to make individual choices, which may or may not then have resulted in some change. But beyond that kind of very general comment, I couldn't give you more facts at this stage. Can, however, ask colleagues in the Health and Social Care Partnership. I don't think there's anybody on the call at this moment in time, but I can ask them to provide more detail to Councillor Speed offline if that would be helpful.
I think the answer is, Councillor Speed, we'll try and find out and get back to you with an answer.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, as far as I think it's concerning that self-directed support has been used since 2016 with regards to the decisions that have been taken, when actually I think clarity would be really good, because many, if not all of the residents who would have in the past applied for sheltered housing and indeed been residents within sheltered housing would not have necessarily been in a place where they would have been assessed as needing self-directed support. However, many of them still chose to buy into that warden service because it provided that security, that peace of mind. There was very much a preventative service so that we prevented people, older people, from having to then rely on, needing higher of care and support. Self-directed support is for meeting personal care needs of individuals. So I don't think there's anything to say that an applicant or a tenant couldn't buy into a warden service and indeed have a self-directed support care package as well. I think there's a huge muddle here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I thank you for that? I mean, we're actually here to ask questions of people from the deputation, not the sort of...
Sorry, but
let's get
fully
back.
Respecting Mrs. Turner's deputation and just wanted to tease out some of the things that were in that. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Turner? Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. It's not a question for Mrs. Turner, but I think the question about SDS, which was certainly discussed in the last administration, and obviously Councillor Cheat was not a councillor at that point in time. I would have thought Mr. Morrow should be able to give us an answer on what impact SDS had on sheltered housing. I appreciate that Ms Lindsay wasn't briefed on it, but I would expect Mr Morrow to be able to give us an explanation.
Councillor Duff, you're absolutely right, and I remember, you know, the same token, but I think we've got to get back on the questions. I think Councillor Speed, there's a wee bit going off the track there, so I'd like to get back on the questions to Ms Turner, and Councillor Speed's questions can be answered later by the appropriate people. Are there any other further questions from Ms Turner? Okay, thank you, Ms Turner. Thank you very much for coming and thanks for your excellent brief. It was greatly appreciated by all who attended, and I'm sure you noted that by the questions that were asked.
Thank you very much for the time you've given me. Thank you.
The next member who we would like to ask to come on is Squadron Leader, or Mr Gus Layton from the North West Community Council.
Provost, Mr Layton doesn't appear to be in our call today. We will try and give him another contact. We have sent him the link. Could we maybe take the deputation from Mr Gill?
Yeah.
We'll try to.
Thanks, Sean. I've just been informed there. We can't say we get hold of Mr Layton. So we'll then move on to the next deputy, and that's Mr Mark Guild. Mr Guild.
Ladies and gentlemen, elected members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Can you all hear me quite clearly? Good, okay. I'd like to begin by thanking Councillor David Cheap for his previous motion and common sense attitude towards Angus Council, and our elected members achieving best use and best value of public money. Ingalls Court, well, we very much want to save it and put it to good use. We are happy to purchase Ingalls Court or see it put on the market to achieve best value for the public first. There may be better people to deliver a service at Ingalls Court than ourselves, but if it were ourselves, we would intend to return it to sheltered retirement housing to provide care for elderly disabled people. It would be run privately by Guild Homes or another housing provider and would provide a warden service. Now, we request Angus Council work with us and provide us with the opportunity. We consider the demolition of Ingalls Court to be a waste of public money, and to demolish Ingalls Court for affordable housing to be a waste of public money. It was designed and built as sheltered housing, retirement housing. It has been upgraded for sheltered housing, retirement housing, with I believe around 700,000 having been spent in the last 10 years. So we believe Ingalls Court should be used for the purpose it was built. Any businesses are all very similar, and they rely on a good product. There's a very good product there. There's a very good facility. They rely on a good location. Edzell's the perfect location, and they rely on a good value for money service. And obviously, the service being removed has been the issue in this case. Now, Angus Council have told us they couldn't rent the properties. Not being able to rent retirement homes in a retirement village, that's quite a tall tale to believe, especially in the middle of housing shortages. Now, I told Angus Council, I hope people to leave their homes, happy homes, and what for? To provide land for affordable housing? Is that really more important than caring for old people? And yet still, it took 4 years to empty Ingalls Court, all without a valuation survey to inform the elected members of the value of the building they wish to demolish, all without a structural survey to inform the elected members of the structural condition of the building being demolished, and all without the public being properly informed or consulted. All this should really have been done before these people were moved out of their houses. And from our survey results, this is against the wishes of 95% of the people staying in Edzell who did not want to see Ingalls Court demolished. 99% of the people in Edzell want to see Angus Council provide best value for public money. We believe Angus Council have to stop demolishing houses and making people homeless. Angus Council demolished nearly as many houses as they build. Angus Council have added 29 houses to the affordable housing supply in the last 10 years, at a cost of around 45 million. That's around 1.5 million per house. Now, by comparison, our own company, Guild Homes, has delivered 72 additional affordable houses in the last 10 years, not at inflated prices, but all built at around cost price for the local community. And in addition, we've paid commuted sums of £514,000.
Mr. Gill, Ingalls Court, please.
I'm just sticking on that. Payments that should be used by Angus Council to deliver affordable housing and add to the housing supply, not to knock it down like Ingalls Court. And we object strongly to public money being used in this way. Instead of providing best value, Angus provide little value. And I believe this has to stop. It's time for Angus to listen to the public. We've heard today about the human impact as well. Angus Council are there to act in the public interest. Angus Council officers are paid to protect public assets and spend public money wisely and trust them to do so. So, the money that Angus Council waste, whether it's funded by Angus Council or the Scottish Government, makes absolutely no difference. It's not their money, it is public money. And because wherever the money comes from, ultimately the public have to pay for it. It's unacceptable to see Angus Council waste money, waste public money, and Ingalls Court today provides a prime example. I would ask today that elected members be as good at look at the best value options for Ingalls Court, request your own officers to carry out an honest, open and transparent options appraisal and reconsider this waste of public money and reconsider the demolition of Ingalls Court. I thank you all very much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Gill, thank you very much. Still, you're always very eloquent. And the first question is from Councillor Miles.
Thanks, Provost. Thank you, Mr. Guild. You made a commitment there to reinstate Ingalls Court as sheltered housing for the elderly with a warden. Do you envisage a live-in warden in this instance? And I'll just ask the second part of the question. And who would pay for this? Would the residents be expected to pay for it, or would Guild Homes pick up the full cost of this?
Whether it would be a warden, a live-in warden, or a warden that doesn't live in would come down to demand. The cost, there has to be a service charge for a warden. I believe Angus Council charge for wardens. I believe private providers charge for wardens. The key here is to save Ingalls Court, and you have a very good building in a very good location. So surely all of us can put our heads together and work together to provide the best possible service, not only for people in Edzell, but for the many, many people that would be attracted to Edzell and the excellent facilities and the excellent environment there is to stay in. So the business would succeed, as any business will succeed, on a value for money and quality service. And the value for the money and the quality has to be balanced with the cost. Balance these together, I have no doubt there is no commercial risk. Can I ask, and this might be one for Mr. Morrow, has Ingalls Court been offered to any of the housing providers, the housing associations who would provide sheltered housing in Angus? Who are the private companies that provide sheltered housing in Angus, and have they been offered Ingalls Court, and what has there been response? I know they have them. Where else are the sheltered housing for the private sheltered housing facilities?
Again, we're not in a debate and we're not asking questions. You were asked a question by Councillor Miles. You've given an answer, and your answer is that you would provide a warden, and there would be, whether it was live in or live away, and there would be a cost, and that's fine. Councillor Miles.
Just a supplementary there. We've been in indications are that there's a low demand. There's a very low take up of the service. Could it still be provided? Apparently, there's only 3 requests for supported housing. Now, there's a difference between supported housing and sheltered housing. Supported housing is where you get support from a warden or cost-air type service. I believe there's only 3 on the waiting list for that, as opposed to 246 for affordable housing. If that was all the uptake there would be, could a warden be afforded low uptake?
A warden couldn't be afforded with that uptake, but as I've already said, I see no commercial risk in taking on this project, because I'm sure you would fill Ingalls Court with sheltered housing, and I'm prepared to take the commercial risk. I would also make the comment, are the figures provided? I think the figures provided with regard to the list for sheltered housing is provided by the same housing service that are looking to demolish Ingalls Court to gain the land for affordable housing.
Mr. Guild, you're putting words into housing officer's mouth here, and if I could put words in your mouth, you have a gain to be had if affordable housing is not provided in this manner, because you can provide it in another manner. So there's obviously a quid pro quo here for yourself, I believe.
How does that gain work? Could you explain that, Councillor Miles? I fail to understand your point.
Yes, I mean, you're providing affordable housing in some of your schemes, and if we don't provide affordable housing on this site, then there'll be a bigger demand for the affordable housing you provide.
The affordable housing on our sites is taken up with the housing association, and there will be demand for the 24 sheltered housing units, and there will be demand for the 14 units on our site. I'm happy to guarantee demand for both, and that we will deliver both. It's not an either-or situation, it's delivery of both.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much for that, for your explanation, Mr. Gill. Thanks very much, Councillor Miles, for the question. I think we've got to make sure we don't go off track. The next question is from Councillor Hines.
Mr. Gould, you mentioned that once you bought that property, if you were successful, you'd be providing sheltered housing. However, what guarantee would the council have from that? Because once that building is sold to whoever ultimately buys that building, the council has no say in what the purpose of that building then has. So we heard from Ms. Turner very eloquently about the need for sheltered housing in Edzell, but once this goes out of council ownership, the council, the Health and Social Care Partnership, citizens across Edzell and North Angus, they have no guarantee of that service actually taking place ad infinitum, which is a concern. The other thing that concerns me as well is depending on the number of people applying for the sheltered housing versus a number of tenants. I'm assuming you're going for tenants and not bought properties with sheltered housing, although I don't know if that's something else you're considering. But the assistance that even if somebody's care needs are assessed of needing X amount of support, that package, whether it's dealt with for the individual with the individual's choice, or whether it goes into the a kitty for a warden, may not be enough to fund that warding. So I just really want to know how we can, well, how do we get around the fact that there is no guarantee of sheltered housing being provided in Edzell after 1, 5, 10 years? And can I have a point of clarification from Mr. Morrow on a point that you made as well? You said there'd only been 29 houses built in Angus in the last 10 years. Did I pick you up right on that?
Councillor Hans, let's just deal with Angus, with Edzell and Ingalls Court. Let's try on.
Can I have that point of clarification afterwards, please?
Oh, sorry, you're there to ask a question from Mr. Guild, and we're not really, we're not having a debate here. So I will just get back to it and allow Mr. Guild to answer your quite right question. Mr. Guild.
Thank you very much for your questions, Councillor Hans. I think the first point is we're saying it should go on the market. We're not saying we should be buying it. It has to go on the open market, and if we were successful. Assuming we or anyone else were successful, your question relates to how will it remain as sheltered housing. Now, that's a very good question and a very real question. I could point you to an example. If we're building housing as a housing developer, we provide, we have a site in Forfar just now, and we provide a percentage of affordable housing. That has to be affordable housing for Angus Council. Angus Council control us, and by that they create a Section 75 title condition, which means it has to be delivered as affordable. Now, I can see no reason why in the same way a title condition cannot be put on Ingalls Court. I know of other planning conditions where people have to be over 65, for example, to stay in certain developments, to say Ingalls Court is a sheltered housing scheme and will remain a sheltered housing scheme indefinitely. So regardless whether anyone rented the house in Ingalls Court, regardless whether even somebody owned the flat in Ingalls Court, because that might have been a better use for somebody's money rather than paying rent, at the end of the day, the whole matter has to be customer focused. The house must remain sheltered. So it has to be the next occupier, the following occupier, it must be sheltered at all times. So Angus Council have a huge legal department. I'm sure they can put it together, and there is a very, very tight title condition that can be put in that cannot be revoked to ensure that service remains. I see Councillor Duff shaking his head, but I mean, surely in this day and age, a title condition can be put in place, and that is certainly what I would be looking to get done, regardless of who the buyer is. I hope, does that answer your question?
Provost, can I ask law and admin whether that's
No, you asked a question.
Councillor Proctor, sorry, that's really important to understand that for determination.
We could pick that up later on, but I'm sorry. It's a question for Mr. Gill. We're not going into debates and that at the moment. So we could just hang fire on that one if you don't mind. Councillor Salmon.
Yes, thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mr. Guild, for your presentation. I really want one of my officers to address one of the points that you raised. You seem to be querying the waiting list statistics that Angus Council have, but I wanted one of my officers to confirm that I think we have independent auditing done of these statistics. So can I maybe ask one of the housing team to address that, please?
Councillor Salmon, we're actually going off beat here. Can we just stay on to ask questions on Ingalls Court? If you don't mind. Okay, I'm
sorry, Provost. I think that point Mr. Guild made was about Ingalls Court and Edzell. So I think it's really important for the public that are viewing this to have clarity here on questions and comments that are being made.
Provost, if that's answered my question, should be answered as well.
Councillor Hans, could you please just hang fire every minute?
Provost, I think we could pick up the clarification when we go to debate Ingalls Court. By the relative officers, and as it's live streamed, the members of the public will be able to.
Both Councillor Hans and Councillor Salmon, we are going to be debating Ingalls Court shortly, and I think both these points will be brought out then, or should be brought out then, not at this stage, if you don't mind. And I'd just like to move on and ask Councillor Fairweather, but he's got a comment.
Right. Thank you, Provost, and I do have a question, but can I just say that both Councillor Hans and Salmon's questions were extremely pertinent and important. But to Mr. Guild, thanks for your presentation, Mr. Guild. Given that there are 247 families working, looking for family housing in Edzell at this present time, have you spoken to any of these families regarding what comments they wish to make regarding that? And also, we'll go on about best value, but £3.5 million from the Scottish Government, and that's what's being provided to help build these houses. And they're actually asking us at this present time and pressing us, why are we not building houses? And here we have a hold up. Surely best value is using this grant, is giving the people of Edzell state-of-the-art carbon efficient houses. Can you perhaps give me what your thoughts are on those, especially 1 and 2, please?
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Fairweather. With regarding the families, I obviously haven't spoken to the families because I don't know who they are. But I would be very keen for the information to be provided to me so I could see who they are, and where they want to stay. Do they want to stay in Edzell or do they want to stay in North Angus? So I very much invite, and I'm grateful for you asking that question, and I would like if we could maybe get a wee analysis of, is it North Angus or is it indeed Edzell? So if these figures could be made available to the public. With regard to your second question, 3.5 million from the Scottish Government. The reports I've written are it's 1.2 million from the Scottish Government and it's 3.5 million in total cost. So I think you may have that wrong, and you might want to go back and look at that in more detail. But do the Scottish Government know you're knocking down 25 houses to build 21 with external stairs, with gardens smaller than planners would require of guild homes, with less parking than would be required of guild homes, with no room for washing lines, a complete second-rate development that's been approved through the back door that no private builder would get? Are the Scottish Government aware of the lengths Angus Council will go to promote their own developments? Could you answer the question, please, Councillor Fairweather?
Well, thanks for that, Councillor Gill. Mr. Knight, maybe we should call you Councillor Gill because you seem to think that you're on Angus. But
I think that's been a personal comment.
Again, we're moving into the operational. But I'm quite happy that our officers do get in touch with you regarding what the grant funding is. I would think your suggestion that you would wish to know who all these families are. They're on our housing list, but I would suggest that due to data protection, we would not be issuing you with that. That's up for you. You can call a public meeting at any time, to ask these people what their thoughts are, because it seems they have been sidelined completely.
I fail to understand. I fail to understand how I can contact the people if there's no identity. I do not need their identity. I just need the figures of the people for the houses. And are the requirements for North Angus or are they for Edzell? Are they all for Edzell as your council represents? This is a matter of honesty and Angus Council telling the truth. I'd like you to make the figures public.
Right.
Do you agree?
Gentlemen, could you just stop? I just want to bring councillors' attention to standing orders, and standing order number 12, subparagraph 4, actually outlines about questions on deputations, and it actually backs up just what I said and how I ruled. So if we could please stick to questions on it, Ingle Court, and not be sidetracked, and thank you. Right, Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. Is this just questions for Mr. Guild just now, or can we ask questions of officers?
On Mr. Guild, which Mr. Guild has given his deputation, he's spoken, asking a question on what he has said. That's what it's about. Okay, we will then discuss Ingle Court in full, where all the information that people quite rightly have brought up will be able to be brought out into the public domain.
Okay then, so my question then to Mr. Guild would be, if the property was put on the open market and sold to the highest bidder, and well, let's say for instance Mr. Guild was successful, he did mention about the possibility that the council could put in clauses into that sale. What would be the scenario should Mr. Guild decide, or whoever the highest bidder was, decide to sell that property on after a year, or indeed demolish the property? Could Mr. Guild answer that?
I think the title clause is attached to the title of the property, so there's nothing can happen with the property with that clause in place. So the property is to there. It could not be demolished without the consent of Angus Council at any point in the future. And if it's sold, the title condition remains with the property because it's the property and the title of the property that you sell. So anyone buying, whoever bought it on this occasion, buys it with these title conditions. And it's accepted that these are the title conditions, and these are the title conditions indefinitely. Does that answer your question, Councillor Stewart?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Brace, I know it's your hand.
Yes, well, Provost, I would just like to thank you for sticking to standing orders here. And it's quite clear, we're on item 3, deputation request. We've had Ms Turner's deputation, we ask questions. We've now got Mr Gill's deputation, and we're allowed to ask him questions and to listen to the answers. This is not the time for calling in officers asking for clarification on anything. There are other means to do that, so thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bernice. We still haven't been able to Gus Layton yet. Are there any other questions for Mr Gould? Councillor Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr Gould, for your presentation. I just want to clarify a point. If Angus Council set this up and said this has to be sheltered accommodation and it was sold on, would somebody be able to pay a commuted sum to revert it?
Mr Gould.
I don't quite, thank you for the question, Councillor. I don't quite understand the question. I see no relationship between sheltered housing and the requirement to deliver affordable housing. This is if you're trying to suggest that as a builder we would then be trying to get a commuted sum and deliver private housing on Edsel, no, we're there to, I hope that's not what you're suggesting.
No, I'm suggesting that if somebody were to sell it on after the first purchase from the council.
Well, if they were to sell it on, that would be existing sheltered housing, which hopefully provides affordable service and a good service, not additional. Everyone's seeking to provide additional. So if it's already in existence, it wouldn't count. So I think you're perfectly safe in that context. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Gill. Thank you, Councillor Moore. Are there any other questions? Mr Gill, it doesn't seem to be anyone else. Thank you very much for answering the questions. You can move out of the communication. I don't know. I'm not evicting you, but
Provost, I had my hand up to answer the question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand, Councillor Cheap. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Carry on.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. I will keep it brief on this one. Just bearing in mind because we are looking here talking about best value, the whole thing, and best value means pound, shilling, and pence more than anything else. Mr. Guild, the cost of this development, we're told, could be £3.8 million, regardless of where the money is coming from. I'm sure people get their facts right.
You're asking Mr. Guild, Councillor Cheap.
No, I'm asking Mr. Guild.
Sorry, it's only a question regarding.
Okay, the question, Mr. Guild, is for the number of properties.
If you're asking him a question, ask him a question. If not,
well, I'm trying to, Provost, but you're talking over me. Mr. Guild, what my question to you is, for the number of properties that are proposed for this development and the makeup of these properties, 10 one-bedroom flats, 2 one-bedroom houses, 2 two-bedroom flats, 5 two-bed houses, and 2 three-bed houses. From your experience as an experienced developer in Angus particularly, is £3 million a good value to build properties of that size and nature? And having seen the plans as you've referred to, is £3.8 million good value?
The figures seem excessive, but all Angus Council projects are. I don't know what to spend all the money on. If I give you a comparable, we've just built 22 for social rent, of which there are 12 one beds, 2 3 beds, 12, 14, and I think there was 14. Yeah, there was, I think, 6 2-beds and 2 3-bed bungalows. So there were 22 in total, and the sum came to 2.6 million.
Really?
Yeah, and that's for 2 3-bedroom, 2 stories, 12 one-bed flats, 2 stories, all got their own entrance, 2 3-bedroom bungalows, all dedicated to special needs and so forth, 6 2-bedroom bungalows, all again for special needs, access and so forth, all built to a very high B rating, just about an A rating in terms of energy efficiency, all with the best of local materials, local tradesmen, and all with very happy houses. So there you go, 2.6 million for 22 units.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Thank you.
I think we've gone far enough on that. Now, Mr. Guild, thank you very much for all your information you've passed on. We've still had any communication with Mr. Layton? No, okay.
There's been no, we have emailed Mr. Layton a number of times.
Yeah.
Colleague,
okay.
Unfortunately, Mr. Layton.
Right, being that the council officers here have actually tried extensively to get hold of Mr. Layton, and we can't seem to, I want to move on, and I would ask council colleagues if you'd be mindful if we moved item 17 on now, and some of the people who have asked questions, I'll maybe be able to bring them out, and if we go on to item 17, Ingalls Court, Edsel, are you minded that we do it? Do you agree that?
Agreed.
Yes,
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The joint report 287 of week 21 by the Director of Legal and Democratic Services and Interim Director of Vibrant Communities has produced the report. I think Councillor Salmon, if you want to lead on that.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I'm really just going to introduce this report, and then I think Councillor Brays and Councillor Miles will take over from me. And I think some of my initial comments might not be very popular, having listened to the debate, but never mind. So sometimes in life and business, to move forward, we have to pause, take stock, rethink, and then move forward to deliver on our goal. Today is one of these occasions. As convener of communities, I take very seriously my role in delivering new social housing for Angus residents. Currently, we have over 7,500 social houses on the council's housing revenue account, and we have a tenants representation group who are the voice of these 7,500 households. Angus Council's current SHIP, Strategic Housing Investment Plan, which was fully agreed by this council's elected members, has a plan to deliver 21 new mainstream family houses in Edsel on the Ingalls Court site. All committee processes have been agreed, and the site has full planning permission, and Angus Council's tenant steering group also support the project. As convener, I am fully committed to delivering the agreed project, and in doing so, providing 21 new houses to the families on the current waiting list, which is sitting at 247 for the Edsel area. What has alarmed me in the last few months is the lack of a voice from Edsel and Beacon community representatives for the 247 families in this locality about the need to provide new social houses for these residents. There has been total silence. This totally shocks me that the only voices we have heard are against providing social housing in Edsel. Where are the voices who support social housing, who quite rightly advocate more social housing, houses with adaptations, and houses for homeless in Angus? Can someone please tell me why families on the Edsel social housing waiting list should be denied new build houses on the Ingalls Court site, while nearly every other locality in Angus is having new social housing being built by Angus Council? So that's my rant over, and I'm going to move over to be a little bit more positive, and I'm going to support the solution that we've been working on. So I reached out to Councillor Miles and Councillor Brays to find a credible way forward. And today I am delighted that an amendment is coming forward to pause the project and have a full options appraisal done and detailed evaluation of the site. This will address the asks of many people in the Angus community, and I hope all colleagues today can unify behind the amendment. They say it's good to talk, and that's very apt. Councillor Brays and myself, with a small team of officers, have jointly worked extremely well to develop the amendment you'll see later today. I'd like to thank the opposition leader and the administration group leader for their full support in identifying a positive way forward. While my end goal is to deliver the new housing project, I am fully committed to supporting this amendment. The results of the options appraisal will allow all 28 elected members to make a final decision on how to develop the Ingalls Court site. Ultimately, I personally hope that the result is the 21 new houses being built, but we shall wait on the outcome of the options appraisal. So I'm happy to pass over to Councillor Braes if he wants to take up, and he can outline his amendment, and Councillor Miles will second.
Point of order, Provost.
Before we do that, Councillor Salmon, that there's a couple of people got their hand up, and I may have missed them. First of all was Councillor Hans. I'm sorry, Councillor Hans.
To find out if I'm able to ask my points of clarification.
Well, can we actually deal with this amendment, see how we go, and then you ask the point of clarification? Would you be happy with that?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost. I think it would be better to get these questions to officers asked first before we go at any amendments or proposals. So there's many questions being already raised for officers, and I would like officers' replies on some of these questions before we go to any amendments or proposals. So could we please get questions of officers first before we go to the proposal? Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll go with the flow. I'll go with what Councillor Miles has suggested. Councillor Hans, can you ask your point of clarification again, please?
I have two. The first one was to Mr. Morrow, just to clarify the number of council houses that has been built in Angus in the last 10 years. And for Mrs. Buchanan, can you confirm whether there's a procedure in law that would allow Ingalls Court to remain as sheltered housing in perpetuity? Because I can't actually think of one.
Mr. Morrow, could you answer the first question, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Sorry, that would be for me, I take it, in terms of perpetuity.
First question was about the houses, the many houses, was it not? And the second question was about in perpetuity, keeping it as a sheltered housing accommodation. Mr. Morrow?
Chair, yeah, if you're happy for me to go first. Thank you. I don't have that figure to hand at the moment, Councillor Hands, but we've been building new build council houses since around 2011, and generally it's been around about between 30 and 50 new properties per year. That it forms part of our strategic housing investment plan, and that captures new build social affordable housing from both the council and housing associations. And this year, I'm sure you know, Councillor, that in the strategic housing investment plan, we have a target figure of 120 new affordable homes over the period, and actually we're going to be delivering more than that. So we're hitting our target at the moment. I think one of the points that's been made, which is quite right, is that over that 10-year period, we have been demolishing some of our existing housing stock that doesn't meet our current needs. That's both in terms of the needs of the people as patterns of demand change, and in fact as aspirations change, but also in terms of being able to meet current and new standards in terms of energy efficiency and so on. So we've taken a regeneration approach to that, in which obviously we look at the existing housing stock and its viability in the future and whether it can meet the needs of, say, zero carbon by 2025. And we've taken a view on some of those properties that the best way of addressing them is to clear that old stock and to replace it with new build affordable housing that has very high specification, very high standards in terms of energy efficiency, and actually meets the kind of home that people want to live in. A lot of that is removing flats that have doors from an entry, and certainly deck access blocks in the past have provided issues around neighbour disputes and antisocial behaviour. So our focus has been on removing that type of property. But that is really informed by the patterns of demand that we've seen over the years. And when we do build the new houses, they are homes that have their own door, they have their own defensible space. They're very high specification because they're built for the sort of a 60-year period where we try and minimise the amount of maintenance costs. So obviously we have a high specification to start with. And what we found from the surveys that we undertake for the people that move into their homes is that they're very happy with the houses and very happy with the space that they provide and the energy efficiency standards that they provide, because one of the things we try and do is combat fuel poverty wherever we can. So I can certainly get you the exact figures in terms of the number of new builds after the meeting, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. You're happy with that, Councillor Hans? Ms Buchanan, the second question about the perpetuity.
Yes, sorry, I jumped the gun a wee bit there, Provost. So in terms of perpetuity, just to clarify a couple of points here, a sale with title conditions which restrict its use, that's very different to a Section 75 agreement. Now, a Section 75 agreement is put in place against a title to ensure that very specific conditions in a planning decision notice are adhered to. So you would need to have some sort of planning decision notice and specific conditions in terms of that. And if we were selling as an owner of a property, we wouldn't be doing that as a planning authority, being putting in place a Section 75 over the land. That just wouldn't happen. It can never be used by the council as a landowner as a mechanism to control the future use of land we're selling. Now, in terms of title conditions, this is actually detailed in the report for Ingalls Court under paragraph 3.2. And what's explained there is that the current legal land ownership framework in Scotland actually discourages any restrictions on future use. The feudal tenure system was done away with quite some time ago. So it restricts that in terms of when a property is sold. I mean, it can be done, but it can be difficult to enforce. And it's open for a party who purchases under any restrictions to go to the Lands Tribunal and challenge that. So that means it is quite difficult to restrict a use, certainly in perpetuity, as Councillor Hans has asked about.
Okay, you happy with that, Councillor Hans? Are you happy with Mrs Buchanan's? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go down the list of hands that have gone up, and then we'll come back to the amendment. I've got Councillor Miles. Is that an old hand or is it something else?
No, it's a question. And this maybe circumvents some of the points that Gus Layton was maybe going to bring up, because he's asked it in an email. There's much to be made of the carbon footprint of both new build and refurbished properties. Could some of the officers please indicate sequestration is like, or any embodied carbon or utilisation of carbon? It's very much a hot topic just now with COP26 coming up. So how have we assessed the carbon footprint of this project and the development, and will it result in a net carbon gain or a carbon loss? Thank you.
Mr. Morrow, will you maybe be able to answer that?
Provost, I'm happy to come in. It's Gavin Balfour.
Hi, Gavin, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry,
yeah, okay. So yeah, happy Provost to talk about the carbon. I think the demolition will immediately lose embodied carbon. I don't think there's any disagreement on that. However, you know, the building does not meet our tenant demand. It will lay empty, wasting all that carbon and not generating any income for the housing revenue account. The decisions we make as a council are not solely based on carbon emissions. There needs to be a balance in our decision making to ensure they also contribute to outcomes contained within our Angus Local Outcome Improvement Plan, our locality plans, and indeed our own council plan. Examples of these are an inclusive and sustainable economy, improved physical, mental, emotional health and well-being, and an enhanced and protected natural and built environment. So whilst we accept that there is a carbon impact, we minimise that by recycling as much of the materials as we can, we build back with houses that match demand, with materials specified from the Green Building Guide, with renewable heating sources, and building on a resultant brownfield site, which means we're not removing a virgin greenfield site with its natural carbon sequestration excuse me, qualities and biodiversity. So the lost embodied carbon through demolition will eventually be cancelled out by the method
Is
through...
now joining.
Oh, will I carry on?
Yeah, carry on, go on, Gavin.
Yeah. The lost embodied carbon through demolition will eventually be cancelled out by this method through the reuse and recycling of materials, the efficiencies of the new stock, and not developing a greenfield site. That's me.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Miles, answer your question.
Yes, thank you, Gavin. That clarifies what has been quite a pertinent question by many in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I've just been informed that we managed to get hold of Gus Layton. He couldn't communicate with us through no fault of his own. So I'm going to let him give his deputation. I can rule that. However, before I do so, I'll let Councillor Speed and Councillor Cheap ask their questions. Sorry, Councillor Bell was the next one. I beg your pardon. Councillor Bell, then Councillor Speed, then Councillor Cheap. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. I was actually getting ready to speak after Councillor Brays.
Okay,
I want to speak after his amendment, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's okay. And the reason I've held back on you, Councillor Brays, because it's for exactly the same thing. Councillor Cheap, you got anything else to say? You've got your hand up. You're muted. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just having the same problems as usual with muting. My questions are to Mr. Morrow. Mr. Morrow, just we've had the point made about 246 families requiring affordable housing in EDSO. Can we get that clarified to say, is that 246 families only looking for housing in EDSO, or are these families also on effectively lists for other boroughs within Angus as well? That's the first question.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, you've got a second one. Carry on, Councillor Cheap.
Oh, well, okay. I'm happy to. The second one really was just on, again, these are important points. You know, again, Mr. Moore mentioned that on average 30 to 50 new houses per annum being built, and then went back and said, of course, yes, we have had demolishment as well throughout all that period. So perhaps we should be looking at what the new net gains are on average per year, so we get the true picture of additional houses stock built at Angus Council, not replacement housing stock, but net new builds. That was my second part of it.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Morrow.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Cheap. The first question in terms of the 246, 247 people on the waiting list, the way that the waiting list works is that applicants will give their locational preferences. So the number that we have on the list who have expressed an interest in having accommodation in EDSO is the 246, 247, but that's not specifically to EDSO, because they can obviously have other locations within their preferences as well. So that would be EDSO and probably other parts in the North housing market area and possibly other areas in Angus as well. So the number we've picked out, like we could do in any parts of Angus, is the ones that have expressed EDSO as part of their preferences. And we don't know from that if that's their first preference or their second. That's the number that we have, that we include the places, say, as part of their preference.
Okay, just to respond, and thanks, Mr. Murphy, for your honesty on that. It's quite clear to say in that case that there are not 246 families specifically looking to live in EDSO. The second part then on the net new house build, please.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a figure that the elected members want, then clearly we can provide that.
Okay. Okay.
Right, colleagues, if you're mindful that I go back and ask Gus Layton if he would like to give his deputation, and then once that's done, We've asked these questions. He's given 10 minutes to ask the question. We then revert to this motion that we're dealing with, and we're at the place where Councillor Braze is going to put an amendment. Are we happy to do that?
Sorry, Provost, can I just, because I had my hand up to speak, am I going to get to speak?
Your hand there, Councillor Speaks, go on.
Sorry, yeah, I thought you had. Can I continue?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, thanks, Provost. As you know, at the last council meeting where Ingalls Court was an agenda item, I tried to bring forward and suggest that there may be a material change of circumstance. However, this was not taken into consideration, and I wasn't allowed to give my reasons. However, I believe that due to the pandemic, specifically in relation to this agenda item, older people and people with disabilities, that there has been a significant impact, as well as changes that saw a move to choice-based letting, alongside a marked increase in care being delivered at home throughout this time. I've looked back at reports since kind of 2012, 2016, which saw the removal of the warden service, as well as the recent reporting on this agenda. I have been in touch with Angus Health and Social Care Partnership officers, as well as Housing and Mr. Morrow. Based on the information provided kindly by Housing, I have a few questions around choice-based letting and therefore demand for Ingalls Court. There are currently 1,308 applicants on the list, with 227 living in the North area. Only 193 applicants have made a bid for housing in the over 60s age bracket. Of the remaining 1,115, do we know if they have the capability to use the system and bid for properties such as Ingalls Court? The waiting list applicants over the age of 60 in the North housing market area has increased from 18 to 227 since 2016. So how is there no demand if the list is increasing? This is a trend across Angus and conveys a need for older people and people with disabilities rather than a decline. Total applicants with a medical and support need has increased from 22 to 202, and those looking for adapted housing within this age group has went from 0 to 68. Can this increase in demand be explained, and does that not demonstrate a need for this type of housing? The average wait time for applicants over 60 years has been around 500 days and as high as 621 days, which suggests people waiting for suitable housing, which again suggests demand for housing. So I'd like answers to those questions first, but I also have a few other comments to make, if that's okay, Provost, as well, and may have follow-up questions.
Well, we're quite mindful of the time, Councillor Speed, but Mr. Morrow or any one of the council officers, can you answer Councillor Speed's first question, please? Number.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. You're right, Councillor Speed. We've provided the figures. I don't think we've had time to interpret the figures because, as you know, we've been working hard to provide those figures to you over the last couple of days. And I think, no doubt you remind me of your questions, but one of them I think was about why in the number of older people applying for housing. I think generally there's been an increase from all age groups over the last few years. As we know, pressure on affordable housing has increased. Turnover is not great in some areas, and generally there's been an increase in the number of households looking for housing. Over that time as well, I would say that we've seen an increase in people in financial difficulty, which means they come to us in terms of the council to find affordable social housing because they find it difficult to access housing in the private sector that they can afford. So that is the same, I think, for all age groups. You're quite right, I think, that in terms of the figures, they suggest that there's been an increase in the number of older people with medical needs as well. That may suggest, obviously, that in line with a an older population that is, in terms of demographics, getting older, the proportion of people now with medical needs has increased, I think. So again, that might suggest why there's been an increase in the number. In terms of how that fits with the provision of retirement housing, what we have found, though, is that many of those people, when they present, they don't necessarily look for a sheltered or retirement environment, because they can receive the support they need through self-directed support in a number of homes, and very often, obviously, they can stay in their existing home. What our ambition is, clearly, is to try and make all of our housing stock of a type that older people can live in, and people with disabilities can live in as well. And that's why we have a proportion of our new build housing to meet particular needs. And obviously, if we can achieve a barrier-free status for much of the stock, that's what we intend to do. So that is our ambition, to make all of our housing stock meet the needs of a wider group of people, and meet their needs as they become older, irrespective of any medical condition they have. And I think that's what self-directed support was intended to do when it was brought in as a policy change by the government, because it has allowed more people to stay in the home where they have kind of a support network in place, and they have friends and relatives that are close to them and can help to look after them. And that has definitely meant a drop-off in demand for sheltered and retirement housing of the type that we have, and others have as well, not just in Angus and in Aberdeenshire, our neighbours, but across Scotland. So what that means is that most social housing providers, and I'm talking about social housing here, they have seen that drop off in demand for specialist housing for older people, whereas the demand and the pressure for mainstream housing has continued to rise. Does that answer a number of the questions?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really answer the questions with regards to demand for with older people and people with disabilities and the increase. Yeah, it still doesn't answer that, and I still find it very vague in terms of self-directed support being a kind of key factor that keeps being brought into this. I have had a response from the Health and Social Care Partnership throughout the meeting. Would it be helpful if I read that out for everyone around the table?
We seem to spend a long time. I mean, how long is it going to be? Because we've got Mr. waiting. We've got an amendment to deal with, which is going to broaden this whole thing out. And I don't want to just spend all the rest of the time discussing this. So if it's going to be a short, sharp burst, I'm happy. If it's going to be a long, drawn out thing, it's something we might want to save for later. Okay.
I'll make it short and sharp, Provost.
Pardon?
I'll make it short and sharp.
Good lad, well done.
Okay, so I think the main points to consider that has been forwarded to me is that self-directed support provision follows an assessment of need. And if that assessment indicates a need for personal care or personal care and support, then that is provided regardless of the setting. So previously, tenants who had resided in sheltered housing and used the warden service didn't necessarily have a personal care and support need. When the tenancy support service was removed in 2016, it is perhaps to be noted the uptake of self-directed support and housing was very low because the vast majority of people in that setting did not need it. So I think it clarifies that there's nothing in terms of self-directed support, certainly from my interpretation, that is changed in which the way that the Health and Social Care Partnership can deliver their care. It's not kind of, it's not set independent.
Okay, thank you for that. The idea, obviously, is just what Mr. Morris said, you've said, and others, and we all know, self-directed support enable people, elderly folk, including me, to live in their own home as long as they can, and that is it. So I think we maybe just we'll finish on that. And are you happy that I now ask Gus Layton to come in and give his deputation? Have we all agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. Could we get Gus Layton in?
Provost, Mr. Layton should be in the call. Mr. Layton, are you hearing us?
Okay.
Mr. Layton will require to unmute just due to some background noise. We'll have to mute him.
Okay. Mr. Layton, you've got some background noise apparently, so you'll have to get that sorted out and then unmute and give your deputation, please.
Provost, if I could ask Mr. Layton to try *6 to unmute himself on the telephone.
Well, do you want to tell him that, Sarah, just to broadcast it?
That's the only way of getting in touch with him.
You know what I mean? Mr. Layton?
Are you hearing us now, Mr. Layton?
Mr. Layton?
Ask him to *6.
*6.
*6.
*6, I'm told. I'm not really a high-tech man, but *6.
Hello.
We've got you now. Well done. Well done.
Hello?
Yes, got you.
Thank goodness.
Okay.
Sorry I've missed so much of the meeting. I spent about an hour trying to get connected on Microsoft Teams. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Now, just to explain, we've actually moved on from the deputation. However, I've ruled that saying you've been trying for ages to get in, that we have just held fast on the motion that's in front of us at the moment. It's been introduced and there's things happening, but you can give your 10-minute deputation. You'll then be asked questions, or maybe ask questions only on the relevant subject, i.e. Ingalls Court.
Okay.
And that's it. Okay, so fire away.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm Gus Layton. I'm chair of the Inverness Community Council. I got involved in this firstly because of the Working With You and Angus survey. Secondly, because a number of Edsall residents coming to me and asking that I speak at their demonstration. As a result of the obvious strength of feeling with the numbers turning up at that demonstration and the apparent inability of the 3 ward councillors to represent their constituents properly because of regulations, the Community Council raised the local petition. I have several points that should have been discussed today, and I don't know how many of them have been. As these were distilled from the opinions of more than 700 electors across the local area, when I say we, I am talking on their behalf. First of all, decisions made in silos. When the demolition of Ingalls Court was agreed at various committees, the councillors involved appeared to be only informed with what they needed to know to improve those stages. They never saw the whole picture. This is great for moving things forward, but we feel it doesn't produce properly informed decisions. Secondly, other social housing. The recently approved jury housing development of 57 houses will increase the size of Edsall by more than 10% in a period of 2 or 3 years. We feel that the effects of this on Edsall need to be seen before more housing is approved. Jury Hill will also include about 20 social housing units, which don't seem to have been factored into the Ingalls Court decision. There are also 6 brand new houses for rent at Inchbare. While it is acknowledged that Edsall is a nice place and people will wish to rent homes there, we don't want Edsall to change from a retirement village with 3 times the national average of over 75s into a new town. The decline of Ingalls' popularity has been mentioned. We feel there is a direct correlation between the reduction of warden support and the number of empty flats. The removal of the warden is said to be due to the introduction of self-directed support, but SDS is for personal assistance, e.g. with bathing or dressing. The warden helped with none of these things. What he did give was a sense of security and he could be approached with concerns by the residents. Or concerns of the residents. There's no reason why Ingalls Court residents couldn't have opted for SDS in their flats. Fourthly, use as social housing. In the report before you today, it states that the layout of Ingalls Court makes it unsuitable for use as social housing, yet several younger social housing tenants were housed there towards the closure of the unit, despite them being clearly incompatible with the elderly residents. We suspect that this was a thinly disguised ploy to drive out the remaining elderly residents, and that once that ploy has succeeded, they were moved out again. If they needed to be housed so desperately, why move them on so quickly? The carbon footprint. Angus Council have signed up to be green, but there appears to have been little consideration of the CO2 impact of demolishing Ingalls Court and building 21 social housing units on the site. While the proposed houses might be super efficient when occupied, we believe that the CO2 released during demolition and construction, which is referred to as embodied carbon, will far outweigh the reduction in operational CO2 emissions. The present Ingalls Court is quite carbon efficient, and the embodied carbon involved in refurbishment would be minimal. Also, why build social housing where there are few jobs and most occupants would have to commute to work? Edzo has a limited bus service, so that means more cars on the road. Again, not very green. Recycling. Several MSPs, at the request of their constituents, wrote to the Chief Executive about Ingalls Court. In her replies, the Chief Exec asserted that some of the present building would be used for the new housing. What exactly is to be reused? 7. Selling as a possibility. An unsolicited offer, as you know, has been made to purchase Ingalls Court, and while this may or may not be rejected, it indicates that the present building has a substantial value. Why not place it on the open market with the proviso that it be run as sheltered or retirement housing with some form of warden support for, say, 10 years? If there is still little demand, that will be a problem for the new operator, not Angus Council. The new social housing could then be built nearer to employment and with an extra 400k or more additional funding available. Finally, value for money. We, as an area, do not believe that the current plans represent good value for money. And when approximately £4 million of public money is involved, this is an essential consideration. Now, you may have discussed all these points before, or some of them, and I'm sorry it took me so long to join your meeting, and thank you for listening.
Okay, Mr. Lynn, thanks very much. Quite a few of your points have been addressed, to be honest. However, I'll ask council members if you'd like to ask Leighton any question. And the first question I've got is from Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost, and thank you, Mr. Leighton, for persevering getting in. Your question on the carbon and body carbon has already been answered by Gavin Balfour. Whether he wants to reiterate that for your benefit, it's up to him. But my question to you is, when going round and getting the mood of the village, and I have got the mood of the village quite well, and I actually take umbrage a little to the fact that we don't represent the people. We do, and we represent them very well. But the problem we're having is there's very few people actually applying to get into Ingalls Court, and hence the reason the number of voids were so high. Did you get any indication in the conversations you've had that people would move into Ingalls Court right now and take it up? Because many of the people that signed the petition were, let's say, not of an age that would satisfy the retirement housing that you suggest. So, first of all, did you get an indication there would be a large take-up, and approximately how many might be prepared to move in now if they got the chance? Thank you.
We didn't ask that question directly, Bob. I know that there was a waiting list when there was a warden there, when there was a warden service, and that things only tailed off when that warden service was reduced. And I feel that the people like Ingalls Court, the residents of Edzo like Ingalls Court as a going concern and would like to use it again. A number of people have come to me and said, oh yes, my uncle was in there or my parents were in there and they thought it was great. So there's no reason to believe that in future, where the same or similar services provided there, that it wouldn't be as popular again. There was a waiting list before.
Okay.
Yes, the reason I said you weren't able to represent your constituents properly was because I understand that you're limited in the number of questions you can ask at certain committees. That's why I said that we took it forward as a community council, because I can say what I like, basically.
Well, we have to be careful what we say, by all means,
I appreciate
and criticise publicly, but we can ask as many questions as we need to, especially in private. Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Councillor Mills, is that you?
No, I'll pass on to others, because most of the other points have been addressed. Only if Mr. Walford wants to reiterate his points on the carbon.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Sturrock.
Thank you, Provost. No, thank you, Mr. Layton, for your words and for your perseverance trying to take part in this discussion. It's just a point of clarification on something that you said. You said that you do not wish Edzell to become a town and you would like it to remain basically a retirement village. Is that correct in what you said?
Well, I said it is a retirement village, and it's increased by more than 10 or 12% in a couple of years will make a big difference to it. I think we should watch and see what happens regarding schooling, regarding other support services in the village and in the area before we start building more houses in there. Edzell is a nice area. It's understandable that people want to live in that area. But I think we should take things steadily.
Yeah, well, thanks for that clarification, because when I first heard what you said, I thought you were probably introducing an exclusionary process for the younger element to come into Edzell. But thanks for the clarification anyway.
Not at all.
Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll ask Mr. Layton. Anything? Okay, Councillor Sturrock, your hand's still up. I've got Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fairweather.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Layton. Mr. Layton, you've been quoted twice in the press saying it's going to cost £2 million tonight to knock down Ingalls Court. Can you perhaps inform the elected members where you got that figure from, and perhaps our officers can come in with the true figure?
That was a misquote. What I said was that approximately £2 million would be coming out of Angus Council budgets for the demolition and the rebuild.
Well, perhaps you should take it up. The fact that it's been said twice, you should take that up with the Courier.
Yeah, well, I'll have words with the Courier in due course.
Thank you.
But you can't always control exactly what they report, as you probably know yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Mr. Graham Brown's probably got that on note. He's in on this call. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Layton? Okay, and just to reiterate what Councillor Miles said, Mr. Balfour, who's an expert on the sort of carbon, he explained in full detail exactly what would happen, and what was proposed is not going to cause anything drastic for Edzell. Right, there'd be no Councillor Fairweather.
If I can interrupt you there just for a moment.
Yeah.
I did catch that bit about the carbon footprint, and it was also something mentioned about the recycling of some of the materials.
Yeah.
Can anybody tell me what is going to be recycled?
Well, okay, can I explain to you? I mean, I'm not a technician, but I'm just a common councillor, and who's a householder as well. And what happens in every work that's carried out with a demolition, all the material is recycled, whether it's ground up and used for something else, whether it gets put into something else. But every item or everything that can be recycled is recycled. That happens through Angus. You may well know, or maybe you don't know, that Angus in mainland Scotland is the second highest standard of recycling. and the council takes that very seriously. Okay, so there you go. Do you want to add anything on to that, Gavin, Mr. Balfour, what I just said? You know, me. Okay, right, anything else? Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Layton, for coming along, and well done for you managing to get in, and we'll move back to item 17 and continue where we left off. Councillor Salmon, you just might want to...
Layton
is now exiting.
Okay. Councillor Salmon, you might well just want to just remind people where we were at the end, and then we were talking about an amendment by Councillor Bray. So I hand to you again, Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to say much more. I think I've said enough. I think I was just passing over to Councillor Brace to introduce the agreed amendment, and Councillor Miles is going to second.
Okay, Councillor Brace.
Well, Provost and colleagues, I bring this amendment to you today, and I believe now Councillor Miles is my seconder. It is a product of open-minded discussion and cooperation, and I'd like to thank officers for their assistance during the process. When this council first met back in May 2017, the SNP group found ourselves in a non-administration role, opposition if you like. At the very first council meeting, I well remember our then group leader, Councillor Devine, saying that we would be constructive in our role, and we have tried to live up to that. We intend to carry on in the same vein under Councillor Whiteside's leadership. However, one of the most important roles of a non-administration councillor is to provide scrutiny and audit of the administration, to hold them to account, to provide different ideas, policies and strategies for elected members to intend to continue in that work and in a robust fashion. At the start of this council, there were 18 members of the administration and 10 in the non-administration. Now there are 14 of each. So very much into hung council territory. But the people of Angus should get the good governance they deserve, in which we, all of us, are surely duty bound to try to deliver until the council elections next May. There may well be such occasions again in the future, where compromise and cooperation is required of us. This might be sometimes difficult. The SNP group have some fundamental differences with the administration on certain matters of policy. However, we'll do our best and hope that all elected members will do likewise. To the amendment. You should all have it in front of you now, and it's pretty straightforward. I don't think I need to read it out. It recognises that good governance requires consideration to be given to best value. We shouldn't put the wrecking ball through Ingalls Court before trying to establish the market value of it, because without a good idea of its true value, we can't accurately assess the true cost of the housing development to propose to replace it. And at this point, I think it would be remiss of me not to mention the considerable efforts Councillor Cheap has made in the pursuit of best value regarding Ingalls Court. Ingalls Court may not be suitable for Angus Council's current requirements, but it is structurally sound and could potentially have many years' use left in it by someone or something. This amendment calls for various options to be explored and valuations to be conducted, so that elected members can make informed decisions on various options when reports come to another meeting in the near future. And I would stress, in the near future, and that's critical. We have a big need for new council housing across the county. There's already considerable slippage. We must not kick the can too far down the road in this matter. Hope all elected members can support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Miles, I believe you raised the point of order there. You're muted, Councillor Miles.
Yes, Prophet. It was just if Councillor Brace could have please stuck to the motion and not have spent 10 minutes on his summation of the history of this council. So going back to the motion, Ingalls Court, and I will contain myself to the comments here. I'm very happy that
Proctor.
I'm very
Provost.
You're saying it and carry on, Councillor Miles. Councillor Miles.
Yeah. If I can say, I'm very keen that all options are by all means looked at. We don't want to be delaying this in any way, shape or form because, as has been said already, empty properties deteriorate pretty fast. And we need to provide housing, both affordable housing and retirement housing for all the people in the north part of Angus. So I'm very keen that this moves on and moves on at a pace. I believe a lot of work has already been done in a lot of these costings and valuations, so I don't think it should take too long to come up with answers. I'd be very keen to have Ingalls Court return to the what heyday it once was, where it was very popular retirement housing. But I do believe we're maybe too far down the road to go back to that. But by all means, look at all the options first, but do it quickly and make sure that we don't miss out on the grant and don't miss out on the opportunity to create very worthwhile carbon efficient properties for our big waiting list of 246 at the moment. And as was said, okay, that might not be Edzell first choice, but those 246 people indicated to move to Edzell if they got a choice. So that 246 would be a number that would take up the opportunity if they ever got it. So I'm keen that we look after all our constituents in North Angus and provide the best accommodation we can. By all means, if we can get a retirement housing for that was as Ingalls Court was in the past, and I've fond memories of how it operated before, and I was in it many times. It would be good, and as it was Mrs. Turner that said, it provided a very social and worthwhile aspect in combating the loneliness you find in elderly people to have this community facility for retired and elderly residents. So I would second the motion and urge urgency. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Mills. Councillor Brace, could you actually just, because this has been live streamed for the members of the public, could you actually read out and determine what your amendment is without the historical part, just the bit regarding Ingalls Court, if you wouldn't mind? Just
yes, Provost, if you'll give me a moment to get the terms of this amendment up on the screen.
Been given it, but I'm talking about for those who are listening in or tuned in.
Okay, one moment. Okay, 1. Approve recommendations 1 to 4 in the report number 287/21 Ingalls Court Edzell. 2. Take no further action in respect of development of Ingalls Court unless and until Council agrees otherwise. 3. To note ongoing service charges of approximately £10,000 per annum will be incurred by the housing revenue account until such times as the future of the building is determined. 4. This council acknowledges that there are specific requirements associated with the disposal of properties on the housing revenue account. Accordingly, the Interim Director of Vibrant Communities and Sustainable Growth is requested to bring a report to a future council meeting which provides the following. A. On the basis that all required legal consents are in place, valuations from 2 independent companies of the following: Ingalls Court site as is, i.e. a vacant site with the building in situ. 2. A demolished site with its current approved planning permission for 21 houses. 3. The total value if the existing 25 properties were sold individually. Council notes the cost of obtaining the necessary valuation are estimated at up to £4,000 and will be met from the 2021 to 22 Housing Revenue Account budget. B, an options appraisal of the following different options for the futures of Ingalls Court. 1. Demolish Ingalls Court and redevelop as per the existing SHIP plan and approved planning permission. A figure to be provided for the site cost, build cost and total cost for each of the property types in the proposed new development. These figures also to be provided on a square metre basis. 2. Declare Ingalls Court surplus to requirements as an HRA asset and sell the site on the open market either as one lot or as 25 individual properties. 3. Re-let Ingalls Court as sheltered housing both with and without a warden. Details of known improvements required to the building now or in the future should be included. 4. Lease Ingalls Court to a third party for them to provide sheltered social housing to Angus citizens. Details of known improvements required to the building should be included. 5. Lease Ingalls Court to a holiday let company. 6. Refurbish the existing Ingalls Court building to provide family social housing which meets required standards for such accommodation. The report to include information on the carbon impact of the above options.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brace. It's quite involved. I've got 4 people who are asking questions. I will ask the questions, then I'm going to adjourn for 15 minutes to give people a chance to discuss and look through the amendment that Councillor Brace and seconded by Councillor Miles has put forward. First person for question is Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Glad I got to the top of the list there. I think Councillor Speed touched on this, and I think what has been omitted so far from the discussion is the changing demographics around housing demand for people who perhaps might have gone into residential care or sheltered housing. I think that picture has been shifting quite a lot, particularly on the back of COVID. So I think it's imperative that housing officers are going to write this report, need to liaise with our health and social care partnership colleagues and explore that more deeply. And I wondered if maybe George Bowie could come in and talk to us about that a little bit more, because the shifting balance of care has been around keeping people in their own homes longer without the need to transition earlier. Also, George, if you could let us know, would sheltered housing wardens be required to be registered with the SSSC, and would those services require be subject to care inspectorate inspections? National structure, if you like. That's it from me just now. I might have a follow-up. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks very much for that, Councillor Bell. And George, I know you're there. And you're also the other thing, while you're answering Councillor Bell's questions, can you just maybe give a wee bit of a clarity on STS, how it fits in regarding accommodations at Ingalls Court? Because we've had quite a few questions on that. Councillor Speed, Councillor Hands, etc. have all asked very relevant questions. So if you could maybe just answer that would be kind. Mr. Bowie, George?
I'll do that. Thanks, Provost. Will do. Yeah, I'll take the general context first. So there has been quite a change in the environment in the last probably year, 18 months. It is part of our strategic plan to try and maintain people at home in the community where it's safe to do so, because that's what people tell us they want to do, and we know that research backs that in terms of good ageing process for older people. So that is part of our approach. There's been a major increase in demand for care at home. in the last 18 months. So we went into the pandemic providing 10,350 hours per week of personal care, and we now provide about 13,400 hours, so an increase of about 3,000 hours per week. That's a really big increase. We think that is partly related to COVID and partly related to demographic changes in the older population coming in much more quickly than we anticipated. And folk will remember going back to the days of Help to Live at Home when we were projecting increased demand for services from older people. That's come in more quickly than we thought it would. I was going to comment about functional deterioration in older people. That's definitely been a factor. During COVID, people were much more isolated at home. There were a lack of activities going on. Folk were quite afraid, understandably, about taking up services and activities. Daycare, for example, was closed. We were required to close it for large periods during the pandemic, really only getting back to full levels of activity now. I think all of that contributed to a kind of functional deterioration in older people, and we can evidence that by the increase in the number of what we call double ups, when two personal carers are required to work with an individual as opposed to one before. We've had quite an increase in double ups. Now some of that will correct over time as things go back to normal. I think the other thing that's worth mentioning, because there was discussion earlier about increased demand for people with learning disabilities, I can explain that a little bit. So increased longevity is the first factor. We have people with learning disabilities living longer, thankfully. Their carers are becoming older and sometimes no longer able to care for them. And often that means folk will then look for a different type of housing and support arrangement. We have, rightly in my view, moved away from institutional care for people with learning disabilities. And also SDS has had a benefit because it allows greater flexibility. You can bring in services under SDS into different settings. So that suits very well for people living in, for example, higher level supported housing as distinct from sheltered housing. So there has been quite a change in the context. I just want to go in and I'll try and give it a better explanation of SDS. I find I've got an email of this. Okay, and Councillor Speed did discuss some of this, but I'll try and provide it in a wee bit more detail. So the TSO service, I think, did provide a preventative or early intervention service by way of general support, but that didn't include personal care. And personal care is defined by the Scottish Government in the legislation for personal care as a range of things. So that includes some meal provision, showering and bathing, support to go to the toilet, support going to bed, getting up, getting dressed, all those kind of things. There's quite a long list of personal care. Then there's a second list which is called personal care and support, a wee bit confusingly, which is much more about more general support. But to get any of those services, you have to have an assessment of need. That is in the legislation. So those are assessed for services. And TSOs did not provide those services. They were much more about a general level of support. So when the TSO service was discontinued in 2016, I was involved pretty heavily in that. I couldn't quote you figures just now, but my memory is that the uptake of SDS in sheltered housing was pretty low because the vast majority of people did not need that. Now, when the warden service was discontinued, Care About Angus stepped in, social enterprise model, and provided a lot of support to people in the sheltered housing complexes. That's a charged for service, but it's grant supported by the Health and Social Care Partnership. I should point out that an SDS assessment can be carried out in anybody that self-refers, or that a family member refers, or that another professional refers, say a district nurse, for example. And an assessment is undertaken, and then it's worked out what, if any, services are needed to support that individual, and then the budget that accompanies that, and the type of way that can be provided. And there's a lot of choice around the 4 options. It's worth saying as well we provide jointly with the council higher level supported housing, and that is where need is much more pronounced. And we have seen there an increase in demand from the learning disability population for high level supported housing complexes. So the key point is probably to say in there that SDS can be provided regardless of setting. It's not situation specific. I hope that helps, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, George. That was very in depth. Councillor Bell, you got a question again?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do have a wee follow up there. Thank you, George. That's really helpful. And I guess what will help us in terms of the Ingalls Court decision is round an evidence base that includes some of the demographics that you're talking about there. Mrs. Turner, in her deputation, mentioned specifically isolation, loneliness, and people with dementia. Now, for me, that should be addressed through people's care management discussions. And there's the third sector, which is a very important partner. So people should have access to support without being in sheltered housing. It's out there. They just need to reach out for it, I think, or for others in the community to be aware and to support them to connect with those services. And also, we are developing our dementia care pathway across Angus and extending our dementia meeting centre model. So that would help address some of the issues around support and care for people with dementia and their carers. We've obviously got the Carers Act implementation as well. So that kind of support exists out there without necessarily the need for it to be contained within a building complex. I don't want people to feel that it doesn't exist because they're not in a sheltered housing complex. It is there, and we need to be able to incorporate that detail into the final report that comes to council. So that's my ask, that to make sure that it's all there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell, and an absolutely very good pertinent point. Thank you. And thank you as well, George. Councillor Duff. He's sitting there waiting in the aisle there.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. My comments, I think, are comments rather than questions. So I'll hang fire at the moment, and you can maybe deal with members who've got questions, because I don't have any questions.
Okay. Councillor Chip, your question?
No, mine's exactly the same as what Councillor Duff said, Provost. I'll wait for comments after the recess.
Okay. Councillor Speed?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to, thank George for his input. I don't know if you were just a bit late to the party, but I think it's going to be vital moving forward that the Health and Social Care Partnership are involved in any kind of further review of Ingalls Court and indeed wider housing and health and social care matters. I think Julie touched the points I was going to make in terms of increasing demand and demographics and kind of health and housing need. And I'm glad that George was able to give more clarity with regards to self-directed support. I guess my question going forward would be in terms of Councillor Braze's amendment, if I could request that all councillors are given the opportunity to visit Ingalls Court. I think that would be really crucial going forward. Is that something that I can get clarity on?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would have thought on a thing like this myself, and I'm sure most people would have gone up to Ingalls Court and had a look at it. You know, I've gone up, and I'm sure most other people have gone up.
Yeah, I mean an internal visit.
Okay. We'll try and facilitate that for you, Councillor Speed. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Morrow, Mr. Morrow, would we be able to do something like that in the not too distant future?
Yes, Chair, I'm sure if elected members want to go inside Ingalls Court, that wouldn't be a problem at all. We can organise that at a suitable time that meets everybody's needs if we can manage that. Yeah.
I mean, maybe we is and we could put it a sort of a diary event, and we can do that. Okay. Thanks very much for that. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. I'd like to welcome this amendment and just point out, I really think it's vital that all information is provided to councillors before we make major decisions like this.
So I'd like to thank Councillor Brace for all his hard work and his eloquent introduction to this amendment. Now, although the amendment itself is lengthy, the basic premise is we need a full options appraisal and we need the full information before we take a decision. Now, Councillor Brace mentioned collaboration, and there has been a lot of collaboration in bringing this to the council. So I'm just wondering if everybody feels it's necessary to break out for 15 minutes. I think
I would say we were going to have an adjournment for 15 minutes. I did say that earlier on.
Yeah, you did say that, but I'm wondering if it's strictly necessary, given that we're really basically agreeing to have a full options appraisal, and this has been discussed between members of the administration and the non-administration. I'm just questioning whether everybody feels that is necessary or not. But thank you. Thanks for bringing the amendment, and thanks for the collaboration between members in getting to this point.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. I mean, we have the 3 hour rule be coming up in about 3/4 of an hour anyway. We've got Councillor Fairweather. You want to say something? Councillor Fairweather?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Very much similar to what Councillor Whiteside has said. I was absolutely delighted. Councillor Brace, Councillor Whiteside, Councillor Duff, alongside Councillor Salmon and Stewart and myself, and with cooperation as well from Councillor Miles, to find a way forward regarding Ingalls Court. It's a rather lengthy amendment, but I think it's the pertinent one. I know there was one came in from Councillor Cheap beforehand. Do we have a material change in circumstances? Yes, we do. And there was a 750 people petition came in. So to me, that was certainly a material change. So I'd just like to thank them all, and Councillor Cheap, because at the end of the day, that's where this thought process has obviously come from as well. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Go back up, Councillor Duff. We're getting comments now. So do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and it's certainly, I'm relieved that we're not having a 15-minute recess. That's good. Okay, I'm happy to support the options appraisal proposed by Councillor Brace, and I would acknowledge all the hard work that Councillor Brace has put into that, and it's been a considerable effort, and I would thank him for that. There's obviously been some concern about the project within EDSO. And we need to show that we're listening to concerns within the community and ensure good value for public money. I think we can all agree on that. However, I'd like to focus on the big issues and the important people in this discussion. The important people, of course, are our council house tenants and those on our waiting lists. All elected members know the frustration and despair of those waiting for a decent house. Our job as elected members, as a council, is to provide an adequate supply of good houses for rent. Kevin Stewart, the former housing minister, regularly warned councils that he would move government support from councils that did not deliver to those that did. And I've been a regular critic over this administration of the administration's performance in not delivering its capital plan, including house building. I would remind members that the proposed EDSO project benefits from, and my figure is 1.1 million of Scottish Government support, and I would hate to think that we would lose that government support. I think we need to remember that our housing revenue account is essentially a ring-fenced fund. Transfers to and from the general fund are possible, but cannot be planned and are very rare. Our housing revenue account is in robust health. Our council house rents are low. I'm told the 5th lowest of 32 Scottish local authorities. So just to recap, we've a very robust, strong housing revenue account with the 5th lowest council house rents in Scotland. The proposed ENSO project would make no difference to our council house rents, as it fits within our affordability targets, so no subsidy of the HRIA would be required. Looking at other issues, we can't turn the clock back on our decisions on sheltered housing. Self-directed support legislation was passed in 2013, and I remember reading the reports of the Holyrood when the bill was finally passed. All political parties in Holyrood strongly supported SDS. The recent Feely report into adult social care strongly supported SDS, so we're not going to reverse those decisions. So let's get on with the options appraisal. Let's get it done quickly, as Councillor Miles said, but let's focus on the big issues and let's remember those on our waiting lists.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. All relevant points. Mr. Bowie, your hand's back up, or you fail to take it down? George.
Thanks, Provost. No, I forgot to answer one bit of Councillor Bell's question, and I was feeling guilty, and it will help the debate. And I should say, if a facility is providing personal care or personal care and support, it must be registered with the care inspectorate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, I'm pleased this amendment has come forward. This is clearly an emotive subject. I think rarely in my time as a councillor has something created so much communication across wards, across residents throughout Angus. So it's important that we take this very seriously. I hear what people are saying about moving quickly on this. Yep, quickly, but the key word here is thoroughly. We deal with this thoroughly and as soon as possible, but I want to see at the end of all of this an unbiased options appraisal. I really think, you know, we've heard from other people today that they're keen to move ahead with this amendment, but in the same breath, they say they're keen to have the result to be 21 new council houses. That's not good enough. We look at this as an unknown, because there's not just potential council tenants here, there are other people who have vested interests in this as well. So that would be my point primarily on this. And I think really, I mean, from a council point of view here, I have a concern really that Angus Council seem to be fixated on demolishing and building on its own land all the time. You know, that's why I asked the question about net growth in council houses. You know, why aren't we going out beyond our own land? Why aren't we investing in land and for the future and building on council houses? There are opportunities here, and for £3.8 million, to the average price of a build cost of these houses is quite extraordinary compared with what was in the private sector. So there are issues to be concerned with, and I really hope that we get a full appraisal and it comes back thoroughly and unbiased on this. And I think really it's not just a case about people, as one councillor said, referring to potential tenants. There are other people out there. There are the elderly and things who have concerns. Yes, nobody perhaps wants to be in care homes nowadays. Many want to have care in their own homes. Others, there are people in a halfway group. My father was one of them who benefited hugely by being in sheltered housing. So we've got to consider that as well. And you know, at the end of the day here, I'm delighted with the amendment. Well done, Councillor Brace, for what you've done with this. I was a bit surprised to see Councillor Miles seconding it, because you know he was absolutely absent completely through all of this, and it would have been good if he'd been a bit more attentive during the reasons when this has actually come to full council. I think you should allow that, Provost, because you realise that is the case. Thank you very much for that.
Absolutely. We've got an amendment. There's been lots of cooperation, as been said, by cross party, and we've got the road where we want to. So let's just draw the line there. Right. As it appears that we had the report and the amendment by Councillor Brace and seconded by Councillor Miles. Are we agreed that amendment takes place?
Sorry, Provost, I had my hand up just seeking a bit of an assurance and an ask with regards to whether we could assure in that amendment that it actually states that there will be collaboration and joint working with the Health and Social Care Partnership, because I think today George Bowie's input has been really crucial to this debate. So would Councillor Brace be happy to just...
I didn't see your hand.
Sorry, it's okay, Provost.
Okay, and I was taking notice of what you said, but I'm asking councillors now. I'm going to ask Councillor Brace to sum up, and then if we are happy with that, then we move the amendment. Okay, Councillor Brace.
Well, thank you, Provost. I'm quite happy to waive my right to sum up. I would just say that the first part of my opening remarks was indeed a summary of how we've come to this position of a need for collaboration, and it was an invitation from the SNP group for the administration to come to us if you're in the position of needing collaboration again. I'm sorry Councillor Miles took such umbrage, but I'll let it go. Thank you.
Is that your summary?
Yes.
Okay, is the amendment agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Right, we can move back onto the agenda. Item 4, which is the minutes of councils and committees.
Sorry, Provost, could we just wait a minute till we get the members that declared an interest back into the meeting?
That's fine. Oh, we've got to get Councillor McMillan Douglas and people who were out. I beg your pardon.
You just give us a few minutes.
Okay, so you can have a wee, once we call them back, and you can have a hubber amongst yourselves just now. Thanks for that. Yeah. Maths is rubbish. We're losing a long time.
We'll just keep an eye on it.
I know you. Have you got them back yet?
Oh, no.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. It's everybody back in the fold, as it were. Item 4, minutes of council and committee. Minutes of the council meeting. Are we happy with the minutes on Angus Council, 24th of June? Is that approved? Agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. And, the minutes of committee is for noting from information from the committee meetings that you could see on the agenda, subparagraph B to K. Are we happy with these? They're all just for note, are we?
Noted.
Okay.
Noted.
Number 5, information report from the period 24th June to the 9th September. And we're talking about the interim director of vibrant communities and sustainable growth, and we're talking about really participatory budgeting. We noted that information report.
Noted.
Provost,
Okay.
I've got my hand up.
You've got your hand up. Go on, Angus.
It's David Cheap here.
Followed, as you are, Councillor Cheap, followed by Bell, followed by Councillor Speed.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. My point was for Mrs. Smith really here, and I think she's aware of my concerns about the participatory budgeting area that's being discussed here, because we have been held up, as we know, in 1920 was the last time we did this, and we all at the time mentioned our concerns at the way it was organised and the speed of having to, and the inappropriate way of doing the voting, etc. And I was just concerned with, again, here we are repeating ourselves in 2021 with a hurriedly put together short life working group and projects pulled together, where I heard only this week that the closing date had passed for that. And I don't even know what councillors were aware of this all even happening, because the actual invite seemed to go out to third party sector, went out to businesses, went to other areas of the community, but the councillors wasn't advised. And so when I'm hearing about projects coming forward for this, I've no idea what they are. And here we are being told that the closing dates for ideas have passed. We haven't communicated with the public yet again on this. So unless I'm missing something here, what has happened to get us to this stage where we haven't learned from 2019 and we haven't consulted properly on this?
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Cheap. Alison Smith, do you want to answer that at all? Do you want to enlighten people?
Yes, I'm happy to come in on it, saying that the process we know has been far from ideal. It has been hurried, and the communication has not been as good as we would like it to be. So we're already noting all of the feedback that we've had. I give a commitment that this will improve for future. But where we are at the moment is that information went out on the 5th of August to third sector organisations, out through council services, out through the third sector interface, asking people to look at submitting bids, and a deadline was set of the 27th of August. The 6th of August with an invitation to the similar groups, to the same network, plus members of the third sector collaborative, community councils, etc., inviting them to put forward representatives to form a trial short life working group. It isn't a part of the process that we had before, which is a group bringing in that exploratory budgeting to act as to look at the accountability and the governance around the bids, but they have no decision-making authority around the bids. They've already given us some feedback on processes, and again, that's something we'll bring forward in the report, which comes back to councillors in November. A follow-up email was sent out on the 19th of August, encouraging groups to submit bids, recognising it was a very tight timescale of the 27th of August, but even that notes of interest would be welcome, and that over the coming weeks in September we could work with groups to improve the quality and the information within those bids. As of the 27th of August, when the deadline, when it came to the deadline, 66 applications had been received. The working group comprises 5 community council representatives, 2 third sector representatives, 3 members of the former leader local action group who are experienced in that sort of localised decision making, and 1 community planning representative from Dundee and Angus College. Any group was invited to put forward nominations, and these are the ones that we received. The group have now met once, and as I say, have already started talking about the process and making some recommendations as to how that can be improved. And at their first meeting suggested extending the deadline for a further week to the 6th of August, 6th of September, to just give that a little bit more time to groups who had struggled to pull their groups in and be able to look at. We had also received a number of bids which were Angus wide, so there was time spent with those groups trying to put them into the locality based approach rather than an Angus wide bids, given the funding is on a locality basis. So there are currently 91 bids which have been received, and staff are working with those groups to refine those, get quotes around figures, that type of thing, and working with the short-lived working group to provide a list of projects which will then come forward to councillors in November.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Alison. Councillor Tate, do you want to come back?
Yes, thank you, Alison. Appreciate the hard work that's going into this, but I'm actually really disappointed. I mean, I'm delighted to hear at the very end there might be 91 projects. I've no idea what they are. Yet again, this happened in 2019, as I say. The communities team, through the local communities, did not have got in contact with their councillors. The councillors know their areas best. You know that. There will be a number of groups in my locality that will have not had an opportunity to actually to put in a bid here or a project because they know nothing about it. So the best way, and can I just say underline this once more again, when this comes forward again, can the councillors be first and foremost at the head of all of this, because we can disseminate this information down to all our community groups and get a number of projects brought forward, rather than being in the position we are today, knowing nothing about this, other than when this paper came to council. I'm just disappointed that we haven't learned from 2 years ago.
Thanks very much, Councillor Chief. You're quite right, but some of us were fortunate did pick up, and I know in Kirriemuir and Dean, the 3 councillors sort of moved on it, but you know, you're quite right. The next one, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks, Alison, and thank you for attending the Kirriemuir and Dean, the Kirriemuir Community Council, which is where I got most of the information about it. I think it is fair to say that all of our community councils find the timescale quite short. I hear you acknowledging that. My question is really now within the team to plan for the next round and how we get to the target, the Scottish Government targets of 1% of the council budget. Because I think, bearing in mind all the feedback that we've had around short timescales, I think we need to be planning ahead for that now so that we're not in that same position next year. So if you could give us a little heads up on what is going on that, that would be really helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, happy to provide what I can at the moment. Obviously, the focus has been around this round, and obviously the amount of work that's gone into to try and progress those bids at the moment. But we are looking at how we learn from what's happened before, what's happened from this round, where we want to go in the future, what those recommendations might be. As I say, the working group input, even from one meeting, has been very valuable. Some very experienced representatives there involved in participatory budgeting. So there's been a number of things. We also have a number of sort of new funds coming through that we need to kind of pull all that together. So we're looking at as a collective across the council to see how we can bring that into the participatory budgeting for the future. So we had a meeting yesterday just about the number of funds that are there, and I was on a call this morning regarding some further potential funding that might be channeled through rural areas. So there are a number of things happening at the moment, and I'd be happy to bring forward a sort of a proposal to the way forward for a future meeting, or to share that after this call.
Okay, thank you very much. Happy with that, Councillor Bell? Yeah, okay. Councillor Speed. Councillor Speed.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, yeah, thanks, Alison, for the feedback you've given so far. I mean, myself, like Councillor Cheap, I've just got huge concerns around the way in which this PB has been rolled out this time round. PB is meant to shift the power balance on how budgets are spent and provide an opportunity for all our citizens to submit projects or be involved in some way. And I feel that we've just lost so much of what was gained in 2019. The current project seems to be heavily influenced top down rather from the ground up. And doesn't seem to build on those foundations that were set out from earlier pilots and during 2019. It states that a short life officer working group is to be set up. However, there's no reference to local citizens-led working groups. And I know that previously our communities teams have supported individuals with, you know, a diverse representation to be involved and represent some of those more marginalised individuals and groups. It states that the proposals have been sought from community councils, community planning partnerships, social enterprise and business, but again makes no reference at all to the individuals or community groups within Angus. I mean, I'm not sure how people have known about getting involved other than by invite, whereas before there was kind of real buzz within our towns. People were talking about it, people were getting involved. I'm not even sure that people would know how to submit an application. I mean, our current website, the Angus Council website, doesn't even have updated information with regards to this year's PB. It just directs people to the 2019 results, where there was double the amount of applications put forward. I do feel that we've not been kept fully informed. Timescales are really tight and unrealistic. And like I say, I think communication has been really poor. I do hope that we will indeed do our best for the next stages to ensure full public participation. I have seen very little reference to alternative formats other than online. And again, that excludes a huge number of Angus residents. So how does this maximise and reduce inequalities, I guess, would be my question.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm going to bring in Helen Reid, who's been working on the programme very closely. Helen would probably want to address some of your queries around the sort of local engagement.
Yeah, thanks, Alison.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Thank you very much, Provost. I also sympathise with what Councillor Cheap particularly said about the timescale this year has been extremely, well, unrealistic, frankly. But I must admit that you, Provost, and I have managed to get the information. And in fact, I think we were responsible for asking Alison, and indeed she came to the Kirriemuir Community Council, working through the Deputy Chief Executive. And I'm grateful for the huge work put in by our local volunteers across Kirriemuir and Dean over that one madly busy week when I personally did nothing but work on participatory budgeting. I think the other concern, and I have sympathy, I think it was again Councillor Cheap who talked about a working group being set up. But again, it was slightly accidental that I found out who was on the working group. And while they're magnificent people, is that really a working group that you want deciding? Well, not that it does decide, but being influential in decisions on which projects go ahead. I'm slightly dubious about that. I think my question is purely to Alison Smith, is can we absolutely commit that in future years this will be professionally organised, and secondly, that the democratic process is to go through elected councillors, and could we please ensure that happens in the future?
Alison?
Yes, all the comments and feedback are noted, and absolutely we'll be reviewing the process from this year and making a commitment to improvements for the future.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Moore, Councillor Durno, sorry. Councillor Durno.
Thanks, Provost. I think all my questions have been answered except one. I would like it to be noted that the perpetually budget money be spent on community group projects and not being used for any projects that the council have not done for themselves, and using money that's meant to be for the community for council projects, because this is not what this money is meant to be for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Agreed. Councillor Moore this time.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I sympathise, Alison, with the shortness of time that you've had, but I would hope that next year you'll be able to get somebody started on it sooner. I note that you were talking about community groups. Well, bear in mind that Freecombe doesn't have a community council, so how you achieve contact with that area has to be considered. And there's also the religious groups. There are churches around who have ideas, you know, whether it's Presbyterian or Episcopalian or a Muslim mosque or whatever. I think if you're going to have inclusion, you have got to have religious inclusion as well. But I haven't heard a word said about contacting those organisations.
I think in terms of the communication that we're talking about community groups in the widest sense, actually was approached by one church for a project. It wasn't suitable for participatory budgeting process, and we passed them on to the external funding team to look at other funding sources. So I think in terms of what I was saying, it's about the community in its widest sense, not necessarily specific groups, but as I say, we are looking at what communications, where we can improve on that, how we can make that more inclusive, how we can try and get that message out in a variety of formats and to a much wider audience for this purpose and for other funding purposes or other information that we would want to share with communities.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just suggest that if you send communication to the Angus Presbytery, they will ensure it goes to all churches in Angus.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Councillor Speed.
Yeah, just can I just get a clarification with regards to Councillor Macmillan Douglas seeking assurances from Mrs. Smith with regards to when it comes to the decision making and allocation, that it's democratic and that it goes past councillors. Was that right? Did I pick that up right?
Yeah, I think what he meant was, or what he said, and he can say it himself, but he wanted to make sure that, you know, the councillors are known and they know about it and they can cascade it down. I mean, the point that Councillor Cheap made, and I think you kind of reiterated, you were kind of late in the day finding out about it. And I think that's the point that Councillor Macmillan Douglas was making. Am I right?
Okay, it wasn't, he wasn't meaning within relation to when that came to the final voting and allocation that councillors would decide on that part.
Excuse me, having spent 2 hours out of the meeting, now pushing in, Provost, I apologise for that. But just to be clear what Councillor Macmillan Douglas meant, it was that councillors were informed about the process as it was starting and were able to work with their local groups, be they church groups, community councils, or any other worthy group, to facilitate the process.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah, I think that was straightforward. Right. Sorry, Councillor MacDonald.
As Councillor Speed didn't bring it up, I just thought she was maybe due an answer. I think, Provost, you jumped over that to another member, but I might be wrong. I was just intrigued to know what the answer to her point would be after Alison referred it on. Maybe that was coming later. I'm not going to jump on. I think the same thing that other councillors have raised. I think it's been difficult for officers to get this into place. I think what we're hearing, though, is the frustration of councillors. I can only speak specifically for my area and our locality. The feedback that was given in 2019 hasn't been learned from in this. And it's not about being precious about us getting informed first or being particularly part of the process for me. It's that when we were trying to sort of make the last time work, we could have referred on to so many other organisations like been alluded to. And it's the fact that we've been missed. I think that's where some of the tones come from in this, that, you know, we tried so hard to help and then we've kind of been sort of kept out of the loop. But I don't necessarily agree with what Councillor Durno said, and I don't necessarily agree that we should be the front and foremost of this. We just should be part of the process along with it. So if we know, we can help guide. That would be the only thing I would suggest, because in our locality last time, we asked what had been done to engage with local groups, and, you know, our Carnoustie, for example, had a list of 83 groups it could have gone to just like that, and our communities team didn't know that. And it would have just been that little link that could have fed right into everything. And that was the one thing that was missing. And so I hope we've kind of used those links this time round, so we've, as David mentioned earlier so eloquently, we've not missed out in our area. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Hand.
Provost, I can't help but thinking, Mrs. Smith, that you've inherited a sugary cart with a wobbly wheel, and due to COVID, there's not been any mechanics to sort it, and the hill that you're going down a hell of a lot quicker this year because there's not been time to get the wheel fixed. However, yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said this afternoon, and like Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Whiteside and myself are also involved in the feedback from 2019 in our locality, and there was a lot of feedback, but unfortunately we didn't get a chance really for that to be developed further. I think, sort of following on from, again, something that Councillor Speed said in terms of how inclusive is this process going to be, I would like to know, one, has there an equality impact assessment, yet again I'll ask that, been done for this process to ensure that it does widen access to all groups across Angus? And secondly, I'm curious to find out who the 5 community councils are on the working group, because I am a bit concerned about knowing how representative is the membership of that group as well, because we need to make sure that, you know, we've got 26 community councils or 25 or whatever across Angus, but we've got a wide variety of need across locality as well. And is there broad knowledge within that group that will make sure that whatever criteria they're setting, etc., recommendations, it will be fully informed to what the needs are within Angus itself, rather than just understanding their own little part of it?
Okay, Alison.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. I'm glad putting the wheels back on to the things that we need to do, so thank you. But if I could invite Helen Reid to say a little bit more about the membership, she would be able to give you a breakdown of the actual membership and say a bit more about the terms of reference within which the group is working. Helen is on the call.
Okay. Right, Boyd.
Well,
I think Helen is just going to give some information.
I'll shut up.
Okay, back to this feedback from the question from Councillor Hans there. So the only area that's not represented on that group is Brecon and Montrose. At this time, we have all the other localities covered, And as Alison mentioned, we have a nomination from the Community Planning Partnership, plus the third sector, two nominees from the third sector. The allocations, because of the working group, and we do have 91 applicants, it's going to be that each application is seen 3 times by 3 different members of the group. They have all noted their interests, so we have ensured that those members in Forfar do not receive any Forfar and Kerry proposals. So that kind of quality assessment, we're ensuring that it is going to be transferable and fair for all the other areas. We've also ensured that the working group have information regarding the inequalities for each locality as well. And that has come from community planning information. It's come from the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation as well. So all members of the working group were given that before seeing the application for them there. Does that answer your question there, Councillor Hans?
Yeah, to some degree, but in terms of the inclusion aspect of it, I'm still, it does in terms of poverty, but in terms of depth of knowledge for different disadvantaged groups, I'm not quite sure where the knowledge will be.
No, and I quite understand that, you know, the inequalities, although there has been a summary put in with the statistical data as well regarding about what's going on in that specific area. But you're right, more information needs to go in there as well. Picking up on something that Councillor Speed had said about the inclusion and the community groups there. The directive was taken from the council paper on the 8th of June, where the committee asked that proposals sought from council departments, community planning partners, as well as social enterprise companies and local businesses. So that's where the proposals have been coming from, which again excluded a majority of community groups at that time. Now, we have learned from lessons there, and I think this was a new way of trying to explore how the council can actually present PB in another way. We've seen, and with the working group, we're seeing that it's probably caused an unfairness in more areas. But certainly, as Alison said, we're taking all this on board and we're noting it all down for this activity.
Okay. Anything else from Helen? Okay, Helen, I now ask Councillor Boyd to speak. Sorry, I introduced you too early, but never mind, I'm sure you'll do well.
And to finish off, Provost, who would have thought it's going to take 3 hours before you'd have to make any comment or hear any comment from me? And just before, and you usually shut me down when there's 3 minutes to go as well, but hey ho. The comments I want to make is just, I think we've all, as councillors, we've all just got to remember that Alison has been in this role for a very, very short time. Yes, there are things still to be learned. And I picked up, I think what you said, Provost, was that you'd had some situation where you talked to the Deputy Chief Executive and then it was passed to Alison. And I remember distinctly this time last year when I was highly critical at that point in time, that was under the Deputy Chief Executive to come back with comments at that point in time. So possibly because I'm not part of the administration, but I just wanted it that you know, I think there has to be something done here. I think it's a little shame on Alison, and I'm wondering, question, Provost, why was the Deputy Chief involved in the first instance, but then it was passed on to Alison under these times when she's under a new role?
I mean, they passed on to the Deputy Chief Exec, because I thought he may well have had the answer, and he then felt it was his prerogative to pass it on to Alison, and I agree with you. I mean, what you just said, Councillor Boyd, I mean, Alison is not long in the job and she's actually hit the ground running. And I think for, certainly in my ward anyway, we've managed to get on with it. But I think what everybody's saying, this should have actually been, you know, this would be far better, coming out far earlier and be more structured. And she's actually taking cognizance of that. And I'm sure it'll be sorted out by this time, you know, when we do it again next year.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Roy, and that's what I'm saying. I think part of this, what we were learning from, is who is taking responsibility. It wasn't Stuart here at this point in time, I don't think anyway. So why is it then being put on to Alison when she's taken on this potentially temporary role? Thank you. That's all I was wanting to make the comment on.
I think it may be better speak one of the senior officers, you know, speak to the deputy chief. Are you there, Mark?
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. I think it probably would help to clarify a few points that are highlighted by Councillor Boyd. So the first thing is the responsibility, the lead responsibility in the council has sat with the communities team for many years, as members have made reference to, and certainly the initial piece of work was led through the communities team under Stuart's leadership. As members will know, Stuart has subsequently retired from the council. The specifics in relation to the approaches to me were solely in relation to a request for some clarification to the Kirriemuir Community Council, I think, as some members have made reference. The responsibility for this work now sits within the Vibrant Communities team, and that was part of a key objective of bringing forward the proposal for that team, was to have a kind of dedicated resource and senior leadership wrapped around not just participatory budgeting, but aspects of that work around community engagement and involvement of our local communities and how they can play a kind of more active and involved role in working with the council in terms of addressing local circumstances. So hopefully that clarifies some of the information that's presented at today's meeting.
Okay, colleagues, that's us going to the 3-hour point. We're a minute over. I'm going to recess now, and we'll come back at 16:16. Give everybody a break because we've come to the 3-hour point. Thank you.
Is members agreed to that?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much, Sandra. Thanks, colleagues. I think we all needed a wee break there. Just to continue, we were on item 5. Councillor Boyd had spoken and Mr. Armstrong had replied. Have you got anything else, Councillor Boyd? Is that you?
Yes, it was just that confusion. Are you hearing me? Yes. Are you hearing me? Yes. Yeah, sorry. It was just that confusion of what had happened at the end of the last budget situation, where it seemed that Mark Armstrong had got involved at that point, or the deputy chief had got involved at that point in time, yet didn't seem to be. And then, so it was that clarification of why was he involved at that point in time, but not in this one. But it has been clarified. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks for that. Councillor Speed, you had your hand up to speak. Are you still wanting to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. It was just a little bit confusing because I think when Mrs. Reid came in, she was due to come in after I asked my question around maximising inclusion and reducing inequalities, and where we were at in the processes so far that had been taken and how it was being achieved. And it was just to really kind of a follow-up from our response. I'd kind of previously stated earlier that there was the short life working group, which seemed to make no reference to local, citizen-led participation, as well as the proposals that were originally set out, where involvement with community councils, community planning partners, social enterprises and businesses. It did make no reference to individuals or communities, but I perhaps, as along with many others, just wrongly assumed that was just going to be par for the course, given all that PB stands for. So I just wanted to make that point and that response.
Okay, thanks for that. I mean, I think we everybody who's spoken and Alison who's been very candid on what's been going on. I think it's all our duties once it's announced the next time around that we all play our part and take it on and make sure as many folk can be informed about it as possible. Hopefully that will be the case. Okay. Anyone else got any questions on participatory budgeting? It's an information report, so I'm quite happy to move on now to item 6, agenda item 6, which is a report from the Chief Social Work Officer, and the report being 276/21 by the Director of Children, Families and Justice and Chief Social Work Officer, Catherine Lindsay. Catherine, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Provost, for the opportunity to give a bit of an introduction today on such a really busy agenda. So I will keep my comments short for everyone's benefit. This report provides a summary of all aspects of social work and social care services delivered by and on behalf of Angus Council, and that includes those delivered in the Health and Social Care Partnership. And George Bowie, my colleague, is on the call with us today, as you know. Of course, this year's report covers a full year of social work within the COVID pandemic environment, and members are acutely aware of the impact of the pandemic on Angus communities. This report draws your attention once again to the significant additional demands and the unique constraints that the pandemic has placed on arrangements for service delivery. Council staff, carers and local providers have continued to work together to promote positive outcomes for children, adults, families and communities throughout that period. This is in spite of the personal challenges that are generated by the pandemic and the additional complexity of the professional practice environment, which continues to this day. For that, I would like to take this opportunity to commend their efforts to you wholeheartedly as Chief Social Work Officer. In the report, you might have picked up some trends of note, and I'll just cover a couple of those here for your interest. There has been a significant increase in the number of child and adult protection investigations. We've had almost double the number of child protection orders granted year on year. We've had a small reduction in the number of looked after children, a significant increase in the number of people being supported by the provision of care at home, and continued demand for mental health officer services throughout the year. Whilst an analysis of these trends is ongoing, the increased demand for services appears to reflect a growing level of vulnerability in our communities, a connection between what is emerging as a growing need for social work services and the wider social, emotional and economic impacts of the pandemic is likely. The report also highlights for your attention some key future challenges, and that includes the now ongoing consultation for structural reform of social work, social care and community health services. Overall, I hope that the report supports members by highlighting specific aspects of service delivery and performance, as well as social work's wider connectivity and application across a number of council priorities, both now and in its continued importance in supporting our recovery from the COVID pandemic across Angus. Finally, thank you once again for considering the report today, and both myself and George Bowie will remain on the call, and we're happy to take any questions arising, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Councillors, questions? First one I've got here is from Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks very much, Provost, and thanks, Catherine. And I just really wanted to make it clear to people who are not on the Scrutiny and Audit Committee or members of the public, we have had a chance to scrutinise the report already. And I'd really like to commend Catherine for the very work that she's doing. And there's not too many more questions that I need answered. But just briefly, on page 78, the item about the care homes, which require some areas of improvement. I just wondered if Catherine might have an update for ourselves and highlight any areas for concern, or whether there's been progress since the report was made. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside, and absolutely there was a good degree of scrutiny at the recent Scrutiny and Audit Committee, for which I'm very grateful. The improvements that you refer to, I think, relate to Adult Health and Social Care Partnership provision, and George Bowie will no doubt want to come in and make some comment. But just to advise members that throughout this past year and a bit, we have instituted a greater process around the oversight and support that's made available to care home providers, and those are both our internal services and obviously also our partnership commission services across Angus. And that has been working really well in terms of making sure that there's sufficient capacity and support for improvement across any areas that are highlighted. That's in addition to the usual scrutiny that would be provided by the Care Inspectorate, and which is referred to routinely in these annual reports. George, would you like to come in and say a little word about how the Health and Social Care Partnership is supporting care home improvement?
Yeah, quite happy to do that. I had a feeling this might happen. I've got a report, the original version of the report with the small page numbers, so I don't know which page you're referring to, Beth, I'm afraid. But I can give you if you can tell me which section it is, I'll be able to find it, but I can give you a general picture as well. So, you know, it'll be no surprise to anybody, care homes were under intense pressure, older people's services and disability services care homes throughout the pandemic. I think we're quick off the mark with predicting how things would unfold during the pandemic and the risk that would be there for care home residents. And we already had a pretty good relationship between the kind of statutory in-house sector and the independent sector, which is the vast majority. And we've built on that over time during the pandemic. In a way, it's promoted that good joint working. So we started testing people very early. I think our first tests were on March 23rd, 2020. And we also shut down our care homes to visitors very early in the process as well. It was pretty clear to us that if COVID got into care homes, it would harm a lot of people because of the vulnerability of the group. So we were quick off the mark to do that, and we've taken an approach which combines really rigorous scrutiny about infection control and infection management with high level of support to the care homes. And I've chaired a multi-agency care home operational group for the last 18 months. At the height of the pandemic, we were meeting daily. We're now back to once a week, and we've just varied the frequency of that as necessary. What that's really focused on is the provision of PPE, vaccines, testing arrangements, and those have changed umpteen times during the pandemic as guidance has come through, and new guidance or variations on the detail from the Scottish Government. The well-being of residents, visiting arrangements, both family and professional visitors, and assurance visits and scrutiny. So we've arranged, we've had 2 sets of joint assurance visits between infection and control, public health and care management. And we're now doing those really as opposed to a running programme on demand where we're concerned. We have daily survey returns from all the care homes that allow us to identify data and where we have concerns, and the care inspector are part of the group as well from their inspections. So it's very joined up. I think it's worked very well. Now, despite all of that, we had 50 deaths in care homes in the first wave of the pandemic, only 10 in the second. Now, every individual death is very sad. Of course, I don't wish to minimise that, but I think we've managed it as well as we possibly could under the circumstances. And also, I think, bearing in mind that we were continuously learning about COVID-19 as we went along. What we know about it now is really quite different from what we knew in March 2020. What's that all led to in the longer term? I think there's some good improvements coming out of it. I would cite the clinical care of residents in care homes. That wasn't good enough. I never thought it was good enough really before the pandemic, but the nursing input to care homes has really improved as a result of the pandemic. We have a working group looking at improving certain aspects of care, like pressure sore management, urinary tract care, etc. I think the working relationship between ourselves and the independent sector is much stronger. There are now some specialist nurse posts committed for care homes. So I think there have been some real improvements and probably more to come in the care home sector. Does that answer your question, Beth?
Yeah, thanks very much, George.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Catherine, thank you. I'm not going over old ground, but there was a remark made earlier in the meeting at the beginning about Angus Council having an enormous legal department, which you and I both know is not the case. And I know there was some views that were hindering some of your work, and I wondered how far along we are on having that addressed so that things can move on, and also noting that there was legislation passed that allowed unpaid work hours to be reduced. So how that is helping through that process and after coping with that. If you just give us a very headline or two on that, that would be helpful.
Thank you
very
much, Councillor Bell. I did miss a little bit of your second part of your question relating to unpaid work, but I think what you were asking about was what impact has that had on people. Yes, okay. So firstly, in terms of the legal capacity question, there is, as you say, not a massive legal department in Angus Council. There are a number of colleagues who provide legal advice, which is fairly specific to direct operational services such as adult social work, children's social work and education. And there are a smattering of other colleagues who attend to the more corporate side of the legal advice. I can't answer for the corporate side of things. Jackie Buchanan is on the call and she may wish to come in addition to myself on this, but because of the increase in demands for court-related business emerging from need in the community, What that does is it requires social workers to seek input from their legal colleagues on a more regular basis. And by the very nature of those cases, they are complex and they require quite a lot of detailed thinking and consideration. And I think it is fair to say that the legal service has not always been sufficiently well staffed or had available staff, certainly, to undertake those things as quickly as we would always want them to do. So there are occasions where, in relation to, for example, permanence work for children and young people, where there have been some delays that have occurred as a result of having insufficient legal advice available at a certain point in time. And obviously that does then cause difficulties for those children and young people and can create some uncertainty in the system. I am confident that the ongoing discussions that we have with our colleagues in the legal service will resolve that over time. We've got a range of different actions that we are taking, which includes some additionality, some outsourcing of work and prioritisation. Because the knock-on impact of some of that is that other parts of assessment work also then become out of kilter and require to be updated. So it's fair to say that capacity is an issue across the system. Sometimes the delays in social work activity can also result in legal advice being asked for too late in the day. So we're currently reviewing that jointly with our legal colleagues and are looking for improvement in that across the next period of time. In terms of the unpaid work hours, you're absolutely right, and I think I have taken a couple of reports to committee around the impact on unpaid work to PNR and elsewhere in our previous COVID arrangements for council oversight. And it's fair to say there have been a significant number of hours taken out of the system, which does then obviously mean that we're not having to report people back to court for failing to complete their hours. The difficulty for individuals who are obviously subject to unpaid work is that it elongates the time that they have to be engaged with the criminal justice social work service and the length of time that they are responsible to the court because they can't complete their hours quickly enough. Obviously, there are also challenges around the impact that has in terms of the wider community's expectation of how quickly people pay back their hours, how quickly the court hours have been completed and people held accountable for their behaviour. So it does cause a lot of difficulty in the system. We've put in a range of different measures, including increasing the number of unpaid work supervisors so that we can have teams go out in smaller number in accordance with all the COVID guidance that's in place. But of course, a number of the facilities that we previously used to support with indoor activities have not been open. And a lot of individual placements, for example, charity shops, etc., have not been open either during the COVID period. So all of that means that there is a backlog, if you like, of unpaid work has built up, and that's a fairly consistent picture across the whole of Scotland. There are national and local plans around how to try and address that, but obviously it's an ongoing issue as the courts continue to make new orders which are emerging. There is a period of consultation at the moment ongoing about the potential for continuation of some of the measures to support pressure in the justice system, and some aspects that relate to criminal justice social work may form part of what is put in place going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. Catherine, Councillor Speed.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks to Miss Lindsay as well. I think there's absolutely no doubt about it. We need to recognise the successes and achievements throughout the pandemic, but also just the considerable amount of pressure that's been placed on our health and social care workforce, as well as our children, families, and adults who require health and social care services. Just slightly picking up on the point that Councillor Whitesides raised with regards to the impact on care homes, but expanding that a little bit further, and the adult services inspections, and just how kind of progress has been made with regards to making improvements or supporting providers to make improvements. The inspections overall, the grade was grade 4, which is good. But I'm sure that, you know, we all have aspirations to ensure that we provide excellent services for our residents of Angus, and what's been done to kind of try and achieve that. And secondly, I note that there was no external children's services inspections throughout the last year, but I wondered, particularly with regards to children's advocacy, how that piece of work and that kind of strengthening and increasing advocacy service was working out.
Okay, George, I think maybe you're the best man to answer that one.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I can answer the first bit anyway, Lois. So each week when our care home operational group meets, we consider the most recent inspections or assurance visits that have been carried out. We have a care inspectorate rep on the group, and as you'll know, that the care inspectorate will give an overall grade, and they'll also set improvement actions, or in the worst case, or in more serious case, a requirement to improve. Excuse me, my dog's clawing at the door. I'll just let her out. There you go, Phil.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was distracting me. So yes, so we consider those at our weekly meeting, and we support the care homes to make the improvements that have been specified. It's also worth mentioning, specifically in relation to COVID, that there is a new question in the inspection programme, which is around infection control and management of infection. So care homes are graded on that one as well, and separately from the other things. So in each instance, we kind of get a team around that improvement action and try and support the care homes with making improvements. And that team, depending on what the issues are, could be composed of Department of Public Health people, care managers, infection control, care inspectors themselves, obviously monitoring that. And we always do follow-up visits. And those, before the pandemic, they were probably single agency, it would be the care inspectorate, but now they're much more, it's a case of joint visiting when we go back. So I get reports on that every week. So.
Okay.
Catherine, do you want to expand on that at all? Or?
I'm happy to come in addition, just with the question around advocacy and support for young people's voice to be heard. So I think the report does refer to the increase in capacity that we'd invested in fairly recently over the last couple of years around making independent advocacy much more accessible for children in Angus. One of the challenges that we've had in the last year is how to do that well in a digital environment. And we've had some success with our app, which allows young people to get in contact with us at any time, to share with us any of their thoughts about what's happening in their care plan, what's happening in wherever they're staying, what's happening at school, and they can kind of communicate with us directly around some of that, feeding into formal meetings and reviews, or just to flag up to their social worker what's going on for them. But we've also invested specifically in services to help young people's views be heard properly in these formal processes, which, as I'm sure people would understand, can be quite intimidating and not the easiest place to speak out in. We've deliberately chosen to increase the advocacy aspect of our services and align that with some of the other provision that's around in Angus to build a bit more resilience and capacity, so that children and young people in Angus don't have to choose a different advocacy service for different parts of the activity that they might be involved in. So we're very proud to be in partnership with Angus Independent Advocacy to support that overall picture. So it has been a greater challenge, I would say, in relation to the last year, where children have not had natural opportunities to raise issues face to face with people, which is often their preferred way of doing that. But we're hoping to build on that further as we're able to in the next year. Thank you.
Okay. George, I see you've got your hand up. You've obviously got something else to say.
Yeah, if that's okay, Provost, just quickly. just to mention, we have a rep from Scottish Care on our care home group, Ivan Cornford. That's been very helpful. So if we've identified themes from inspections, we've been able to go to the providers forum, which Ivan's heavily involved in, and raise those collectively with the care home providers. The other thing worth mentioning, despite the pandemic, we did some analysis of how many reviews we'd completed in the last year, and we had a 92% completion rate in older people's services and 100% completion rate in disability services. I must admit, I was pretty surprised by that when I got the figures back, but that's what they were. So that was good, because quality. One of the things that assures you about quality is what people are feeding back in reviews. Thanks, Klaus.
Okay, Councillor Speed, are you happy with these explanations?
Yep, thank you. I guess my concerns really were around kind of supporting that improvement. From good, we're obviously have aspirations to work towards excellent. And just the pressures that are on, whether it be care home staff or private provider staff, or indeed some of the other services that are delivering direct care to service users. And it was just around whether they actually got the capacity to be able to focus on kind of training and development opportunities, especially as we are working so differently and so remotely at times. And we know that there is an increase in complex care needs. And the pandemic has no doubt exaggerated some of that as well, and made some individuals and families kind of situations even more kind of complex. And so it was just to see that, are we kind of confident that workforces, that teams are managing to take time out to train and develop.
Anybody respond, Catherine?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in on that. So we have maintained a fairly reasonable schedule of local training and input, and certainly most of that is now digital. Our preference is to be able to do training in different ways to suit different topics, and that obviously hasn't been as available as we would have liked during the COVID pandemic response period. But there is still a requirement for staff to undertake training and development as social services registered staff, and that applies to the vast majority of our health and social care workforce. So we have continued to support people with time to do independent learning and development, as well as some group learning and development. We very much hope to be able to get back into much more interactive sessions as time goes forward. In terms of capacity, obviously staff are on an individual day-to-day basis juggling their work demands, which have certainly not abated over the last year, with their desire to continue to work to learn more about how they can better help people and support people, and address some of the inequalities that people in Angus experience. And there really is an ongoing challenge around that, because for social work and social care staff, the priority is always the people in front of them. And so that can be quite a challenge, encouraging staff to prioritise their own development, not necessarily for a selfish reason, but also because it is what helps us to improve our overall offer to the people of Angus. So we'll continue, George and I and the rest of the management team will continue to support people to access a range of different learning opportunities, a lot of which we offer beyond the kind of our own internal workforce group. And we'll continue to offer as much of that in partnership with others as we possibly can. I can see that George would also like to come in, Provost, if that's okay.
Yeah, by all means, carry on, George.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I would endorse all of that. And it would be fair to say that training has gone a bit on the back burner in the last 18 months in care homes. I don't think it could really be any other way. To give you a sense of the experience of working in care homes staff are being tested for COVID 3 times a week now for about 8 months. Visiting arrangements were suspended, then reopened in differing phases. They now have to test visitors as they come in, stagger the appointments to allow the cleaning regimes to take place between visitors. And those cleaning regimes are extremely onerous. They are more rigorous than in hospital wards, my nursing colleagues tell me. They've dealt with deaths in the care homes. The care home staff and older people services in particular are used to that, but they're not used to having to deal with the notion, as they had before vaccinations were available, that they might be bringing the cause of death into the care home. And that is a really difficult thing to have to deal with for people who really care about the service users. So I would describe staff in care homes currently as being quite traumatised, and they're certainly very tired. Yeah. And they need a lot of support. And one of the things we've been doing is introducing a whole range of supports to the staff. And I think at the moment that is probably more important, that we get people through the kind of recovery phase in care homes, trying to get back to some normal business, then get back into the kind of normal training regimes. But we've been focusing very much on the kind of staff's emotional and physical well-being. And will be for a wee while to come, I think, Lois.
Yeah, no, quite rightly. No arguments there. I think the health and well-being of the health and social care workforce across the various sectors is very important. It's critical, and we need to be able to keep people within their roles, and that we don't lose them to not being able to keep their employment. So yeah, that's critical.
Okay, thank you very much. Both Catherine and George, and thank you everyone who's asked questions. Are there any more questions? Any comments at all? No, I just like to thank you all and everybody who's involved in that, in the care home situation and the whole welfare part of it. They do a great job and well done. Do we agree the recommendation in paragraph 1? Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to move on to agenda item number 7, and as earlier on we'd agreed that Mr. Guild could have a deputation. We'll invite him back, but just to remind those who've declared an interest to please leave the room just now until this item has been dealt with. So we can see it, and I'm just waiting on my colleague here, the officers telling me whether Mr. Guild's available or not.
Mr. Guild's there.
Is he there?
Can everyone hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Thanks very much. I don't know where the feedback's come from. You know the score. You've been here more times than all the councillors, I think. But you've got 10 minutes and then questions from the councillors. So thank you very much for your attendance, Mr. Gill, and on you go.
Well, the good news for you all, it won't take 10 minutes. So I'm aware the meeting's moving, so I don't want to hold you up. Thank you to you all again for the opportunity to speak today. You all know who I am, and I'm here today to speak about Lochside Leisure Centre. A building fit for purpose and used by the public every day till it closed in February 2017 when the new campus opened. Now, my intentions for Lochside Leisure Centre have always been very simple: to save the leisure centre for the community and put it to good use. I've been involved since mid-2018, and in that time, much has been achieved. We've established the Lochside Leisure Centre is not sinking, and indeed independent engineers have confirmed it has a life expectancy of some 30 years or more. We've also established there's a legal requirement for Angus Council to consult the public on the future of the leisure centre, and thankfully, we know Angus Council have carried out the initial public consultation and clearly state in the report the people of Angus have a legitimate expectation that Angus Council will have regard to the outcome of the initial consultation. I would ask you to note the outcome of the Angus Council public consultation. It was a strange consultation in that there were 4 options for retention of the building, which obviously split the vote for anyone wanting to retain it, but only 1 option for demolition. So the votes were 1, status quo, 2, sale, 3, lease, 4, community asset transfer, are all votes to retain the building, and together equate to a total of 64.1% of the vote. I note only 35.9% voted for demolition, and of the 38 comments, okay to continue?
There you go, Mr. Gill. I don't know.
And of the 38 comments, 30 suggested replacing Lochside Leisure Centre with something else for the community, like a cafe, ranger station, extension to the play park, or some other form of leisure facility. Only 8, to be accurate, only 8 comments seemed happy to return it to parkland. So, with 64.1% voting to retain the building, I think it's clear to all of us that is what the public want us to do. Now, of the 4 options for the retention of the leisure centre, I would suggest a lease to be the most suitable way forward, to make use of the leisure centre as a community centre hub, to complement and possibly work with Angus Council's own charity, Angus Alive. I'm sure we're all here today looking for a solution. We want a best value solution for the leisure centre. And one possible solution is our company Guild Homes would be prepared to set up a charitable trust or to save time to work with an existing charitable trust to lease Lochside Leisure Centre from the common good. A charitable trust would create a community centre designed to meet the needs of the community and provide opportunities for local businesses and clubs. The building could have many uses, community meeting places for people of all ages, but Lochside facilities for walks, car parking, bike hire, even dog walking facilities, community hall space for classes, parties, discos, meetings, a bespoke sports hall to provide health and well-being for local clubs, a Lochside coffee, cafe and restaurant, coffee shop, cafe and restaurant, and perhaps a nursery or a creche, possible sports therapy rooms, meeting rooms, and up to 20 existing public toilets. 20, with a great many showers, and existing accommodation more than suitable for a changing places toilet. So we believe the leisure centre can continue to have much to offer to the people of Forth and Angus, but we do have a problem. Unfortunately, Angus Council have neglected the leisure centre. Effectively, they allowed it to be vandalised from being fully functional on the day it closed. Now, some 4 years later, we estimate it requires up to £200,000 in repairs to make it fully functional. The rainwater has been allowed to pour in the holes created in the roof to buckle and twist the expensive and specialist sports floor. Angus tell us even in this report the roof has been repaired, yet sadly the damage has been done long ago. It's possibly too little too late, and just last week as I stood in the main sports hall, I could look up and see the bright blue sky through the large holes that remain in the roof. Yet only if we all work together, we may still be able to save the leisure centre for the people of Forfar and Angus. And I ask your elected members to instruct your officers to please accept the facts. Lochside Leisure Centre is not sinking. To accept there is no longer justification for demolition, and please instruct them to work with us. Together we can find best value for this building to meet the needs of the community. It is the responsibility of Angus Council to safeguard and protect public assets on behalf of the public. That is what they are employed to do. The marketing process has informed us that there are many interested parties willing to lease parts of the building. Angus Council themselves could bring the building back into use by engaging with these interested parties with the aim of leasing it in part and retaining the public toilets via Angus Alive to provide facilities for the wider community. But please let me be clear, Lochside Leisure Centre will never be saved without the support of Angus Council. Angus Council have the resources, the powers, the public resources and funds to decide whether Lochside Leisure Centre survives or fails. I can't do it alone. The community cannot do it alone. We need the help of Angus Council, and in the same way, we are prepared to work and help with Angus Council. We ask them please to speak with us and other interested parties, to work with us and other interested parties. We need Angus Council also to want to save the building. And all this follows Angus Council's own strategic priorities to encourage the community to be strong, to be resilient, and led by citizens. As elected members, I'm not going to ask you for any decisions today. All I ask is for you to ask your officers, possibly even instruct your officers to, 1, to agree to explore the possibility of leasing Lochside Leisure Centre and in whole and in part. 2, to instruct your officers to work with all interested parties who wish to lease Lochside Leisure Centre as a whole or in part, and let's together find an early solution. To ask your officers to report to the next full council meeting with all the detailed options and solutions. And 4, to acknowledge that the demolition funding will continue to be available post the transfer to the common good, should a solution for the leisure centre not be achieved by May 22. I have one final thought to leave you all with. We're all aware that for the last 4 years and more, the preferred option of the council has been to demolish Lochside Leisure Centre at any cost. As it is public money that's being spent, and if you as elected members voted in by the public, under the recommendation of your officers employed by you on behalf of the public, if you altogether decide to demolish, I think it's important we fully understand the cost of this decision to the public first. If we add up Angus Council's own values, one, to choose to spend around £250,000 in maintenance costs in the last 4 years, two, to spend an estimated £150,000 in legal costs at the Court of Session, all rather than consult the public, the people that pay their wages. Three, we now have further demolition costs of around £427,500, as detailed in today's report. And four, there will be further costs of around £82,000 to build 2 new toilets. So, all this adds up to over £900,000 plus officer time, plus elected member time, must now, over this period, must come to £1 million. All this to destroy a fit-for-purpose community building that is not sinking and replace it with 2 toilets. The term spend a penny takes a whole different meaning. The situation we face today is of Angus Council's making. This situation is the consequence of their conduct. That is a fact. But together we must move past this. Together we can find a solution that represents best value to the people of Forfar and Angus. And together with Angus Council, we need to now try to remedy matters and do the proper job, to do a good job for the people of Angus. I am sure we can all work together and hopefully give Lochside Leisure Centre back to the community. I can only ask Angus Council to work with us and other interested parties. I cannot make Angus Council work with us. Angus Council have to be prepared to and want to work with us all. I sincerely hope to receive that phone call. I thank you all for your time in a busy day, and I can confirm I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gill, for your deputation. I've got questions from Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mr. Gill. I just wondered a bit more. You mentioned about the 4-year time span, and I'm just wondering, in your eyes, would you have seen this as being easy to achieve had Angus Council looked to lease it or transfer it at the initial decision that was made several years ago?
I think there was a turning point. If I can possibly read a short letter of the 14th of March 2019 to the Chief Executive, which I'm not sure if you all saw at the time. So what I'm saying is thank you for your email of the 7th of March 2009. Consider it inappropriate to meet me. As you're aware, we had no option recently than to commence proceedings in the Court of Session with regard to the proposed demolition of Lochside Leisure Centre. Our objective was to halt the demolition of Lochside Leisure Centre, to save the public purse the sum of around £500,000 and safeguard the building for future community use. We have no wish to be in court, as I'm sure neither do Angus Council. I phoned you on the 7th of March 2019 as I'd hoped to identify how together we could turn the subject of Lochside Leisure Centre into a huge positive in providing additional services both for the community and for Angus Council. I'm very keen to work with you to achieve a best value solution and focus on what we can do rather than what we can't do to turn this into a success story for all concerned. This can only be achieved if we all work together. We all know Lochside Leisure Centre is not sinking, yet this forms the very basis of the decision to demolish, and surely this information provides a reason for public consultation and a change of direction. There are a number of options for consultation and consideration of Lochside Leisure Centre that do not appear to have been fully considered by Angus Council. Both a sale with a pre-emption agreement to repurchase or a simple lease agreement which would enable continued community use of the building while still retaining a degree of control for Angus Council. I am sure together we can identify a suitable proposal that works for everyone and still protects Angus Council at all times. I'm in the process of researching setting up a charitable community trust that would be non-profit making with any surplus income to be retained by the trust for community benefit in terms agreeable to Angus Council. I must ask if Angus Council would support such a proposal and permit a charitable trust to make a community asset transfer application in the near future to lease Lochside Leisure Centre. I believe a great deal of benefit can be achieved by such a proposal, which most importantly also enables Angus Council to retain ownership and control of the Lochside Leisure Centre and the surrounding land. Please speak with me, please consult with the public. We can achieve so much more working together towards community benefit whilst removing the need for lawyers. I thank you for your efforts to date. I trust in you to work with us to make the right decisions for our local community. Kind regards, Mark Guild. Now, the response I got to that was we were in a legal action and the council would not speak to me. So in response to your question, where we are today and what I've asked of you today, I asked well over 2 years ago. And a lot of time and a lot of money could be saved, but we cannot continue to have public meetings and showdowns, secret reports and all. Let's sit down together, let's speak, let's work together, let's have a public, private, working relationship. Is that not what Angus needs?
Okay, Councillor Davey, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I think it's expressing perhaps how a lot of people will feel that this wasn't looked at or done several years ago now.
Thank you.
Provost, Mr. Gill, you mentioned quite a lot, particularly at the beginning of your presentation and part of the way through the response to Councillor Davies' question there about Angus Council involvement. But do you accept, as a consequence of the court decision and then the subsequent need for the council to sort out its policy on common good, after the 12th of May next year, there is no responsibility for Angus Council whatsoever because this building becomes common good property. So you're talking about a solution, but it's very time limited because you've got between now and the 12th of May to get this sorted out. You mentioned we've been taking 2 years. What makes you think that we can actually progress this by May next year?
If everyone, thank you for the question, Councillor Hans. If everyone works together, everything can be achieved. If no one works together, nothing can be achieved. Now, we didn't want to go to the Court of Session. We didn't want a Court of Session ruling. All we've ever wanted is to work with the council. Now, it cannot be that hard. I think we all have a responsibility. We went to the Court of Session, there were £150,000 in legal fees spent. That was because of all of us. Now, we need to stop the nonsense, start speaking, and do our best for the community. That's what we're all here to do. Now, the May date is the May date if the council want it to be. The council are responsible for managing the common good. They can deal with it any way they wish. But saying we've got till May to make a solution, to use your term previously from a previous meeting, it's like they're putting a gun to our head, Councillor Hans.
Yeah, with respect, the court decision is the court decision and it's a common good asset. In terms of, I've said this to you before as well, other constituents across Angus are going to wonder why the general fund reserves are being used to support something that's been transferred over from a council asset to a common good. And as I've said to you before, there's a community centre in my ward desperately needing the final funds to complete, and they will be absolutely furious, and quite rightly so. And I will stand up for my constituents in terms of how this is being funded, because there are facilities in Forfar already. My ward doesn't have them.
I would compliment you fully for standing up for your constituents, fully support you with that. This is an either-or situation. You can either spend £427,000 taking something away from the community, or you can take £427,000 and give something to the community. Now, I think my offer at the last meeting was misunderstood. I said I had a quotation to demolish the leisure centre for £100,000. I wasn't needing any money from the council. I was going to pay that £100,000 for the community and leave the full £427,500 to go to the community to be to some benefit. Now, we could all argue that you need money in Monteith or whatever, but I mean, there's 6 million getting spent on a road in our growth that's coming out of the general fund that's not benefiting Porter. There's a heap of money at the Playhouse being underwritten in Montrose. I'm not looking for any money. I am saying is rather than spend 427,500, nearly £500,000 and take that building away from the community, try to do something with it and try to do something with it together. And you might not need all that money. There may be money left to look to other areas, and I sincerely hope there is. But the starting point is sitting down, speaking together. Come on, we're not frightened of one another. Let's sit down and see if together we can get a solution. And I'm sure the officials, I could sit down in a room with Ian Cochrane and say, come on, Ian, how can we sort this out? But going on and on and on, this is nonsense. I'm sorry.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Of course you can.
Yeah, go on.
Thanks. Yeah, so are you then now saying that you think this building should be, because I'm a wee bit confused, are you saying the building should be demolished, or are you saying that it shouldn't? Because I'm not really sure. You talked about
I don't think it should be demolished,
right,
but I don't have the power, Councillor Hans, to make that decision. What I'm saying is if the council decide to demolish, can we do it in a more best value way? Right. All I'm doing is fighting for best value for not the people of Forfar, for the people of Angus, so that public money is spent wisely, be it on doing work on a leisure centre, be it on demolishing a leisure centre, but let us work together and give best value for the people of Angus. That is my issue.
You mentioned in your presentation, you reckoned it was 30 years plus life left in the building. On the basis of 30 years is an arbitrary figure because neither of us can say exactly what that would be. I make that as 360 months worth of lease payments. So what sort of lease payment amount would you be suggesting is a viable amount for any organisation taking that out? Because if that's available for the 30 years, for common good after that 30 years is going to be in serious trouble unless it can get a sufficient amount of lease going along that they can bank in preparation to future years for demolition.
30-year period is the result of a chartered engineer, so we know that's a correct period. The discussions about the figures in that, I think that's what I'm saying. We should be sitting down with the officials, discussing the possibilities and finding a common solution to then bring forward to the council. I'm not about to suggest any kind of lease payment at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Moore, followed by Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guild. I'm just a little bit confused. You keep saying we and us. Can you clarify who we and us is?
Well, we at Guild Homes are looking to help as much as we can, and we are a company of local people. So that's who we and us are, and there'll then be members of the community who are interested in the leisure centre as well. So we and us can be as many people as it wants to be, and as many people as want to take an interest. But we have to come forward with something positive for everyone.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the background, and we deferred the decision in March because we received a proposal. We further deferred it in May to allow the Station Park Community Trust proposal to be fully explored. They pulled out the day before our June council meeting. We're now in September. We've been trying to consult. We've had a community group who have been saying, you know, let's get involved, and then pulled out. How long do we have to go down the road before we finally decide that there isn't a future there?
Thank you for your question. The only future, I think, as I've already said, there's only a future if your officials decide to work with someone to achieve that and have that common goal. The Station Park Community Trust, it just all got too difficult. There were too many promises and everything looked for. Rather than saying, come on, let's work together, let's see what we can achieve. It was a case of, you know, you must do this, you must do that. What about this? 101 questions. If I treated my business in that way and had to have an answer to every question before I did anything, there would be 1,000 less houses in Angus just now. So you don't always have the answers, and it's up to the council. But we are here today because as a council, you have told us all, you've told the public, the leisure centre's sinking when it's not. You refused to consult when you had a legal obligation to do so, and you've now neglected and allowed the building to be vandalised through the back door. What a waste of public money, and the public should not pay for this incompetence. So the decision is with you, councillors, whether you want to take something from the community or you want to give something to the community. Whatever route you go, I would wish to help. I would wish to help, and there can either be something useful done in the leisure centre, or if there's not a leisure centre, as we spoke earlier with Ingalls Court, it's a fantastic location. I'm sure it's a fantastic location for something else. Together, we could have ideas as to what could go there to be good for Forfar. So, you know, I agree there's been great delay, but had I not been dragged to court by your council, this delay, we've lost over 2 years. We didn't set out to go to court. We were left with no option because as a councillors, before you went into that February meeting, you were all heavily lobbied, and you know that yourselves. And as a result, the vote for demolition was taken, and democracy did not occur that day. So we're just trying to wind this backward and get some democracy back.
Sorry, which February meeting and who was lobbying us?
February 2019.
2019.
And who was doing the lobbying?
You'll know yourselves who was doing the lobbying.
I think that's, you know, you asked the question, you've been getting
I've been privately been told by a great many people who's doing the lobbying, and you will know who did the lobbying.
Well, that's historical. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. I'm sorry, I'm not clear who was lobbying us to pick up on that point, but I wanted to ask Mr. Guild, you've mentioned a couple of times your offer to set up a charitable trust. I'm wondering why you have done that in the last few years to a community asset transfer as part of the proceeding processes, and if you have a critical mass of volunteers from the community that would support you in that endeavour.
There was no community, there was no charitable trust set up because we were obviously in the court session with the council who were hell-bent on demolishing the building. There was then a charitable trust in the form of the Station Park Community Trust who seemed to take up the mantle, so there's no need for two community trusts to do the same thing. So we haven't moved forward in that way for that reason. What was the last question? I'm sorry.
If you had a critical mass of volunteers, but I'm not sure how the legal process would have stopped you doing that in the interim. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if there was a legal barrier to that, but I would have thought those two processes could have taken place concurrently.
If we'd seen any hope at all of saving the leisure centre, we could have done. But as I say, we were up against the whole thing. The whole Angus Council machine was working against us to demolish the leisure centre. So that's how we're where we are.
So do you now have enough people who are volunteers from Forfar that would support you? Have you explored that, that would allow a trust to be functioning?
I'm sure we could create a trust in no time if we were required to. I get stopped with people every day giving me the support.
Okay, Mr. Gold, thank you. Councillor Bell, does that answer your question? Okay, does that answer your question, Councillor Bell?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I know your experience connectivity. Are there any other questions for Mr. Guild? Okay, there'll be no further questions. Thanks very much, Mr. Guild, for coming along again today.
Thank you all. Thank you.
We're now going to move on to that item, so I'll ask you, you'll have to withdraw once again. Before you go, the Chief Executive just put her hand up. Margot?
Thank you, question for Mr. Guild. It's just, I want to make clear to members some timeline that he mentioned there. On the 7th of February 2019, Council met, 13 members voted for demolition. The decision was made to demolish. On the 11th of February, 4 days later, I met with Mark and Robin Guild. So let's be clear, I had a meeting with the guilds. On the 12th of February, a few days later, we got notification from Mr. Guild and Mr. Donald Stewart that they were to pursue judicial review. So the date he's referring to of the 7th of March, he had already started proceedings towards us. That's why it was inappropriate for me to meet. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gill, you've heard the Chief Executive's correct timeline. I suppose you're going to have a different opinion to that, but that's documented what the Chief Executive has said. Right, I think that being said, we'll now move on to the item and item 7 and discuss agenda item 7 and discuss Lochside Leisure Centre. Mr. Gill, you can withdraw, and I think Mr. Cochrane, you're actually going to lead.
Thank you, Provost, and I'll be brief because I know time is moving on. Yes, the report that's before you today is as a result of the motion that was at the council meeting on the 24th of June, which requested that we marketed the building to gauge interest in the property. I would note, as in 4.4 of the report, that we've had 9 registers of interest with our agent, and for information, 3 of those interests are looking at a community centre or a community hub. 3 of them are of a commercial nature, which seem to have a preference for only part of the property. One for sort of sports-related commercial interest, and 2 around hospitality. 2 of the interests have not given any detail that I can report to you, and the further remaining interest was for part of the building, mainly for storage, but use of the toilet, showers, and a meeting room. I would also note, as an update to 4.6, that we had a meeting earlier this week with the local members who were able to attend to discuss the content of today's report. So the report is in front of you, Provost. Thank you for letting me to introduce it.
Thank you very much. Have we got Councillor Davey? Hand up. Question?
No, sorry, Provost. I wish to move option 3, but I wish to speak to it, so just put that on record there.
So you don't want to speak?
No, sorry. Is now for speaking or now for questions? Sorry.
Not a question. Okay. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Cochrane.
Yep.
And I'm looking at paragraph 4.16. which says if closing date for interest to lease the building be 30th September, and they're going to be required to provide firm and detailed proposals for their use, including rent, lease periods, community benefit, and any requirements from the council to undertake repairs. Do you think it is reasonable to have 21 days from today for any group to manage to produce all that? Or would we be in a position to say, if they are in a position to show that they are seriously concerned, then let's negotiate.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I think what I'm saying is that we've been marketing the building now for a little over 6 weeks. I would advise that we need, if we're minded to continue to market the building, that you set a closing date, and I've suggested the 30th of September. And I would suggest that we would need to explore with the parties who are expressing an interest how practical, realistic, sustainable, etc. that their interest is. If they've expressed an interest, we would ask them what their terms are, if that's the right approach in terms of, you know, how long they actually want the building for, how much of the building they want, what their rental proposal would be, and, you know, in terms of the conditions that we could enter into a lease in the future. I don't think that's unreasonable to ask of those who are expressing an interest, in order to ensure that I can then report to you about the due diligence around that expressions of interest.
Right, and if we say, for example, we go ahead with the option to sell, and we are undertaking consultation with a preferred option of selling, I presume that would not stop anybody from coming in to suggest an alternative, which you could then report to us in the November cycle.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you. If you were minded, I think at 4.18, sorry, no, wrong one. If you were minded at 4.15, sorry, to sell, I would recommend that you market the property. Because at the moment, we would not know who we would be selling to, for what amount of money, etc. And indeed, we've previously advised that in order to carry out a Section 104 consultation, you would need to have some of that information in order to consult and allow a due diligence of the consultation. So at the moment, we have not marketed the property for sale.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Davey, is that a fresh hand?
Yes, sorry, a question for Mr. Cochran. I'm just wondering, in these questions that we would, if we go ahead with leasing, asking these community.
Sorry, point of clarification. I was under the impression that people could only speak once. This is Councillor Davies' third question on this item.
He didn't speak.
I actually haven't asked the question yet.
He didn't answer. He didn't answer the question. He chose not to speak. That's why I've asked him if he'd like to speak now. Okay. Right. Carry on, Councillor Davey. Ask your question.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, and it was just, what discussions would we be having with these interested parties? Is the question how much, you know, what can you offer? Or is the question how much funding would you need to make this happen? Is this part of the discussions that you would be having if we went to consult on leasing and gather the information from these interested parties?
Yes, it would, Councillor Davey. Okay. It would cover all of that.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fairweather.
I believe Councillor Devine was before me, Provost.
My hand is not showing, actually. Unfortunately, I've got yourself, Councillor Durno, and Councillor Bell.
Okay, I'm happy. It minds a comment, Provost.
Well, I mean, I'm quite happy to let Councillor Devine speak. I'm quite happy to do that.
I don't have my hand up. I don't want to speak at the moment. Councillor Bell does.
Right, Councillor Fairweather.
No, can you let mine's a comment. Councillor Bell maybe has a question.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I'm curious to know why we weren't given the details of those expressions of interest in the paper or in a green appendix. I think it's really challenging to know whether any of those had any validity to progress towards a lease. I mean, I'm fundamentally and philosophically against a sale, given that it's on common good and it would be a big hole in a valuable civic asset. But I think in terms of discussions around a lease, that detail is actually really important, so that we could fully assess the merits of those offers.
Okay, Mr. Cochrane, could you answer that?
Thank you, Councillor Bell. As I've said in paragraph 4.5, at the time of writing this report, bearing in mind that the reports are prepared some days before Council, we were only able to take an understanding of those expressions of interest up to the 27th of August, which was on the Friday before we were then finalising the reports in order to go through the agenda process and then reporting to you. So there is very little detail at the moment in terms of other than the names, the phone numbers, and what I gave you earlier in terms of the extent of the property that they're looking for, and you know, it is very much what I had already summarised in 4.4.
But I think even the names of the organisations or people involved would have been
noted, Councillor Bell.
Okay. Can we move on? Councillor Dunno, you got a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cochrane. To sort of knock this thing on the head, because it's been going on for years now, what's the likelihood, can we not put it up for auction and then the person that's the highest bidder wins, and then that's the end of it? That would be an awful lot easier. And then that way Mr. Guild could bid for it if he wants to bid for it, and if he doesn't want to bid for it, he doesn't bid for it. It would just, and then the common good would get all the money, and then that would be it. So it's just went on too long now.
Mr. Cochrane, I'm sure there must be some implications in what Councillor Dunno suggests, but can you answer the question, please?
I think, Prothers, through yourself, that Councillor Dunno is really referring to option 2, which would be for sale. And then the method of going to the market, the suggestion is auction rather than marketing for offers. I think perhaps at this stage, bearing in mind that it's before members, and members may wish to decide which option they wish to consult on, then it's perhaps a little bit premature to decide which way it would go to market.
Okay. Councillor Fairweather?
For comments, Provost?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding, and I'm sure I'll be corrected by Mr. Cochrane, is that if we put it up for sale, and the fact that it's common good ground, it would have to go in front of the sheriff in the first place and for consultation. So how long's a piece of string? Right, so even if we put it up for auction, it would still have to go in front of the sheriff, and we could be looking probably a year to 2 years down the line. Anyway, right, by the by, you know, this one has been 4 years of a bugbear for me. And at the last full council, I was happy, right, to give another chance to any party who wanted to come in and say that they could put forward a firm proposal for a lease of Forfar Leisure Centre. What I've heard from Ian Cochrane right today actually gives me no comfort whatsoever. The report gives me no comfort whatsoever, and what Mr. Guild gave me gives me no comfort whatsoever. I listened how many years ago that there was going to be a charitable trust, and now he's speaking about doing it from now. He said that he was dragged into court. No, he wasn't. He dragged us into court. But I've got to take a note the cost of the repairs that this building has cost this council so far. It's coming out the general fund. And according to Mr. Guild, you can see through the roof. So how much more is it going to cost us? Or how much more in the future is it going to cost for common good? I've got to note that we have marketed this, right, and it's the potential uses it could have. And I've got to also consider the fact that we've got names that have put themselves forward. Well, we don't know the names, but any community proposals coming forward, how long are they going to take? And again, how long's a piece of string? So, and my real concern here is for the Forfar Common Good Fund. Because if it was my Common Good Fund, they are both Common Good Fund, and the risk that we're looking at an abyss that we're looking at again, right, I certainly wouldn't be taking it for Arbroath. And I'm sure that other Common Good Funds, i.e. Montrose, would probably be saying the same. You know, it's how many years? It's a significant period of time now, right, since Forfar Leisure Centre was declared surplus to requirements. And that seems to be something that's been forgotten here. It is surplus to requirements to this council. We do not want it. So for somebody to come in and say, work with the council for something that's surplus to requirements, why would we? We have a brand new campus, Forfar campus, in Forfar, with every facility that's required. Why would we be wanting to work with somebody else for something that we consider surplus? Now, I have also a real concern over the ongoing costs. How much is this costing us? My last recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is £1,000 per week. Is that correct? Nod your head, Mr. Cochrane, if that's correct. If that's correct, £1,000 a week. And this has been going on. Ridiculous. Absolutely scandalous that this council is paying that amount of money and could for the next year or 2 years, well, not 2 years, because in May next year, the Forfar Common Good Fund will have to pay it. Ridiculous. But I've also got to take into consideration the duty to pay due regard to the initial consultation. So I've looked at that again. And Mr. Gill said 35.9% said to go to demolition. Well, I think that's a huge amount. Now you're adding up figures, right? So we can beat it and say it's 64% to 36%. The fact is 35% by far was the biggest for demolition. Right, and I went against that last night. The conclusion, I just don't think this is going to happen. This is going to take so long, it's going to fall down, the leases aren't going to happen, and eventually Forfar Common Good Fund will be the sufferers, not just in the short term, but in the long term. So my conclusion is this today, that I will be moving. And considered this, I've considered the expressions of interest, and I'm going to be moving that this council should formally consult under Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Act, Scotland Act 2015, in respect of the demolition of the former Lochside Leisure Centre.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. And I have to say, I agree with a lot of what Councillor Fairweather has just said. I just want to be very brief and make 3 points. We heard Mr. Gould's adding up of numbers to show how much money this project had cost. Let's remember where we started. This was a £38 million project to build a new school and community hub in Forfar. Forfar has the best school in Angus and it's got the best sports centre in Angus. That cost Angus Council £38 million. So quibbling about £500,000 to knock down a building it's the demolition cost for this project. Let's call them £1 million because we had to knock down Forfar Academy, and I didn't hear anyone complaining about doing that. It was 3% of the building cost for demolition. I would have thought, I'm not a builder, but I would have thought that's a reasonable amount to spend on demolition. So it's a £38 million project. The second point I'd make, and Mr. Guild referred to the Montrose Playhouse project. which is using a former council swimming pool to turn into a cinema. Now, that building became empty in 2012. I think the community group was set up fairly soon after that to develop the idea, which sounded daft at the time, of converting it into a cinema. I've seen inside it, they've done a fantastic job. I think they've got £3 million worth of Scottish Government money plus other donors. But that was an organic project. They got together and they got on with it. There were lots of people on the action group who are architects, project managers, etc. We've got nothing in Forfar. We've been strung along by Mr. Guild with a variety of promises. There might be a group here, there might be a group here. We were presented with Forfar Station Park Trust. They fell away. There is no group with no coherent idea and no coherent business plan, and we're just wasting time. My third point is, if we want to waste any more time, and I think Councillor Hans has already made this point, if we waste any more time, we are going to have to transfer £450,000 from the general fund into the Forfar Common Good Fund. Now, I suspect there may be 4 councillors around the table who will support that. I'm pretty damn sure that there'll be 24 that are opposed to that. Because if you want to delay any longer, you're putting Forfar Common Good under mortal danger. That would finish at that point.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Councillor Cheek. Councillor Cheek.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get used to working with 2 screens now on my mouse. Yeah, okay, I hear what everybody's saying here, and to echo Councillor Fairweather's initial words, this gives me no comfort whatsoever listening to this whole debate. The easy option, I'll go back to the very start, the easy option is to demolish here, and that just seems to be the way people want to head now with this. It comes back to the point, I'm afraid, at the very outset, that again, maybe I'm the only other person who talks about best value here, but 427 or whatever £1,000, it was originally £500,000 to cost to demolish this, is not best value of council funds and public funds. I still hold up with that. Looking at the report in front of us, 4.3 says there are 9 expressions of interest at August 2021. We should be following these up. We have a duty to do that. The leisure centre may be, in Councillor Fairweather's words, surplus, but that doesn't mean you demolish it. So, and use the word scandalous, to demolish it in my eyes would be scandalous. It's just the easy option and makes it comfortable for the Forfar Common Good Fund. We shouldn't have got to this position at all. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have. We can't be thinking simply about the Forfar Common Good Fund here. It's a bigger picture. And I think we shouldn't have got to this, and this is going to be the result of it all. So I think we should be following up the lease interest, the 9 notes of interest, and very quickly. I would go along with what Mr. Cochrane has said of the 30th of September, because time is of the essence. But we follow these all up, and then, and if that it comes to nothing, then perhaps we should put on it up for sale. Perhaps we should, in a matter of for a short period. And if nothing else comes of that, if we've exhausted leasing, we've exhausted opportunity to sale, then maybe we've got an eye reason to say there's no other option to but demolish it. I would go along with that, but I'm not going along with it on a simple, let's make life easy. We're all tired of dealing with this, and let's just demolish it. So if there's a motion comes forward to follow what Councillor Fairweather has said, I'll bring an amendment in to follow up the lease interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cheap. Next, Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, we've got 9 notes of interest in there, but you know, we don't know enough about them. It could come down to when they're told how much it would cost to lease the place that they're not interested in the first. You know, they might just bulk. And also, you know, Mr. Guild, it seems, you know, that he's happy for us to hang on to this just now and spend money. You know, we're spending, I think is it £1,000 a month we're spending on that just now. But then he's always criticising us for wasting money as well. So, you know, that doesn't sit with me. And I don't think, you know, as Councillor Teep said, an easy option. I think it's the most realistic option, just to proceed with demolition. I think we've exhausted this. It's went on long enough. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Hines.
Thanks, Provost. I think I'm just going to say pretty much stuff similar to Councillor Duff and Councillor Fairweather, and also take a different approach to Councillor Cheek, because you know what? I don't think we've taken an easy option any way along. If we had, then I don't think this report would keep coming back the number of times that it does. You sometimes get people, especially when you're a new councillor, you know, people say this is not an easy job, and it isn't an easy job. And one of the days like today is a real example of that. But we've been elected, and ultimately what we need to do now is actually sit up and actually take the hard decision. Because what have we heard here? We've heard vague promises and grand wishes, but nothing has materialised. And we're talking about best value for the council, okay? Best value for the council, and I repeat, report 13821 in May this year. It's actually then the responsibility of common good. And really, is that going to be the best value for people of Forfar to have this as a legacy of transfer of ownership? The court case decided that. We didn't take the court case, as was said earlier on. We responded to the court case, and as councillors, we've respected the result of that court case and have tried to take things forward in a constructive manner. There is absolutely nothing of a tangible value that we can say, actually, you know what, it's worth time adding yet another week, another fortnight. How many meetings do we have to have? The reality is actually facing us here today. There is only one option, and it is option 5. And just as a final comment, your Councillor Duff is right. Forfar is absolutely lucky that when the school opened in 2015, 16, sorry, I forget, the years go by, but you've got a fantastic sports facility. The next big capital project for us in terms of schools is Moneyfief High School. Last week at Policy and Resources, we're hearing, due to inflation, etc., and all the variations with impacts of COVID and stuff like that, the footprint that we've asked for, and it's a minimum footprint in terms of resources as well, compared to what Forfar's got. We might not even get some of the sports facilities that we've been asked for. And I tell you now, and I'm not going to be a councillor in the next term, but for Moneyfief and Sidwell councillors that are, I hope to God just battle hell of a damn hard for reserves to be actually used productively.
Let's just stick to Forfar Leisure Centre.
Well, it's relevant, Provost, because because we're talking about best value for the council, so it's a relevant comment that I'm making. And basically, faced with having to pay money that could have been spent in 2021, 22, because it had been reserved for that matter, but then because of the transfer of the policy we all agreed to in May about common good, I would much rather see the reserves in 22, 23 be there to support within the next term of the council to actually positively support provision of sports facilities in Moneyfief that don't have them.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me have a look down the line. Councillor Devine.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I thought it was really good to be seconding the Councillor Fairweather's motion, but you know, I wasn't going to be doing it with any kind of real happiness, because when I first read the report, I thought, well, 9 people displaying an rate, and maybe we were right to market it for lease. But do you know, we've got so little information. I asked for a meeting with the 4 Forfar councillors with Mr. Cochrane to see if we could get a bit of information. Councillor Davy didn't come along to that, but he couldn't give us any more detailed information. There was no detail. So I suppose, like most of us probably thought we were going to be able to take a decision today enabling an individual or a group to lease the building for the benefit of the community. But nobody seems to have paid any attention, and certainly Mr. Gilt doesn't seem to have learned from the experience of the Forfar Football Trust. I had thought that he said at one point that he was happy to work with other people with a trust. But anyway, that's beside the point maybe. But in the end, and after a lot of work and a lot of work on the part of staff of the council as well, they found it too difficult to continue and withdrew at the last minute. So as a Forfar councillor, and there are 4 of us, I have a responsibility. I want to come to the Common Good Fund because I have a responsibility, like we all do, to make sure it's good financial health. And as it's been pointed out, come May next year, the 12th of May next year, because of the ruling of the Inner Court on the appeal by Mr. Guild and Mr. Stewart, the fund will have to take responsibility for the leisure centre and all the bills that come with it. The real worry is that the Common Good Fund ends up having to pay for demolition, and that will wipe it out. The money for demolition is there. It has been in the budget for years. All of us have voted for that, including Councillor Davy, including Councillor Cheap. So, you know, it could disappear. It could be used for something else. And I don't think that should be allowed to happen. It would wipe out our fund. And, you know, there's lots of excellent projects that we've been able to help which benefit the community, and that wouldn't be there. So I just think we've gone round in circles. Plenty of people have said that. Staff time has been used in abundance on this one item, and the council has had to pay out money that could have been used better. So you have to wonder where best value comes into that, actually. So I would just I'd like us to be decision takers today, taking everything into consideration and vote to go to consultation and demolition.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Councillor Devine. We've now got Councillor Davy.
Thank you, Provost. Just to restate my original point is I will be moving ahead, moving the option 3 to lease with the 30th of September deadline. And to me, what is absolutely scandalous listening to this conversation is that yet again, we're going to be spending £500,000 to demolish it. And we left the building in such a state of disrepair. And what I also don't understand, which is so wrong, is Councillor Duff and other councillors have said, I can't justify to my constituents spending money protecting an asset in Forfar. But they seem to be willing to justify spending £500,000 to demolish an asset in Forfar. I don't think I can justify to the people of Forfar that we're going to spend that amount of money on that. It seems to be demolishing it simply out of spite. If it was up to the Forfar Common Good Fund originally, we would have went to consultant on sale of it, if it was left to the Forfar Common Good to decide. But now the Forfar Common Good Fund has been forced by councillors out with Forfar to vote to demolish it originally. And it looks like that's going to happen again. I will remind members the February meeting, the external consultation found that we as councillors didn't have sufficient information to make a decision. When asked if we could consider these significant failings, the external auditors replied to me and said yes. So councillors were not provided with sufficient information to make an informed decision. We point back to the consultation. Again, it was during COVID. In-person consultations were cancelled over 2 winter months. I asked for additional time on this consultation and it was rejected. Officers said there would not be additional time to make up for the cancelled in person. I would add, we do have the power to do something positive, but it does require us to look at it and help it, rather than say, well, we're going to demolish it. That's it, unless somebody comes forward. We need to work towards making sure that happens as well. We made a huge mistake last time going ahead with demolishing without consultation. We ended up in the courts. External review showed significant failings. We didn't have sufficient information and we didn't work with the community. This building was fit for use the day Angus Council walked out. Why hasn't it been kept in such a condition? Last time we didn't have enough information to make the decision. This time, it seems like councillors are obsessed with voting to demolish it because they didn't want to wait 21 more days to gather information from 9 community groups who come forward. What on earth? People will look at that and think it's utter madness. It seems to me everything is being pushed towards demolition, and I just don't understand why. What a disgrace it would be. Indeed, when I listened to the discussion on, Inglis Memorial Court, Councillor Bray has said it's structurally sound and could be used to find someone. We need to work together to make sure we find uses for our public buildings. Yet that hasn't stopped him, and I hope he thinks about this when he votes today, and I hope others do think about we could find a common use for this building, and it is madness to vote to demolish it now when 9 community groups have expressed an interest, and it would require us waiting 21 days to listen to what they want to do with the building.
Okay,
that is all.
Councillor Davies, thank you very much. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Provost. First of all, I wanted to pick up on something Councillor Davies said there. The I don't think has deteriorated only in the period since it closed. I don't know how many elected members round this table used to use Lochside Leisure Centre. I used it on a regular basis between 1987 and 2002 when I lived in the town. And I regularly experienced the main hall being closed for the floor to be the wooden floor to be uplifted and relaid because of warping. Drips through the roof and buckets in the reception catching the rainwater. I remember heating being broken and being Baltic in there. I remember tiles on the walls being broken, and I remember toilets being backed up and closed down. So, it's a brutalist design. It's not a pretty thing. I genuinely believe we can do better. And if you take cognizance of some of the comments that were in the consultation, there were some big ideas in there around having an ecology centre that celebrates the biodiversity of the environment and gives options and offers for education around climate emergency and what have you. I think we can do so much better as a building on that site. I would hate to see it sold off because that, as I said earlier, would take a big piece of the common good jigsaw out of the picture and expose it to greater risk around what could potentially be developed on there. So that doesn't sit easy with me. I do think that demolition is a good idea. I want us to aspire to greater things than that building for the people of Forfar. However, I am torn by the fact that there isn't enough detail around those bids. Can we actually make a proper assessment on that? That's my only caveat. And I wondered, and please don't hate me for this, is there an opportunity for us to have sight of those bids and to see if there's any substance to them, and potentially have a shorter single subject special council meeting to close this off once and for all? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cochrane. You want to say anything Councillor Bell said about visiting the building?
Well, I think if I understand Councillor Bell, she's looking for relayed earlier and what formed part of my report. I don't have any difficulty sharing that with councillors. Obviously, there's a data protection issue in terms of the information that's in there, so it can't be shared, and we can perhaps edit some of that. But I have to say, Councillor Bell, if I may, through yourself, Provost, there is very, very little information. It is purely what I have said to you today, that there are people who are interested in a community hub. There are people who are interested in storage. Some of it is simply email addresses and phone numbers from our agents in terms of the list of people who have made contact.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Cochrane. Okay, Councillor Bell. Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Provost. the hardest thing that I've dealt with in my 10 years as being a councillor. It's been coming and going. I scribbled down notes about what Mark Guild had said about this has been going on and on and on and on. He's right, his words, not necessarily mine, but I would actually agree with him on that part of it, on and on and on. Yes, it's been disappointing about the structural, so there was nothing wrong with it. That's something I fought. That's why I backed the initial one, what, 2.5 years ago, that we shouldn't be demolishing it then. But we are moving on, and I want to give my examples of my life, of things that have gone on in my councillor experiences. There are 9 people interested in this potentially as wanting a little bit of that. I have been fighting for 3 years about the Palmmuir Centre with that situation, and they have only taken a 3-year lease because they are scared to death of not one person moving forward and a trust being able to form. So that's why they have a 3-year lease on the CAT, because they're giving themselves a 3-year lease to try and resolve that and try and get a community together. And it's a major worry to me, because we are, back to what Councillor Hans said, we do all fight for our own communities. That was surplus to requirements at the same time as it came surplus to requirements for the Lochside Centre. And I've been working hard, and all 4 councillors, I think, I'm sure some of them would have been, but we've not heard from Councillor Braden Davey of how he's been making sure we have these 9 people coming forward to discuss it. That is the job of a councillor, is to make people. We shouldn't be going on a whim of saying, oh well, let's give it another extension for another little bit longer because these people might come forward. Historically, as councillors are there to make sure they can try and get that sorted out, it doesn't happen. And it's still back to the Palmmuir Centre in Carnoustie. We're still got another, after 3 years, we're going to have to do that. Now, onto my own business and my things myself. My own property and now my business sat empty for 3 years, and it went down for thousands and thousands. And that was because the banks couldn't get themselves together. So I don't really think it's fair to be ultra critical. That's life. We were taken to court, in the end of the day. It wasn't the other way around. It was, we were taken to court. That's why it sat there. It's very sad to see that that there are gaping holes in the roof now. But with these in mind, which of these 9 are going to take this on? Let's take a reality check. Here, back to what Councillor Stewart said. Let's take a reality. You mentioned the word reality. A reality check here. Unfortunately, because I did back it in the first place, and that was over 2 years ago, but I think we're generally too far down the line. So I think I will be going with the proposal, I think, from Councillor Fairweather, and the amendment, and the seconded by Councillor Devine on this one, but with a sore heart, with a genuine sore heart.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Boyd. The point you make about the lease as well, if it failed, for common good would pick the bill up in the long term, and I think that's the point that Councillor Devine and Councillor Fairweather have been making. Councillor Hans, again, now you've spoken more than once, but I'll let you speak very, very briefly.
Thank you, Provost. You let Councillor Davies speak twice as well, so I was assuming you were going to be equally fair, so thank you.
I actually haven't spoken twice.
No, you haven't, but anyway, go on, Councillor Hans.
Yeah, right, thank you. It was just to come back on some of the things that Councillor Davies said in terms of, I'm sorry, I might be putting words in your mouth because it was a wee while ago you spoke, but you almost felt like there was a revenge or a vendetta, was it? Was either of these 2 words? I don't think that's the case at all. And, this building, nobody would ever rush to demolish in the first instance if there was an option. But there's not been an option. We've given plenty of opportunity for options to come forward. And I'm glad Councillor Boyd brought up the Palmmuir Centre, because that's an excellent example of how long it takes to get leases and funding together. If we think extending this for another 21 days to bring it back to another special council meeting, and we're going to have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, we're in cloud cuckoo land. You know what? 3 weeks, as Councillor Boyd says, 3 years. We need to make a decision. It's a difficult decision, but unfortunately, time is running out and we need to make that decision today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hands. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. The debate has obviously gone on for some time, and I hate all the chat about the length of the meeting. We need to give it the full time it needs, and I'm glad we've been able to do that. I think the way the report was written, and it's no disrespect to Ian, but has sown a layer of confusion into this decision. Principally, 4.4 and 4.5, which tells us that there have been interest, and it says, you know, what sort of interest, but it doesn't give us the full nature. Now, as we've discussed in this debate, the full nature is that we don't know any more information. It's so hard to convey in a report, but the way that that is written to me read like, there's been folk told us we want to use this building, and we've got plans, but I'm not telling you. And that's what was challenged. That's how it read to me, Ian, was that we can't tell you the details of that, but you've got to make a decision on that. But I think the important part in this for me is 4.20, and about how we make the decision today. And we've got to remember that if we all if it goes for demolition today, it's not the final decision on this. It goes to full consultation on that part. So the question that I have for Ian following this debate is, if there was someone that came up with the absolutely all singing, all dancing proposal, whilst we were doing that formal consultation on demolition, would there be an option for us to say, whoa, wait a minute, we've got this idea here, can we follow that? Is there an option to do that? Because we've had expressions of interest, we don't have enough detail yet, but we're going to go into a formal consultation period on demolition. Can we parallel work on the other side to say, wait a minute though, there's someone's come in and they're going to open a fancy ranger centre that's going to have all this stuff and everyone's going to love it. Is that feasible?
Mr. Cochrane.
Thanks, Provost. I've had a brief discussion with this with the Director of Legal. My understanding is once we're going down the route of consultation on demolition, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to continue to explore other options. However, I think we've also said in previous reports that a community asset transfer could obviously come in at any point. Perhaps I can ask Mrs. Buchanan if she can confirm that view. I think if what you're also expanding that into, Councillor MacDonald, is somebody came in and said, I've got a great, here's, an offer for purchase or an offer of lease, then would we bring that to the council for consideration? Is that my right?
I think what I'm saying, Ian, my signal has absolutely just gone to pot. What I'm saying is we've had 9 expressions of interest, or whatever it is, everything's gone down. And if they were then to come forward and say, boom, here's the full beans, would we be able to then say, right, we're consulting on demolition, but actually, councillors, you've made this decision, we're going to formally do that, and at the end, when we look at everything, but here's this that's come in the meantime.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald, and I hope you can still hear me. I think, again, there's a variety of things that come into that, which includes the 6-month rule in terms of, obviously, if the council's made a decision to consult on demolition, whether they can then make a decision to consult on lease. But if I can pass this to Jackie Buchanan, if Mrs. Buchanan's happy to answer.
Jackie, can you give an answer on that?
Yes, I can, Councillor Proctor. So in terms of that, if members decided that they wanted to consult, for example, on demolition, then we would proceed to do that. Now, they couldn't then, in the background, try and negotiate something else. But what may happen, of course, is that there may be a third party who determines that they do want to lease the property, or alternatively, indeed, if there was a cat, that we would still need to consider a cat. So what would then have to happen is then the consultation will have already started in terms of say it was demolition, for example, and then say a lease offer came in that was something that everybody thought that's a great lease option, we really want to go for that as councillors, we would then need to consult again in terms of that option. And as Mr. Cochrane has pointed out, we would need to wait till it was a stage. So I suppose it would be a bit messy, but we could do it sequentially, is what I'm trying to explain.
But that would surely be a material change of circumstances, no?
Yes, in terms of, I was just going to go on to that, thank you, Councillor MacDonald. In terms of the 6-month rule, yes, it could be put forward that was a material change in circumstance. And there would need to be another consultation. You couldn't base it on the first consultation if the decision on the first one was to demolish. But as it's been pointed out, sorry, just to finish off, the decision being taken today is not to demolish, but is to consult on that in terms of the Community Empowerment Act and ask the public their views on that. And then it would come back. But if you then determined that you wanted to go down a lease option, you would need to consult again.
That's fine. That's exactly what I was asking today. But the option for lease is still there for those that have got interested parties to come forward. We'll do the formal consultation on demolition. However, if something was amazing that came in, we would be in a position where we could actually say, right, we've looked at that formal consultation. However, we're going to have a wee look at this other thing. Just to clarify, that's what you just said, Jackie, aye?
It is, yes.
Excellent. Okay, that's cleared up for me. Like I say, for me personally, it was the 4.5 and 4.6 that sowed that seed of doubt in there, because we were told there was interested parties, and it was just a bit sort of vague to then make a decision on this paper, in my opinion. But thank you for clearing all that up.
Point of clarification.
Thanks very much, Shannon, and thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. We can now move on to Councillor Braze.
Yes, thank you very much,
Point of
Provost.
clarification, sorry, Provost.
I wanted to.
Councillor Davey.
Go on, Councillor Braze, you're all right.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I just wanted to comment on something that Councillor Davey said when he was trying to link this decision to what we earlier decided about Ingalls Court. That was kind of the point of me bringing forward the amendment regarding Ingalls Court. Each building that we might decide to demolish or not demolish or whatever should be looked at on its own merits and treated individually, and not just have a blanket approach towards demolition or whatever. So there's another very, very important difference too with Ingalls Court. Ingalls Court is not built on the Brecon Common Good, and there's no danger of the Brecon Common Good being bankrupted by a failure of some kind at Ingalls Court. That's very important. And just, when it comes to value for money, best value, this one is really quite a tricky one, because on the one hand, we've got this big demolition cost. On the other hand, we've got the real danger that we could be paying £1,000 a week for another, for 18 months, and then thereafter until May or whenever, and then for common good having to pick up that £1,000 a month for who knows how long. So completely different circumstances. This is a difficult decision. I'm very reassured by what Jackie Buchanan has just told me. We're not making a decision today to demolish the Lochside Leisure Centre. We're making a decision to go out and consult on it. And after all that's done, we will then make a decision. And in the meantime, other groups with a really good sound business case and a business plan can come forward, and that could be considered if we choose to. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Point of clarification, sorry, Provost. I believe you should take that point of clarification.
Councillor Davey, yes, I'm just away to pick you up. So, okay, carry on. Point of clarification, carry on.
Sorry, so that's twice SNP members have said I shouldn't be able to speak when I've been allowed, and also a missed point of clarification. It seems an attempt to shut down the debate here, but my point of clarification is, if we move ahead to consult on demolition today, we will not see a report back with the 9 options, and also will officers stop being proactive with these groups to look at lease options. So if the decision is taken to consult on demolishing today, We will not receive a report with those 9 options, and we would not be proactive with those groups.
Mr. Cochrane?
Councillor Davey is correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Which seems to me that the point we would close down the option by going for demolition today.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Davey. Councillor Durno.
Thanks, Provost. I'm glad that Jackie confirmed all the points there. All I want to say is I know that the Arbroath Courthouse was not a council building, it belonged to the courts, but that just shows you that building has been sitting empty now for 5 years, the whole time since I've been elected. Now they've actually gotten money from the council's funds as well to put into it. It's going to be millions, you know, for that building to be done up. So unless we've got a community group that is going to be able to get their hands on millions of pounds to do something, I doubt very much if they'll be able to come up with it. And it just, I mean, it's not often I agree with Mr. Fairweather, but in this point, maybe he has a point because we have seen what's happened with Arbroath Courthouse. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The wrecking balls is here. The last one is Councillor Cheek.
Yeah, I'll make it then. It's not off. What Brenda just said about Councillor Fairweather. It's not often I support Councillor Davey on this. I can't believe that he's brought up a very valid point that the council are not prepared to wait 21 days to get the opportunity of these 9 notes of interest. They're just going hell for leather for consultation for demolish. And let's face it, consultation in this case really means that's what will happen because it's a done deal because I just know that's the way that's going to go. So I find it appalling to think and to say for Ian Cawthron just to say just now that to accept if we go for a consultation on demolition, those interests are basically just put in the bin. Doesn't matter how valid they might be, they're just put in the bin, and that is totally irresponsible of every one of the councillors on this call today. I can't believe it. If it does come, finally, Provost on this, if it does come to demolition on this, I really hope that we have the guts to actually talk to council officers and say, you find the cheapest way of doing this, because if Mark Guild, whether you like him, you believe him or not, if he can say he can demolish this for £100,000, I'll support that. But rather than £500,000, because that's just the way the council does things. It's appalling. So you can tell me I'm really unhappy with this. But if it goes down the demolition route and we pay that £500,000 out without investigating and going beyond the normal tendering, we will be doing an appalling job of this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Cheek. I think the last that we're going to, and then we'll move. We've got Councillor Fairweather who's moving for option 5, which is the consultation for demolition, and yourself, Councillor Cheek, who's going to go for the other option for waiting it out.
Councillor Davey, sorry.
Right, Councillor Moore.
Yes, I just want a point of clarification. We are talking about not waiting 3 weeks, but is this not more a case of not waiting 3 weeks and then the period of time up to the November council, which puts it in a totally different position, being 2 months, not 3 weeks before we're considering it again?
We could have a special meeting. Councillor Bell suggested that we could have a special meeting.
Ms. McCann, do you want to maybe give us a wee bit of clarification on that?
Certainly, in terms of the time frame, it's probably best if you don't mind that Mr. Cochrane clarify.
Yeah.
I could maybe make one point just to follow on what I said. We may be unable to continue with one option if we've agreed to consult on another, but it doesn't stop someone coming forward with an offer if they so wish to do that. In the same way as in a CAT, community asset transfer. So if an offer of lease came forward, that's, you know, the council could certainly consider it as a laid out. I just want to be clear on that in case there was any dubiety. But Mr. Cochrane has set the time frame in terms of the report, Provost. So perhaps if I can ask Mr. Cochrane just to clarify, please. Thanks.
Ian. Thank you for this. Thank you, Mrs. Buchanan. I think in terms of my suggestion or recommendation of a closing date of the 30th of September, that works from two angles. First of all, it would mean that the property has been marketed for something in the order of 10 to 11 weeks, which is a reasonable period to have marketed the property. And in that sense, and indeed all the publicity around that and like today's meeting, etc., it will have meant that we have fully exhausted, I believe, option 2 in terms of people coming forward for lease. However, if we have a closing date of the 30th of September, and by which time we would expect all the parties to bring together their details, the proposals for what rental they would be paying or how long they wish to lease, and what the purpose would be, etc. All of that due diligence, officers would still need some time to then pull that together and put it into a report for you. And that's why I've then suggested that timescale of the 30th of September would fit in with the council cycle of the 4th of November. So we would need time to be able to prepare that report, bearing in mind that reports are finalised around about 10 days before committee, and as I say, some time for officers to go through the detail on the submissions.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Ian. The time where we have Councillor Fairweather, who's going to move for the option to consultation for demolition, and we've got Councillor Cheap who wants
Davy.
Sorry, Provost. It was Councillor Davies' amendment at the start.
Oh, sorry, well, Councillor Davies' amendment and Councillor Cheap will second. Okay. Councillor McLaren, I just see your hand up there. We'll just maybe make it this a final one. I just taken it down. Okay.
No, still there,
Right. Councillor Fairweather.
Yeah, just to sum up quickly. Like, I've listened to everything that's said today, and I'm still extremely unhappy because I know, having had shops before, like myself, how long a lease takes, and for a ridiculous statement to come out and say we need another 21 days. What a load of nonsense. 21 days, then how long's a piece of string? How long does it go on from there? And yeah, of course we can bring a special council forward. No problem with that. But how long are these negotiations going to go on? Because it'll not be done in 21 days or 42 days or 63 days. I can virtually guarantee that. Councillor Durnos hit the nail on the head. How long has the courthouse gone on in Arbroath? And I'd like to thank Councillor Boyd and Councillor MacDonald, two Carnoustie councillors who have asked the relevant questions, and we've got the relevant answers. Because the relevant answers are quite simple. We are only going to consult for demolition. In that period of 21 days, anyone can come in and put forward a proposal. What did I say when I put it forward for that? In June, at the June full council, I said a firm proposal. Well, they can come in with a firm proposal and we can take that forward. And if it takes 2 months for that firm proposal to come in, then we can have a special full council. So it's not finished yet. But my concern, as others are here, is that this is still costing us £1,000 per week. This is going to completely destroy the Forfar Common Good Fund if we don't get it right. Enough's enough. Let's get the ball rolling, and if somebody comes in, including Mr. Guild, and keeps these promises with a charitable, or somebody comes in and says, I'm going to give you X amount for this, and this is what I'm going to do at my cost, not the council's cost, because it's surplus to our requirements, I'll be delighted. But I'm not going to change my mind. I have said what I said today. I have severe worries about the Forfar Common Good Fund. I do believe moving to the the consultation for demolition is the right way forward. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fair. Before we actually ask for a signature, Mr. Coughlin, can you just confirm this maintenance cost? Because I've heard it being bandied about as £1,000 a week or £1,000 a month. What is it?
Thank you, Provost. The rates are the rate of value is something like 84,000. We have reported previously that it's £1,000 a week, or around about £4,250 a month.
Thank you for that. £1,000 a week. That's okay. Thank you. A second for your motion, Councillor Fairweather. I believe Councillor Devine.
Sorry, Provost, could I just double check with Councillor Fairweather, which was a motion, seconded by Councillor Devine. Could I just confirm the contents of this motion? Is it to move recommendations, note the recommendations 1 to 3 in report 277, and then the part is that the council should formally, 4 would be the council should formally consult under section 104 of the Community Empowerment.
Yes, that's it.
Right, seconder, it's Councillor Devine.
Yeah, so I'm not going to spend any time on this really. I'll formally second it because I think everything has been said already. The only thing I would maybe just add is if we wait until November to take any more decisions on this, consultation would take us right through Christmas and New Year. It gets nearer and nearer to May when the For Common Good has to pick up the tab.
Yeah, good. Thanks very much for that, Councillor Devine. The amendment from Councillor Davey. You want to bring forward your amendment?
Yes, it's to go ahead with the lease.
And Councillor Davey, is that to also note items 1 to 3, recommendations 1 to 3?
Yeah, the lease.
Yes.
And second there, is that Councillor Cheap?
Yes, it is. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So the Provost will formally move to the vote. So the motion moved by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor Devine, is that the Council recommends to note 1 to 3 in report 7 and 4 that the Council could formally consult Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 in respect of the demolition of the former Lochside Leisure Centre. Amendment moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Cheek, that the Council recommends and notes items 1 to 3 in report 277 and that the Council should progress matters with a view to formal consultation on the future of Lochside Leisure Centre under Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 and lease the former Lochside Leisure Centre building. Mrs. Forsyth will do the roll call and its motion amendment.
Could you all hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
More or less.
Okay, motion and amendment.
Provost?
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham?
Motion.
Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Boyd?
Motion.
Councillor Brace?
Motion.
Councillor Brown?
He's out.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown?
Did he not leave because he declared an interest?
No, it's
Right. Right. Thank you. Yeah,
Provost, I'll come back to Councillor Brown at the end.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Cheek?
Amendment.
Oh, sorry, if I could just go back, I think that's Councillor Brown now.
Amendment.
Councillor Cheek?
Amendment.
Councillor Davey?
Amendment.
Councillor Devine?
Motion.
Councillor Duff? Councillor Turno?
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather?
Motion.
Councillor Hands?
motion.
Councillor Laurie,
Amendment.
Councillor Longear,
Motion.
Councillor MacDonald,
Motion.
Councillor McCann,
No vote.
Councillor McCann,
Amendment.
Councillor Moore,
Motion.
Councillor Myers,
Amendment.
Councillor Nicholl,
Amendment.
Councillor Salmond,
Motion.
Councillor Speed,
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart,
Motion.
Duddick,
Motion.
Councillor Wan,
Motion.
Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
Motion's carried by 18 votes to 8.
Okay, motion carried 18 votes to 8. Thank you very much, colleagues. We could get back Councillor McMillan Douglas, please, who was excluded. Colleagues, you might feel that you want to have another wee comfort break after that sort of fairly lengthy time. I mean, are you happy that we have a comfort break for 10 minutes?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so if we were back at, let me see, 1837, are we happy to do that?
Agreed.
Okay, well, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes back at 1837. Thank you. That's it back on. Okay. Thanks very much. Colleagues, we now go on to item number 8, which is the proposed changes to committees to comply with the principles of political balance and details of appointments. The report is there on 278/21. Has been submitted by the Director of Legal and Democratic Services, and the Council is asked to note the resignation of Councillor Davey from the administration group and the change of political composition as a consequence, as detailed in section 3 of this report. 2, to note the requirement to adhere to the principles of political balance in appointing members to committees as outlined in Standing Order 32 (4). 3, to note the terms of Standing Order 32 (1 to 3) in relation to size of committees. 4, to note that as a result of recommendation 1 above, the current size in respect of the Policy and Resources Committee, the Communities Committee and the Children and Learning Committee are no longer possible as detailed in Table 1 in the report. And 5, to note that it would be possible to accommodate the new political composition as set out in Tables 2 and 3. And 6, to note that the changes to the membership of the Civic Licensing Committee agreed at the meeting of full council on the 13th of May 2021 now require to be revisited due to the changes to the political balance, and accordingly agree that this constitutes a material change of circumstance. And to choose an option is detailed in Table 2 and 3, and thereby agree to amend Standing Orders 32 (1 to 3) to that extent. Councillor Fairweather.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Just for recommendation 7, to choose an option, I'm going to move Table 2. That keeps the political balance for ourselves and the SNP group the same. And item 10, to appoint a convener of Children Learning Committee, I'll nominate Councillor Ron Sturrock. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Do we need a seconder for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
You do.
Seconder, Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Yes, I would like to second the leader's proposals, please.
Have we got any? Right. I'm looking for nominations from the non-aligned members. First of all, for Policy and Resources.
Provost, we got the non. We managed to get a group WhatsApp meeting during the course of this last week, and we have nominations for the first 3 positions. Okay. In that, the nomination for the Policy and Resources would be Councillor Speed. The nomination for the Communities would be Councillor Boyd, and the nomination for Children and Learning would be myself. And we haven't got anybody for civic licensing.
Thanks for that, Councillor Speed. Yeah.
Could I just ask Councillor Fairweather just to confirm his membership for the Policy and Resources Committee, please?
Yeah. Councillor Fairweather, could you just remind us of the membership of the Policy and Resources Committee, please?
Myself, Angus McMillan Douglas, Derek Vaughan, Mark Salmond, Ron Sturrock, Tommy Stewart, Bob Miles, Craig Fotheringham.
Councillor Whiteside, the SNP membership is.
Aye, and Councillor Whiteside, could you do the same with the SNP group membership, please? Councillor Whiteside?
Should this need to be out as present members of the Policy and Resources Committee?
Councillor Whiteside, are you happy that that Fiona Anderson reads out the names that you submitted? Seem to have lost Councillor.
I'm wondering if she's dropped out through Wi-Fi access.
Can I also say, Provost, that Councillor Davies been in touch and he can't get in either. He's sitting in the lobby. So maybe Councillor Whiteside's there as well.
Okay, we'll see if we can get them in.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Councillor Davies in.
Councillor Davies in, yeah. Councillor Whiteside?
Yeah, Provost, I'm getting a background hiss all the time on at the moment.
Provost, we're not seeing Councillor Whiteside. You want to just give her a few minutes to see if we can get.
We'll give Councillor Whiteside just a couple of minutes because we haven't seen her. Councillor Bell, you said there was maybe a reason for her not being here.
I was just thinking that she was maybe kicked off due to internet access. I'm trying to get in touch with her.
Okay, thank you.
Provost, there shouldn't be an issue with the SNP members because it's the same number. And if we want to substitute, we can substitute. So I wouldn't wait for that piece of information.
I can just confirm the membership of the Policy Resources for the SNP group is Councillor Duff, Councillor Devine, Councillor Sheila Hands, Councillor Alec King and Councillor Beth Whiteside. The non-aligned members for the Policy and Resources Committee are Councillors Boyd, Davey and Laurie, and there's been a nomination of Councillor Speed. And as there's only 3 spaces, we would have to go to a vote to decide on what the 3 councillors take up the place for the Policy and Resources Committee. And whether we wait on Councillor Whiteside for the vote or we just vote. Councillor Laurie has his hand up, Provost.
Yeah, hang on. Councillor Laurie, on you go.
Well, it was just to give notice alternative nomination for the Children Learning Community, just for when we get to that.
Okay.
That's fine.
Who's the nomination?
It's Councillor Speed. I've got a bit to go with it as well, but I'm happy to cover that once we're done with the committees.
That's okay. Councillor Dunno.
I would like to nominate Councillor Lynn Devine as well.
Okay, that's enough.
Deal with policy and resources.
So that's a motion.
So we'll just proceed with, we've got 4 nominations from the non-aligned members for the policy and resources, and there's only 3 places, and these are Councillors Boyd, Davey, Laurie and Councillor Speed. So therefore we will have to go to a vote, and each councillor will be a roll call. Mrs. Forsyth will do the roll call, and each councillor will vote for up to 3 places.
Point of order, Provost.
Hang on a minute.
I can't hear. I think what's happening is your microphone is picking up. It would be easier if the microphone of the person speaking was on.
Yeah, it's okay because there's a live mic in here, but I'll sort that out.
Provost, Point of order, it's Councillor Cheap here. I'm confused. I thought table 2 says that the non-aligned on P&R was to go up by 1. That's what it says on the papers. It says 3 plus 1. Am I misreading that?
That's my understanding as well.
The plus 1 is in brackets.
The plus 1's included in the 3.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Right. Okay. So
I think, Councillor Cheap, that's the way I've assumed it, I must say.
Yeah, it's because the 3 maintains the 8 balance.
I take it's because of people leaving the administration and coming into being non-aligned. Is that why?
Yes.
Yes, it's just to clarify, if I may, you're correct. If you look at the numbers, it's in terms of it being 16 for example, for P&R, it's 8 plus 5 plus 3, which gives you 16.
Okay, and sorry, can we just say who's? I know I mentioned Lois to be the non-aligned nominee here. Who else of the non-aligned are already on that committee? Ben. O'Brien's on P&R as well. So Ben, Brian, who else? Braden?
Braden.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So
Provost, if Councillor Speed's wanting to come on to policy and resources, I'm happy to make way for Councillor Speed. I think we could, benefit from a broader range of people on the committee.
You're saying that you would stand down in place Councillor Speed? Yeah.
Yes, if Councillor Speed wishes to come on the committee, yes, I'm happy to make way so we can get more women on the committee.
Right. Councillor Speed.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Councillor Davey. I'm happy at that.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So sorry.
We still need who moved Councillor Speed?
I'll nominate Councillor Speed.
And
I'd second that.
Provost, there doesn't seem to be a need for a vote here. I think we seem to be in agreement.
Through yourself, Provost, if that's agreed by members, we can just move on in terms of that.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. And just to let you know, Councillor Whiteside is struggling to get back in.
Okay. But I think we'll just move on.
yes, we'll move on to the Communities Committee.
Communities Committee.
Councillor Fairweather, could you put forward your nominations?
Can you give the nominations for the Communities Committee again, please, Councillor Fairweather?
Yeah, Mark Salmon, Tommy Stewart, Craig Fotheringham, David Lumgear, Ian McLaren, Richard Moore, Ronnie Proctor, Ron Sturrock.
Okay.
And I will confirm the SNP members is Councillors Bray, Councillors Devine, Councillor Duff, Councillor Darnell, and Councillor MacDonald. And the non-aligned members are Councillor Cheap, Councillor Davey, and Councillor Lois Speed. Nomination for Councillor Boyd, same situation as we were before.
So
one of the non-aligned wants to come off.
I couldn't hear who they were. I had Councillor Speed and my own name. Who was the second name mentioned?
Sorry, I'll come up by the microphone.
Better.
we're just all sharing speakers on that today. So for the Communities Committee, the non-aligned members that already on the committee are Councillors David Cheap, Councillor Braden Davey and Councillor Lois Speed. Now, that is the 3 aligned members, so it's very similar to what had happened with Policy and Resources. There is already 3 aligned members on now because Councillor Davey is a non-aligned member. But we've had a nomination for Councillor Boyd. Does you still want to put forward Councillor Boyd's name to be on?
I can't speak. Again, we've misunderstood the numbering on this, but if there's already 3 people from the non-aligned on the communities, Brian was only going on to communities to make up the extra number, so I'm sure he'll give way on that. We don't need to change it.
No, I'm actually looking forward to being on it.
Oh, sorry, Brian. I didn't know I thought you'd gone.
No, I'm not. No, I'm still here. No, I actually would like to. It was one thing, for everyone else to know. When we first got on here, I actually was on communities, and I let David step onto that one, and I went on to P&R. But I've actually always had a great passion for communities and so on and so forth. So no, I actually would like to actually go on it. So,
well, that
communities, you're only allowed 3, not 4. So I think therefore we have to go to a vote.
Unless one of the members wishes to come off. I take it the other 3 members wish to stay on. Is that correct?
The 3 members who are on there at the moment still wish to remain, but Councillor Boyd would like to be added to that list. So it means we maybe have to go for a vote.
Yeah. So who moved Councillor Boyd?
Councillor Cheap. You moved that Councillor Boyd go on, didn't you?
Yeah.
And is there a seconder for
You got a
Councillor
seconder for
Boyd?
I'll second.
Sorry, who was that? We'll just confirm who that's.
Councillor Moore.
Oh, sorry. Right, so now we'll go to a vote on this one. What will happen is we will do a roll call, and each member will vote for each member of the aligned member that they want, the non-aligned member that they wish to be on the committee. Now they can vote for 3 members, or they can vote for 1 member, or no vote. So we'll move to the roll call.
Mrs. Anderson, can we clarify just the members that we're voting for then, please? Because I don't know.
Thank you. I'm confused.
We'll just clarify that at the vote, Councillor Fotheringham.
But can you stop doing here, because I can't see what's going on.
Yeah.
This way, they're moving down towards the microphone. It's
So at the moment, members, just to confirm that the options in terms of the additional member on the Communities Committee, we have Councillors Cheap, Davey, Speed and Boyd. We would ask you to vote as for the members that you would wish to go on the committee. Okay, I'll just do it all.
okay.
Okay, Provost?
Yeah. Speed. Boyd.
Councillor Fotheringham?
Councillor Speed, Councillor Boyd and Councillor Davey.
Councillor Bell?
Councillor Speed, Councillor Boyd, Councillor Cheap.
Apologies if I'm taking this a bit slow, just in case I get the numbers wrong. Yeah. Councillor Boyd?
Boyd, Cheap and Speed. I'm trying to do it alphabetically for you.
Councillor Brace?
Councillors Boyd, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor Brown?
Councillor Brown?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I think that's Councillor Whiteside, is that correct?
Sorry, it's Councillor Speed.
Oh, that's Councillor Speed, okay.
Yeah, I thought I'd actually dropped out of the meeting to be in it, but I didn't hear who was to vote for.
Anyway, right, go on, Fiona, the next one.
Councillor Brown?
Councillor Brown?
Councillor Boyd, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor Cheap.
Yep. Councillor Boyd, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor Davy.
I'd like to vote for myself and Councillor.
Councillor Devine.
Councillors Boyd, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor Duff.
On principle, no votes, got nothing to do with me.
Councillor Durno.
Boyd, Cheap and Speed, thank you.
Councillor Fairweather.
Just one, Councillor Davy.
Councillor Hands.
I'm a no vote as well. It's nothing to do with me either.
Okay.
Councillor Laurie.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Lumgear.
Councillor Davy.
Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Councillor Davy.
Councillor MacDonald.
Councillors Boyd, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor McLaren.
Cheap, Speed and Davy.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Moore.
Sorry, Councillors Boyd, Cheap and Davy.
Councillor Miles.
Yes, Councillor Davy, Cheap and Speed.
Councillor Nicholl.
Councillor Davy.
Councillor Salmond.
I think as convener, it's probably inappropriate for me to vote, so I'm going to no vote.
Councillor Speed.
Hi there. I'm on the telephone call. I completely missed what was the information that was given out. I'm just hearing names, but I'm unsure as to the order. And some people are saying one name, and some people are saying two or three names.
Councillor Speed,
Sorry.
just clarify. No, it's fine. At the moment, there's 4 names for the 3 non-aligned places on the Communities Committee. So we have Councillors Cheap, Councillor Davy, Councillor Speed, yourself, and Councillor Boyd. So we would ask you to vote for up to 3 members to take up those places.
Okay, that would be myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor, sorry, who was the other names?
Davy.
Cheap, Davy, and Boyd.
Okay, I'll go for Cheap and Davy. Oh.
Okay.
Councillor Stewart.
No vote.
Councillor Sturrock.
Davy.
Councillor Wan.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Councillor Davy.
Councillor Whiteside.
No.
Councillor Whiteside.
I don't think we have her. She's not been able to get back in.
Okay, in the absence of Councillor Whiteside then, and based on the vote that we've just taken, there's 13 members have agreed with Councillor Cheap, 12 for Councillor Davy, 15 for Councillor Speed, and 11 for Councillor Boyd. So therefore we have Councillors Cheap, Davy and Speed on the Communities Committee.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Children and learning, same again, Fiona.
So, Provost, we're now to consider the membership of the Children and Learning Committee, and the members are as follows. Councillor Fairweather, do you want to put forward your nominations?
Yeah. Ron Sturrock, Colin Brown, David Lumgear, Angus McMillan Douglas, Bob Miles, Gavin Nicholl, Ronnie Proctor, Ian McLaren.
Fine. And the members from the SNP group are Councillors Julie Bell, Councillor Braze, Councillor Devine, Councillor Alec King and Councillor Whiteside. And the two aligned members are non-aligned members are Councillors Ben Laurie and Councillors Lois Speed as a non-aligned member. And we've had a nomination which was for Councillor Speed. Now that was Cheap, which was moved by Councillor Cheap. Forward with the names. Did he come put forward his own name?
I put forward names for everybody. That's fine. It's simple.
You want to go into children and learning, eh?
Yeah. Well, I think Councillor Cheap, was it Councillor Cheap? Did you put forward your name as the member to be for children and learning? Because we are looking for a non-aligned member for children and learning.
Yeah, I did on the basis that, as I said at the start, we were sharing these out, and Lois was going on P&R, and Councillor Boyd was going to go on communities, and so it may be that he may want to go on children and learning instead. I'm not quite sure what we do with this.
Does Councillor Boyd wish to go on children and learning?
Does Councillor Boyd wish to go on children and learning?
Is he still on the call? I'm not sure if he's still on the call.
He had a thing on, David. He started the meeting that he had another thing on tonight, so he was be leaving sharp. So he's probably away now.
Still present. Yeah.
Sorry, I am here. I am here, but I'm about to go. Sorry,
Brian,
I thought I was on. Wasn't on mute there.
Sorry.
Children and learning.
Yeah, Brian, if you want to go on children and learning rather than me.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as long as you are, David.
Yeah, fine.
Could we get just a mover and a seconder for Councillor Boyd?
Well, I'll move Councillor Boyd.
That Councillor.
And a seconder, Councillor Laurie.
Is that Councillor Laurie?
Who would you second?
I'll second it.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's the Children and Learning Committee and the 3 non-aligned
And then
members.
civic licensing is the next one.
Councillor Speed has her hand up. Councillor Speed has her hand up.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Speed.
Sorry, it was just to report continued IT difficulties and breaking up of the line. Just to let you know.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for working on it. Right, Fiona.
Okay, it's the Civic Licensing Committee, and we were seeking nominations from non-aligned members for the Civic Licensing Committee, but I believe there was no nominations for that.
Is there anyone from the non-aligned wish to join civic licensing? Remember, you've got to do some training.
Yeah. No.
Does Provost, you want to ask if anyone from the administration or the SNP group wish to fill the vacancy?
Yeah, okay.
Provost.
As no names come forward, anybody from the administration like to go on to the
Provost.
Yeah.
Can I possibly nominate Till, who won't have to do any training?
Okay, that's one. Any nominations from the SNP?
I don't think so, Provost. I certainly don't want to do it. I don't know if anyone else does, but I don't think so.
Okay. Councillor Fotheringham. Councillor Fotheringham, you got your hand.
You're on mute, Craig.
It was just to say that, Provost, that if Councillor Fairweather needs a seconder for Councillor Nicholl, who was a member until very recently of the board anyway, and doesn't need to be trained, then I'll second that.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
As there's no sort of other nomination for that, we move that Councillor Nicholl takes up that extra place on the civic licensing. Are we all agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right.
So 8, obviously, Councillor Nicholl, so that would be Provost to approve the same changes to the Angus licensing board and membership because these are the same. So that would be Councillor Nicholl, a member of Angus licensing board.
So we've actually approved that Councillor Nicholl is now on the Angus licensing board, and that's fine. And item 9, to note the resignation of Councillor Wan as convener of Children and Learning Committee. And to appoint, number 10, to appoint a convener of the Children and Learning Committee, which carries a senior councillor allowance. Now, we know that Councillor Fairweather has nominated Councillor Sturrock. Is there anybody else from the SNP group want to nominate? I heard Councillor Devine's name mentioned. Councillor Turnbull?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Lynn Devine because I think she's got a wealth of experience, and it's only till May next year, and I just think that the council would really benefit from her being on that board. So it depends on whether Lynn wants to do it or not, but I'll nominate her anyway.
Councillor Devine, you're sitting there shaking your head.
Yeah, I am. It's a huge job, or it should be. And I don't feel I can at the moment, not with this champion for older people job as well. So no, thank you. Thank you, but no, thank you.
Right, okay. Councillor Fairweather, we've got a seconder for Councillor Sturrock.
I would second it.
Right, Angus, that's right.
I'll second it, Provost.
Okay, Angus, you did it earlier on. That's it then. Is there any other nominations? Councillor Durno, you've got your hand still up. And
I'm trying. I want to go away.
Okay, right. Councillor Laurie, I know you had another nomination.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I think with these kind of appointments, it's important that we always pick the best person for the job. And in light of the COVID situation we're currently facing, this is more important than ever. Local people are relying on us to offer leadership and stability. And it's also worth bearing in mind that this is an inherently unstable administration. The council split right down the middle, and there's no real working majority. I know that there's precedent for appointing conveners from the administration ranks, but the administration would do well, in my opinion, to work cross-party and across the council. In times of emergency, people expect us to put political differences aside and work together using all of our talents for the greater good. Having said all that, I'd like to nominate Councillor Speed for Convener of Children and Learning. In my mind, she's the candidate for the role. She has 3 years as the Vice Convener under her belt, making her the obvious choice to step up to the convenership. You'd struggle to find a councillor more in tune with the issues that children and learning currently face, and nobody can doubt her authenticity and genuine commitment to helping the most vulnerable in our society. There's less than a year left of this council term, as Councillor Durno has already pointed out, so let's band together, take a reconciliatory approach between the administration and opposition, and put serving our constituents ahead of party politics. So I hope members of the council will get behind me in supporting Councillor Speed for the convenership.
And Councillor Cheap, I presume you're the seconder for that?
On this occasion, Provost, I will second that. And can I suggest as well to council that perhaps we ask both candidates 2 or 3 minutes to speak on why they're the best candidate for the role?
I think, to be honest, we're on to that line of business, and we've got 2 nominations. Time is pressing. We've got 2 nominations, and let's just go to the vote. Thank you. Right, Fiona, you've got.
Sorry, who seconded?
Proposed by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor McMillan Douglas, the Councillor Sturrock.
Who seconded Councillor Laurie? Cheap.
And Lois is Speed is.
Yes. So the nominations for the convener of Children and Learning are was moved by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor Brown, is that Councillor Sturrock be the convener. Then the amendments, Councillor Laurie, seconded by Councillor Cheap, nominated for the convener of Children and Learning, Councillor Lois Speed. So you'll be voting, Mrs Forsyth will do the vote, and you'll be voting for Councillor Sturrock or Councillor Speed. Provost?
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Fotheringham,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Bell,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Boyd, I think is left. Councillor Boyd. I think Councillor Boyd is left, so we'll move on. Councillor Braze,
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Brown,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Cheap,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Davy,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Devine,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Duff,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Durno,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Fairweather,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Hands,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Laurie,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Lumgear,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor McMillan Douglas,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor MacDonald,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor McLaren,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Moore,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Miles,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Nicholl,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Salmond,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Speed,
Councillor Stewart,
Councillor Sturrock.
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Sturrock, Councillor Wan,
Councillor Sturrock,
Councillor Whiteside. Provost, based on the members present at the time of the roll call vote, we have 14 votes for Councillor Sturrock and 10 votes for Councillor Speed. Councillor Sturrock is appointed as the Children Learning Convener.
okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cheap, you've got a hand up still. You're muted, Councillor Cheap. Okay, thank you. Right, nomination for the convener of the appointed Angus Area Support Group.
To note that Councillor Davy has resigned, is recommendation 11 probably.
Just to go along with that, the education, the Children Learning Convener is appointed convener to the Angus Area Support Group. Number 11, to note that Councillor Davy has resigned as Economic Development Spokesman, and we need to fill the vacancies in a number of outside bodies as detailed in paragraph 6, and seek nominations for. We've got Angus Alive Board of Directors, and we have got nominated from the administration Councillor Lumgear, Golf Links Limited, Councillor Lumgear, and Councillor Children and Young Persons Board is Ron Sturrock, Councillor Sturrock, and these have been appointed. To appoint non-aligned members to the appointment subcommittee, the appointments of directors are undertaken by the appointment subcommittee. The membership is set out in Standing Order 49.2, comprising of the leader, the deputy leader, and 4 members, 1 administration and 3 non-administration. In terms of political balance, then SNP Group are entitled to 2 of these places, with the remaining place to be filled by a non-aligned member. So accordingly, the council is asked to appoint one non-aligned member to that subcommittee. Councillor Cheap, have we got any nominations for the from the non-aligned group? Anybody?
Sorry, Provost, nominations for what? I'm confused.
It's we're talking about the appointments subcommittee. Somebody from the non-aligned group.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. I know Councillor Boyd has expressed interest in joining that, so I would happily recommend him or nominate him.
Councillor Laurie nodding his head, so I presume that's okay.
Yep.
Are we all right to nominate an absentee? He's not there, but Boyd's not there.
Yes, yes. So Councillor
Okay.
Boyd has been nominated by Councillors Cheap, seconded by Councillor Laurie. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Provost, could I just ask you to go back to item number 12, where it was seeking the nominations for the Angus Board of Directors and the golf links, just to clarify that there's no further nominations for these three groups before we.
Yeah, on the Angus Alive Board of Directors, it's two from the SNP group and two from the administration, and the two from the SNP group are Councillor Devine and Councillor Duff. I'm known from the administration, and Councillor Lumgear has been nominated by the administration.
And
the Arbroath Golf Links, Councillor Lumgear has been nominated for that, and Councillor Children and Young Persons Board is Councillor Ron Sturrock.
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you. That's everything.
Right. Okay, if we can move on then, colleagues, to agenda item number 9, and we're talking about the annual Angus Council Plan Annual Performance Report 220 to 221. And I think the Chief Executive, Mrs. Margaret Williamson, would like to lead in on this.
Thanks, Provost. I'm pleased to introduce the Council's performance report for 2020-2021. A pretty difficult time during the pandemic, and I am grateful to my entire team for the work that's gone on, not just within the Council, but working with partners and other areas beyond Angus. Our performance report, as you will know, because you've seen this every year coming forward, it centres around our values and the key priorities: economy, people, place, and our business. Now, taking on board a number of questions at pre-agendas, the arrows against the performance are clearly unhelpful to you as members, so I'm taking that on board. I'm going to remove them from the published document. And I'm also going to add a bit of narrative around the procurement and economic development figures to offer clarity as to why the stats are as they are. So with that, I'll pick out one or two highlights, and no doubt members will have questions. You'll note that employment is down, but salaries are up. And increasing salaries in Angus is one of the things that we've been really keen to see, and more high-paying jobs. We're seeing very little movement in the statistics for children living in poverty, a quarter of our population, and this is despite the best efforts of our community planning partnership. On a positive note, we see the best statistics yet on the completion of affordable housing, houses that people can call home, a great way to encourage and support families who want to make Angus their home. Our performance report contains a number of case studies which really tell the story of the stats. I am proud of the work of our staff in partnership with many organisations have managed to alleviate, and they have managed to alleviate a lot of the stress and hardship many of our citizens have experienced over the past 18 months. A number of officers are online to answer any questions on the performance indicators that you may have, and therefore happy to answer any questions or field them to other officers whose areas they're in. Thanks, Robert.
Well, I think you want to say something.
Yes, thank you, Provost.
We're only halfway through
Right.
this fucking meeting.
Right, thank you, Margot, as well, for your presentation.
And that Ronnie said it should be broken into 2 or 3.
I think, is that Councillor Nicholl? I think Councillor Nicholl. Did you turn your mic off?
I can, yeah.
Okay, I'll start again.
Carry on, Councillor Fairweather.
As leader of this council, I'm also delighted to present this performance report. I find it truly admirable that the staff working in partnership with other organisations in Angus have ensured that our services have kept running, and that's over and above, and that they have supported those who were suffering most as the consequence of this dreadful pandemic. Our businesses were quickly sustained with grants and support over a lengthy period of time. I think it's absolutely stunning the work that our staff, under the pressure that they had, managed to do that. They were helped to keep going or be ready to come back as soon as the measures were reduced. We have seen a percentage of small businesses reduce, but our economic development team are back out offering support and help. And again, I congratulate them for the work that they're doing. We anticipate further growth as people return to our high streets. And I must say that going down even Arbroath High Street, I do notice a difference, and that is welcome to see. Perhaps the fact that there's free car parking is a help. In October 2020, the UK government agreed an Angus fund of 26.5 million, specifically for capital projects in Angus. This has served as a fantastic opportunity to address modern technology, zero carbon and climate change through our very own Mercury programme, an absolutely stunning programme that is. We're also working with Crown Estates, who own the land adjacent to Montrose Port, with a view to a very positive future for innovative business park, which will support creative business startups and the economy, especially the offshore wind and renewables. One of the projects identified within the Angus Fund outline business case was the creation of a drone port. I think you've maybe seen that on the television. This will be, I believe, the first in Scotland, if not Britain. This will enable on-site testing, innovation flights which could carry anything from medicine to offshore wind farm supplies. This has been made possible to Montrose's unique position with its underused airspace. Finally, I want to pay tribute to our frontline staff. What would we have done without them? They've kept our open spaces looking absolutely beautiful and stunning. Our waste has been disposed of through our award-winning recycling and waste centres. Our schools, our social work and our care staff, who continued to carry out their roles in the most challenging of circumstances. Angus is a great place to live, and this performance report outlines why, and it is clear from some of our developments that we are taking climate change seriously. We are attracting innovative businesses and continuing to improve our digital offer so our citizens can connect any place, anytime, anywhere. Page 202 should give us all real assurance that this council has not only been responding and adapting to the work under the pandemic measures, it is also considering how we can help others recover. And the final page of this report, 203, sets out quite clearly a focused set of priorities, our future our strategy on a page. This is how we continue to adapt and be sustainable as a council to support the people of Angus. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fairweather. Councillor McMillan Douglas, you're next.
Provost, thank you very much. I've actually got a question here for Mr. Lorimer, please. I appreciate that, as the Chief Executive suggested, the pandemic may have disturbed some of the figures and made them not quite as obviously understandable as I'm sure they were meant to be. But I would like to refer particularly to page 162, the last line of the outcome table. This line says that the percentage of Angus Council's procurement with local small, medium-sized enterprises fell steeply in 2020-21 in comparison with the preceding years. Now, this is something very close to this administration's heart, as we know. So I'd like to ask Mr. Lorimer if he can explain the reasons for this result, and particularly relating it to the comment, which goes part of the way to explaining it, on page 167. If you could do that, Ian, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lorimer.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, good evening. There's a little bit of background to this one, which I'll explain where it comes from. The indicator that's referred to here is produced from information that we extract from our purchase ledger. That information is then uploaded to a national procurement information hub who analyse the data. They analyse the data for all councils and they produce a number of statistics, one of which is the one in this report which Councillor McMillan Douglas is referring to. Now, we did a number of reasonableness checks on the 2019-20 data extract from our purchase ledger, and it looked okay in overall terms, but it was only once the National Procurement Information Hub had published their indicator for local procurement spend that we realised that there was an issue with our data, so that the 19.95% that is shown in the table on page 162 is not an accurate reflection of the position, and you know it's very different from what has gone in previous years, and it's because there's been an issue with the data. That data issue arose at our end, not at the National Procurement Hub's end, because our extract reports, they've been affected by system changes, and so those extract reports have had to be rewritten, and that means that, as I say, the data is is unreliable. The 19.95 is not a reliable indication of our local procurement spend for the 1920 financial year. We have, however, now submitted corrected data for 2019-20 to the National Hub. We've also submitted now the equivalent data for financial year 2021, and we expect the latest statistics, including our corrected 1920 information, to be published. Not exactly sure when, but it should be in the next few weeks. And that corrected 1920 data, along with our 2021 position, should give us some insight as to how our spend with local SMEs has been affected during the pandemic. So we'll have a more reliable number for last year, for 1920, sorry, and then an updated position for 2021. I hope within the next few weeks, Provost. So I hope that answers Councillor McMillan Douglas's question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMillan Douglas. Are you happy with that?
I listened very carefully, and it's very good to see that's been carried out as quickly and professionally as it clearly is. I've got a comment to come later, yep. Provost, but I will withdraw for the time being.
Okay. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I've got a comment and a question, if I may.
Question.
The question is on page 162, and it's the number of premises able to access broadband speeds of at least 24 megabits per second. And we've done better year on year on year. But I think a 100% target might just be a little bit too ambitious, and wonder whether that should be 98 or 99%, because I don't believe that we can hit perfection. I wonder if I could get an officer comment on it.
Any other officers who specialise in that be able to give a comment?
Vivian Smith's got her hand up, Provost.
Yeah, please.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Moore. Yeah, it's a good point that you make, Councillor Moore, and I think it is something that we could look at, perhaps moving to around 98% in the short term to see where we go from there. So thank you for your comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. We move on down. Councillor Fairweather, is that you up again, or is that an old hand? I think it's an old hand, I think.
Old hand, sorry, Provost.
Okay, Councillor Lumgear.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to refer to page 164 in the report. I would just like to comment on the successes of our Development Management Department, as in page 164. The report states, the third chapter down, buildings for local businesses and industries which can provide jobs requiring planning consent to support these. We reduced our average timescale for decisions and planning applications from 7.4 weeks to 6.8 weeks. This compares to the Scottish average of 10.6 weeks and represents the fourth best performance across the 34 planning applications. Moving on to the next chapter, residents also benefit from a smooth planning process, as over the course of 2021, it has taken an average time of 6.4 weeks to determine local planning applications that are otherwise subject of a processing agreement, that are not subject to a processing agreement. These compare with the Scottish average of 10 weeks and represents the second best performance across the country and is an improvement on our performance from 2019-2020, where we determined local applications for an average period of 6.7 weeks. So I'd just like to congratulate the Planning Department as convener of Development Standards. I think that is quite a good improvement and a very good performance. That's all I've got to say, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lumgear. Thank you for that. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and I'd like to thank the Chief Executive and officers for the presentation of the report. Excellent report, lots of very good information in it. I had a couple of questions related to 163, 164 and Montrose and economic development. The first one was the 04 project. Now, it is mentioned in the report, but I just wondered if we could maybe get some information when we can expect to see something happening on the ground. I mean, we've been told for some time that something is going to happen imminently, and I'm just curious as a local member when we might see that happening. And the second one was a slight query, as that maybe I've missed it, in which case apologies for the question. I saw no mention of the A90 link road in the paper, and that I thought that was a little bit surprising.
Okay, we've got one of the officers, Mr. Cochrane, maybe on the road, and somebody else on Councillor Duff's other question.
Provost, I'd be happy to take the first part of that question in relation to the 04 site. Yeah. Councillor Duff, you'll be aware that the site was taken over recently, well, not too recently now, but by Crown Estate Scotland, and we've been working closely with them about what might be brought forward on that site. They are discussing with other local businesses locally what the opportunities might be to be bringing things forward. We're working hard with them to look to see how the planning in principle that they've had approved can be developed further in line with some of their aspirations. We have a conversation coming up in due course with Scottish Government officials, because we did get 1.25 million through the side deal for Tay Cities, and we need to profile that over the next 2 to 3 years. But you'll be aware that there is a fairly robust governance process that we need to go through to access Tay City's resources. However, the council has accelerated some funding to see the drone project develop some use cases, and that will be happening from the 04 site in the not too distant future. I'm hopeful that we will be able to bring a full business case to the Joint Committee for Tay Cities, which will include information about the 04 site by the end of this calendar year. And we have a financial profile to start work on that should everything be approved through Joint Committee in the forward years from there. I hope that answers your question on 04, and I'm sure Ian will, Mr. Cochrane will bring in something on the road. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ian Cochrane, Road.
Yes, thanks, Provost. I think Councillor Duff is correct. We haven't specifically noted the A90 link. I guess when we're asked to bring these documents together, we try to put some of the highlights in, and I apologise that we haven't got the A90 link in there.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Duff, are you satisfied with these answers?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. Like Councillor Duff and Fairweather, I really think it's an excellent report and there's lots of good information in it. But on page 162, I just wanted to look at another two of these statistics, which were a bit concerning, I have to say. The percentage of new businesses surviving more than 3 years has gone down from year 16-17 from 70.6% down to 19-20 is only 58%. Now that's pre-pandemic, so that's really quite concerning. And the next one is, and maybe you can give me some clarification on this, I'm not sure I understand the new businesses coming into the area and it's to do with hectares, but that has gone down tremendously from 37.85 to 1.8. And, you know, I would have thought that for an administration that was talking about business a lot, which I agree with, I really think this is quite worrying. I just had another two tiny wee things just for information, really. On page 165, how is the Angus on the Go project going? Is it being used quite a lot? And then on page 168, it's just precision farming facilities. I take it that's working with Soil Essentials, which is a tremendous thing. I mean, it can bring about so much savings for farmers because they don't have to put in so many inputs, and because they don't put in so many inputs, it's really good for the environment. I just wondered if that was the case.
Okay.
And they're going to use drones, I understand, which is even cleverer.
Okay. Vivian, would you be able to maybe come back on that, and maybe Alison Smith on the business side of it? Alison?
Yeah, I'd be happy to pick up. We've captured all the queries. So regarding the businesses, sustaining businesses, obviously these are not statistics which we monitor ourselves, but certainly we've been looking at that trend and trying to get a little bit more analysis around that. So that's certainly something that the team have picked up, and so I would be able to come back after the meeting around that one. I think the upside of that is that we've certainly seen an increase in the number of startup businesses in the area, right across the region. So we see from the work that the Business Gateway deliver for us, there has been an increase year on year. We exceed the sort of indicative targets set for business startups in this area. So there is a good trend around the number of startups, and we've particularly seen that throughout the pandemic as people lost jobs, etc., and moved into setting up their own businesses. So that's something we could come back with a bit more information, both about the startup information, but also just about that still a business after 3 years. So I'll come back with some information on that one. The stat that you picked up regarding let's get the right wording, businesses coming into the area, is actually that's not the number of new businesses in terms of startups, etc. That's referring to our availability of land. And we've had some quite interesting exchanges, and I think Jill may still be on the call, I'm not quite sure, around how we collect that data. So this is a SLADE, so the Scottish Local Authority Economic Development statistic in terms of employment land. But what we know is that each authority, Jill's still here, so that's fine. She can probably pick up on that one too. Measures it slightly differently. So if we're talking about what's available, it's positive in that we are selling our land, and therefore what we have available, and because we have businesses actually taking the land, and we're going through legals with a number of businesses at the moment. Hence, the statistic has gone down drastically because we've actually sold the land we have. But we've had some interesting discussions because the SLADE indicator varies from our employment land, and there's a bit there around the interpretation of what we mean by available land. And Jill's certainly picking up in her new role with having economic development alongside planning and trying to understand that. I don't know, Jill, if you maybe want to add anything to that.
Yeah, just to add, thank you, Alison. Yeah, as Alison mentions, there is a difference in how the calculation is undertaken. The figure that's in the performance report in front of you is very much economic development's land, and the specifics around liable should a business come knocking on the door tomorrow, they can actually just go straight on a site. In terms of the overall land supply, we're actually over 100 hectares of immediately available land of what we would class as land that's free from planning constraints, could come forward within a 1 to 5 year period, and it's just a difference in how that calculation is undertaken. So one of the discussions I've had with Alison is maybe actually representing both of those statistics in the next performance report, so you can actually drill down to those in a little bit more detail, see what is specific to actually land that's in the council's control and some of the immediately available inquiries that they're having versus our overall land supply across the whole of Angus and the status of that.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Jill.
Thanks. And what about on the go?
Councillor Devine?
Well, it would certainly, I think we do need something a bit drilling down into these statistics because it's not clear just on looking at it, What about...
Very happy to look at it again. On the go, I'm afraid I don't have that information in terms of usage at the moment. Obviously, we've opened the site, but we don't have the buildings on the site are not being just as we're coming out of recovery. So early doors, I think, to get an indication of how well it's used. We certainly know that the provision of the new facilities in Orchard Bank are attracting people off the main road and into the area, but I don't have that information at hand, but I will try and get that, an update on that.
But that's good. That's good.
And that's from Soil Essentials, yes, that's the precision engineering.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Margot, for this report, and to officers. I was really pleased to see reflected, developments like Angus Connect, which really shows the third sector and our communities. We're, coming through such a dreadful experience as the pandemic. It shows how much we all rely on each other, and it's about, for me, dissolving those organisational barriers even more, so that it's less about one organisation and the next, but how we work together, and that's really powerful. So that leads me into a wee question about the Angus food growing strategy and our food poverty, and some of the statistics on page 190 as well. I think there's huge opportunities there, and it's great to see projects like Sustainable Kirriemuir really get embedded in the community, and I think there's a lot of scope for more of that. That also begs a question for me around procurement and local businesses with our contracts around Tayside contracts and school meals and feeding older people, perhaps around doing more to support local producers and growers. I think when we were originally talking about the Tayside Meal Centre in Angus, we were very keen in our group to promote buying more locally grown food, locally produced food. And I'm not seeing that come through to the extent that I would like. And I've had some conversations with farmers around that as well, who have felt it quite challenging. And I just wondered if we could tie things in there a bit more tidily. I know Council's been doing some work with East Ayrshire, who have a really good track record around getting local food into local children's tummies, which I heartily endorse. And also within the food growing strategy, tying in more with the biodiversity strategy, I think might be nice, to see the promotion of organic growing and promoting biodiversity wherever we are growing food locally as well. And it worries me, as you'll all know, the statistic around 18% of organisations are concerned that their staff well-being is worse than it was. And you know how I'm always asking about our own staff well-being, and it is concerning, and I'm sure it's worsened because of COVID. But does anyone know what those organisations might be doing to address that rather than just reporting it? So a few questions in there and ambitions, I guess, around doing more about local providers in local school meals. Thanks.
Alison, do you want to say in reply to Councillor Bell comment?
Doctor, I think I'll start off with that one, and then I think maybe I'll go to the Deputy Chief Executive around school meals. But I mean, the first thing I would really like to say is I agree in a lot of ways with what Councillor Bell's saying, and I think what we've seen over the past couple of years is a real move towards engaging with our local producers. And some of the challenges have been around the mass amount of produce meals for children across the whole of Angus. However, having said that, a lot of work has gone into supporting breakfast clubs and other areas and that in our schools. And I know our schools are very keen to do that, which is great. As far as health and wellbeing is concerned, it's a very important area, not just for our own staff, but supporting others through the Community Planning Partnership. And that's one of our key priorities, our community planning on our plan. And we monitor that through the Community Planning Partnership, which is really great. So if I can pass to Deputy Chief Exec for a bit of an update on where we're going around the meals, that would be useful. And then perhaps Vivian Smith on the growing strategy, the food growing strategy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your question, Councillor Bell, and also to the Chief Executive. So in terms of Tayside contracts, we're still working very actively with them about improving and increasing the volume of produce that they get from local producers. One of the key issues that we're working with them on just now, though, is what we've seen on the back of the COVID pandemic, particularly the closure of our schools, and more prevalent in our secondary than in our primary schools, is a reduction in the number of young people that are actually taking a meal at school. So we're working really to get the numbers of young people taking a school meal, to get that increased, and part of that's to do with how we kind of promote and the kind of quality of the meals that are being provided. But we're also aligned to that, working with them to increase as I said, the range of produce that are getting from local suppliers. And we have a meeting next week, and I was wondering, given the kind of pressures that exist around supply chains, whether that might be something that actually is going to assist in this area if their current suppliers are going to increase their costs because of haulage costs or whatever. So that's an active piece of work. And then the other thing that we're seeking to integrate that with is the Tayside healthy weight strategy and the whole systems approach around integrating school meals and produce that young people are either growing themselves in their school or that they're encouraged to grow within their own communities. So we're trying to take a very kind of whole view across that, and to achieve better outcomes on all of those kind of areas of work. But the main things that we're working on with Tayside contracts are increasing the numbers of young people using their service, and within that, how we can also then increase the numbers of suppliers they're using locally.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Mark. And the next speaker, there was someone else that Margot.
Yep. Promised I'm happy to come in on the food growing strategy if that's helpful.
By all means.
Thank you. So yeah, the case study in the performance report around the food growing strategy is a really important one, as you say, Councillor Bell. Certainly something that we have been working on quite significantly during and throughout the pandemic in terms of taking a partnership approach to this. I think the initial expectations were that we would look at allotments across Angus and the opportunity for allotment sites, but the fact that it's brought a number of partners together has really broadened the scope and the opportunities for us locally to develop that food growing strategy. I think the report sets out some of the detailed successes to date, but your point about biodiversity is one that is really a really good point, and one that I think we can build on. I also think that the food growing strategy itself, it just went through council earlier this year. However, we have been working on it collectively for a bit of time, but I think there is definitely more room to grow, if you pardon the pun, certainly around the food growing strategy, but some really good work underway at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, the Chief Exec and Mark, and thank you very much, Bell, for your question. Councillor McMillan Douglas, you've got a question, I know you did. Oh, sorry, a comment. Carry on. Angus,
Thank you, Provost. This is a comment, not a question. Are you happy? I go to comments now.
You crack on.
Okay. I just wanted to welcome this whole item, the way that the council now sets objectives and then judges performance against those objectives, even when there are uncomfortable outcomes. And I think that is a real improvement that's been made in recent years, and I support it. And I support what the Chief Executive and the leader said earlier. It does seem to me that although sometimes we quite rightly get involved in debates, and the local newspaper produces lots of noise from Angus Council, actually, what is happening is a lot of huge achievement. It doesn't often get reported, but I think we all know it's happening. And I want to agree with Councillor Devine when she says that this administration talks a lot about business and puts business at the top of its agenda, because if you don't have prosperous business, quite honestly, you're going to find it extremely difficult to tackle poverty, have good education, and do all the other things that we all want to do. And I think that this report, if you just look at the business side, and much has been mentioned, so I won't repeat it all, but there are so many achievements. The marvellous demonstration of projected outcomes of the Tay Cities deal, and in particular the outcomes of the UK government-funded Angus Fund. Members are of course aware of the 5.6 million of the Angus Fund being invested in North Angus, and we've discussed that, a clean growth zone, the thrilling Crown Estates and drone investments. And they're not so much investments in drones as repairing drones, I think. Drones have been around farmers for, well, as long as I've been back in Scotland, which is 20 years or so now. The 5.9 million, which will be invested in low carbon projects, including facilitating electric and hydrogen vehicles. And we've referred to the example of the electric car charging hub on the A90 at Forfar. And the 15 million invested in the Centre for Agricultural Sustainable Innovation, and comments have been made on this. It's sometimes forgotten that agriculture is a cyclical industry, or return on investment is certainly cyclical. Sometimes farmers aren't making anything at all. Sometimes they're making quite a lot. But assisting all of our farmers to become more technically proficient provides a competitive advantage, which will mean in this area we'll be at least have the potential to do better than elsewhere over a period of time. And that is good for our employment, and it's good, well, it's good actually for the whole of Scotland. And I just wanted to finish on 2 points. Again, as it happens, it was Councillor Devine referred, I think, to the Business Gateway Board, and I'm lucky enough to be on that. And one of the statistics we don't pay a lot of attention to is new business survival. What we pay a lot more attention to is new business startups, because business is a competitive environment. And it's when you get the startup, some will fail, some will succeed, but if you get enough of them, some will come through. And the second point I would want to make is a slightly sadder one, but the number of you will know that we had advice from a number of people, some formal, some informal, on the Tay City Steel. And one of the informal, in other words, free advisors was Professor John Hillman, previous chief executive of the Hutton Institute and on the board of Abertay University, and a global agriculture and feeding people in a cost-effective and nutritious way. John did a huge amount for us and helped us on the Tay City Steel. Colleagues will probably know that he passed away earlier this year, but these successes as they come through are in a way a testimony to some of the advice that he gave. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMillan. Douglas, Councillor Brace.
Yes, thanks, Provost. Yes, just a comment. I too was very surprised not to see anything about the A90 link road in this report. I remember, it seems like several years ago, I was asked along to a briefing with officers and consultants about it, and I've never been to any other briefings since, I don't think. And well, it's just surprising because this appeared to me to be a bit of an administration flagship project. So I thought there might have been some information in here. As a Brecon and Edsall councillor, of course, it's of great interest to me and to a lot of my residents. So I just thought I'd make that comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brace. And it was mentioned about the link road earlier on. Councillor Sturrock. Pardon me.
Thank you, Provost. A few words on what Mark Armstrong, Deputy CEO, mentioned about the school meals. Now, we've all seen the articles that are circulating through one of our local newspapers, shall we say. I had the privilege on Monday of going down to Tayside Cuisine, the facility in Dundee. I must admit, it was after lunchtime, so I missed the hustle and bustle of the morning rush, so to speak. But I got the impression it was a well-run, well-maintained facility with all the modern equipment that you could require to have. And they have about 40 people in staff in total in all the deliveries, etc. Now, they told me at the time that the current school meal, just say for Angus and Dundee, they were putting out 300,000 school meals every 20 days, so that's 15,000 a day. Plus, they had the 800 to 900 community meals they were doing as well.
Now, with Perth and Kinross coming on board, the daily school meal total will increase by about 10,000 a day. So I take it they must be looking for extra staff. And the food that's produced is all done through, it's all seen by nutritionists, etc. So the quality and what they want from the food is all there. One of the other things that was touched on was the supply chain. Now, a lot of this stuff, product comes from down south as well. So that as everybody pressures on road transportation costs, which affects the whole of Europe as well as North America. So that's maybe an extra cost centre that we have to bear. How long, I have no idea how it will play out. But one of the other things that was mentioned, and I'm not too sure about this to be honest, was the restrictions that to Scotland Excel is upon facilities like Tayside Cuisine of who they can buy for. So that's an aspect I'm not too sure about, to be honest with you. But in regard to the school meals, to get a fuller picture, I now want to sort of go to a couple of the end users, i.e. the schools, to sort of see the start and end of the process. And that way I can get an overall picture of the complaints, if there are any at all. So that's all I'll have to say on school meals at the present time. Thank you. Thank
you very much.
Provost, could I come in again on that, please?
Well, could I just
briefly? Just briefly.
Councillor Bell, because
I wasn't casting any aspersions on the quality of the food, Councillor Sturrock. I just wanted to assure you on that, or the nutritional content. I was very comforted by the lunch that Tayside Contracts provided for us some time ago when that decision was being taken. It was purely about shortening the supply chain and supporting more local farmers and producers. To shorten the distance from field to fork. That was my point, and that covered the sort of local economics as well as the nutritional aspect of it, and helping the children to make that connection between where food's grown and how it ends up on their plate.
Can I respond, please, Provost? My apologies, Councillor Bell. I didn't mean to include you in the detractors of the quality of the meals, so I give my apologies that way. Thank you.
We have got Councillor Hands.
Thanks, Provost. I would just like to comment on a figure that Mrs. Williamson mentioned in her introduction. And that's the 25% of children in Angus living in poverty. And I can't help wondering and just thinking, how are the families, the low-income families in Angus feeling this week, this month, because they're facing a triple whammy right now. Because after Tuesday's decision to increase 1.5% on national insurance, it's the working poor that are going to be impacted with that as well, and on a limited income. It's also being attacked by the reduction of additional payment during COVID. And today I was hearing as well that the Government of England, I'd actually heard it a couple of days, but I heard it again today, is predicting the potential of inflation of up to 8%. So what is, sorry, Councillor,
appreciate that.
I actually want to
talking about this report here, and I think we're just
coming on to that. If you would stop interrupting me, because what I want to comment on is, although there's a lot of initiatives happening within Angus to try and support our young people in school, and we've got stuff like school meals, we've got holiday meals, etc., or a zero cost for the school day, I cannot help but think that these initiatives and the mitigations of the current levels of poverty have now just been challenged. We're not even in a position now to try and reduce poverty. We're actually fighting against the tide of actually increasing And I just find that really, really sad. And I'm sorry if you think it's really important to interrupt me on that, but I think every single member in this council should feel heart ashamed if we cannot speak up on the fact that we want to see a reduction in child poverty in Angus.
Councillor Hunt, yep, your point's very well taken, and thank you. Councillor Salmond.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I just wanted to touch on Councillor Bray's point about the A90 link road, and just to assure him that the project's alive and well, and it's in the capital plan. And as he's probably aware, we're actually having a stakeholder engagement at the moment. He's probably seen it on Facebook through Angus Council's consultation processes with local businesses and stakeholders is there, and I'm surprised he's not aware of it.
Well, I don't think I've ever been told about it. I've seen some of the stuff, but I don't think I've told about it, Mark.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Salmond. Thanks very much, Councillor Bray. Are there any other questions, any other comments? Right, do we agree to approve the recommendation? Are agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, quite conscious of the time, and I think we've got to make sure that we limit our, our questions and our comments. 3 minutes is what you're allowed, and let's just keep them to relevant questions and relevant comments.
Provost.
Yes.
Provost, gone on for 7 hours.
Yep.
I've just had a wee note in from the chief exec. I really honestly think that you are getting tired. I am certainly getting tired. This could go on now. We're only at item 10. I think this could go on till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, I think it should go until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I think we should make have an agreement that we reconvene for this meeting. So because the longer this goes on, the less coherent it will get, and mistakes can happen because people are getting tired. So I'm going to move. I'm going to ask you to move that we reconvene this meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Seconded.
Have we got a second there?
Provost,
Yes.
Provost, there is an issue. There's an Angus Alive board subcommittee meeting at 10 o'clock, and the Angus Alive chief executive will be at that. Yeah. And there's an Angus Alive paper coming along, so you've got a clash there.
Yeah.
We've also got a clash for the Health and Social Care Partnership meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Could we have a look at another? I mean, I'm quite happy to join the meeting, but we've got to get a time that everybody's going to be available.
The roads meeting tomorrow's cancelled. That's a help.
Sorry?
The roads meeting tomorrow for me and Ron Sturrock's cancelled.
Yeah.
That was at 10 o'clock.
Well, what about 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I propose that we continue, because we've had to make special arrangements to attend meetings. I've got work as well as council. I can't just turn up on a willy-nilly.
Okay.
Agree with that, Councillor John.
Yeah, the councillor.
Fred, we've got to look at another date then next week to reconvene the meeting.
Yeah, Provost, I agree. Next week, it has to be next week. Because it's too short notice.
Provost, it's Margot.
Yeah,
I think the due process is you actually have to get an agreement from the committee, so it may have to go to a vote, but Jackie Buchanan may want to come in. I don't think you can rule on that.
Jackie?
Yes, in terms of standing orders, I'll just confirm the detail to you. It's order 21.3, and a member can move to adjourn, as Councillor Fairweather has done. But it then needs to be put to the vote if it's not agreed, and we need to have a date defined in terms of the adjournment. And obviously, in terms of that, Councillor Fairweather want to accommodate as many councillors as possible in terms of that. I know that's quite a tricky thing with all your busy diaries, but hopefully we can do that. And then, of course, once we've got a date that potentially could be suitable, it will then be put to the vote whether or not we want to do that.
Yeah, would it be an order to adjourn the meeting now and then to put out you know, a notification to see when people could be available to you know, attend a rescheduled meeting? Would that be an order?
Could I bring in Sarah, please, in terms of this? Sarah, my understanding is that we need to agree a date and a time. Is that correct? Or could we come back on it? I know it certainly needs to be in within 4 weeks, and I'm sure we can accommodate that.
Yes, so as part of the motion, Provost, we must specify the date and time. Right. So that said, Councillor Fairweather in his motion to adjourn the meeting would have to specify the date and time. Once that's seconded, then we would move straight to the vote for and against the adjournment.
No, we're looking for, I mean, basically what we're looking for is a date and a time.
Can we look at this right this Monday and say 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Monday.
Got community agenda at 2 o'clock.
You've got a civic duty.
Hang on. Say again, because hang on.
Provost, I think you and I have got civic duties on Monday.
We do. But
okay, Tuesday because we've got leaders. We can cancel that, and we've got group. We can cancel that. That then ticks the boxes for our group. So I would suggest then 2 o'clock.
It's a DMRC meeting.
Sorry, we've got a flood and Brothick flood visit.
At what time?
2 o'clock, and they've got development standards according to my down. Unless it's cancelled, I don't know.
Cancelled. DMRC.
Right.
Which we can cancel.
Provost, point of order.
Right.
Surely we can cancel DMRC, and have it at 10 o'clock on Tuesday.
Tuesday, 10 o'clock.
Provost,
that
this is entirely out of order. The administration and officers drew up this agenda with 20 items on it.
Well,
and a 1 o'clock start.
Let's just leave that.
Councillor Braze, I'm looking after the well-being of people here.
Not you should have thought about that when you drew up a 20 item agenda.
Point of order.
A point. Let's just get back in order. Let's have one. We're talking about. Councillor Fairweather is moving that we adjourn the meeting and we restart it on Tuesday at 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
Sorry?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
DMRC can be cancelled.
Can I make a suggestion?
Point of order, Provost.
Go on.
If I can draw your attention to Standing Order 21.4, where a meeting has been adjourned without a time for its resumption having been fixed, it shall be resumed at such other time as may be fixed by the Provost. So we do not need to set a time and date for the resumption.
Yeah, but I take the point, but I think for clarity and for the benefit of other members that we should give a date and give a time. And we've got a date for Tuesday. We've got a time for 10 a.m.
I can't make that. I can't avoid them.
We've not got a plan on Tuesday, 10 o'clock.
I can't make that meeting on Tuesday.
Provost, can I suggest Thursday next week? That gives people a week's notice to actually get on with this rather than to suit other people. Nothing is on next Thursday as far as I'm aware.
You have a tax board meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, I've got Public Health Scotland board
We're all
meeting
gonna have
as
something.
Angus Education.
Angus Licensing Board and Civic Licensing next Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Wednesday's good.
Tomorrow
Friday.
afternoon.
Provost, I just thought we weren't going to have agendas like this. I thought that was agreed before.
The afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon.
No,
Not for me.
No.
Wednesday sounds good next week.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Can't do it. Got training.
Right.
Friday next week,
Right,
17th.
We're talking about next week and we're talking about next Wednesday. It's not a good day for me, but I can reschedule.
The Angus Educational Trust is on Wednesday afternoon, and that has outside people.
It's my birthday, so you all have to sing me happy birthday if you come Wednesday.
Hang on again.
You really want me
to you, Brenda?
Come on, let's come up with a date and move on.
Friday the
What about
17th.
Monday, 9 o'clock?
Friday the 17th.
Yeah.
Friday the 17th.
Yeah.
Free City Deal meeting.
Friday the 17th.
I'm
Free
free.
City Deal meeting.
I'm talking
9 o'clock. The
9
morning.
o'clock.
There's a Tay City Deal meeting, leader.
Yes.
No, you can move that.
Yeah, you can move that.
Yeah.
Have we looked at next Monday, the 13th at 9 o'clock?
No apologies from me for that. I can't do that. But it doesn't matter.
No.
No,
I think
There's nothing more contentious in right what's going on. Get this right, this date agreed. There is nothing contentious in anything that's going forward for this. So if some can't make it, when some can't cancel their meetings, let's not squabble about it. Let's just get this done.
Monday
I think
13th
to
is
be
okay
fair,
for
we'll
me.
have it towards the end of next week. It gives people a chance to realign their diaries. So we're talking about
Friday
next
17th.
Friday the 17th. Are we talking about Friday the 17th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Is that the agreement? So proposed by Councillor Fairweather, and I can't remember who's second, Councillor Fairweather.
Seconded by me.
And the time, Provost, the time.
That was Councillor Fairweather, yeah, and the meeting to be held at 9 p.m. Sorry, 9 a.m. 9 a.m.
For Scythe, apologies from me then.
On Friday the 17th, okay? Are we all agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yep.
That might
Agreed.
give Alec a chance to get better as well.
Agreed.
Apologies.
Okay, colleagues, having determined that then, I now adjourn the meeting. And thank you for all your
Thank you, Provost. All have a good night.